Gay America. The best of the best. She is beauty, she is grace. Perfect in every way. This gay America. She's got it all. The symbol of excellence. She's got it all. She's got it all. All the elements. The symbol of excellence. Shining, she is so flawless. Incredible illusionist. This gay America. This gay America. The best of the best. She is beauty, she is grace. Perfect in every way. This gay America. She's got it all. The symbol of excellence. She's got it all. She's got it all. All the elements. The symbol of excellence. Shining, she is so flawless. Incredible illusionist. This gay America. This gay America. The best of the best. She is beauty, she is grace. Perfect in every way. This gay America. Good morning. It is bright outside. Good morning, Miss Gay America. Welcome, everyone. Oh my God, it's 30 people. Oh my God, welcome to Miss Gay America 2021 Dragathon. Oh, my name is Pattaya Hart, your reigning Miss Gay America 2020 and 2021. Thank you so much for staying up late or waking up early to catch this part 4. This is part 4. It was supposed to be part 3, but last year's video that got good morning everybody. Good morning, Charity. Good morning, London. Thank you. I made that video myself, the Pass the Crown. So we did that on my phone. So that's why it was explained. That was on the, what do you call that, vertical. Yes. So this section right now is 7 to 8 a.m. Good morning, Barbara. Barb. Thank you. I'm still awake. I'm barely holding on, and I still have 9 hours to go. I'm like trying to count, and I'm like not even thinking anymore. Anyway, so this hours we're gonna go over. We call it behind the winning package. I got 3. Oh my God, Miss Tsunami is here. Hello, sir. So I got 3 performers forever Miss Gay America to come on. Well, they all sent in the previous video, so pre-record video. So I'm playing video for you guys, but feel free to keep chatting. I'm gonna be on the side, like on the sideway like this. Yeah, is it this way? Yeah, this way. So I'll be able to read most of your comments, and I'm gonna respond it, or I can pause the video as well. So, all right, I'm gonna bring. Let's start it, shall we? How are you doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm still on my 3rd coffee, and I'm taking a break from coffees. I'm drinking water right now. So hope you guys are waking up now. It's 7 a.m. in St. Louis, Missouri, in Central. It is probably 5 a.m. on the West Coast, and it's 8 a.m. on the East Coast. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining me. I'm gonna play. So I'm bringing on to the screen. Okay, hold on. Stop sharing. Okay, there you go. So I'm bringing on to here my sister, Miss Gay America 1980. So she just had her 40-year anniversary. That's not it. Where am I? Oh, yes. Miss Hot Chocolate. She's going to be talking to you guys for just a little bit. Okay, where am I finding? Here we go.
Hi everyone, this is Hot Chocolate Miss Gay America 1980. I just want to say hello. Want to wish everyone a wonderful year. So sorry you're not going to be at Miss Gay America this year. I had a wonderful time for my 40th. Looking forward to seeing everyone next year. Hello formers. Hello contestants. Hello producers. Hello promoters. Love you all. Miss you all. Bye.
That was Miss Hot Chocolate. She sent in a short message, short and sweet message. Hope you guys enjoyed that. So that was her. Oh, Miss Charity K said, I'm drinking whiskey and getting ready for the next hour. Yes, so I have 1 hour to kill until Miss Charity K join me for the 8 a.m. we call it categories interview, which I'm calling it as in Good Morning Miss Gay America. Just like Miss Good Morning America. But yeah. So the next person I'm bringing on is Miss Maya Montana. Let me find her first. All right, so here. She was in Key West, so now she is sending in the tape as well. Where is she? Here we go.
Hi everybody, this is Maya Montana, former Miss Gay America 1998, coming to you from Key West, Florida. I hope this video finds you well and safe. So I want to give you a little bit of a background on my history in drag, and it's not going to be a long one because I won Miss Gay America when I've only been doing drag for 4 years. So the very first title that I won was Miss Gay Maryland Newcomer in 1994. And I was so new that I had no idea that that's a prelim to Miss Gay Maryland, which is the state preliminary. So it was all a surprise to me. So I went to Miss Gay Maryland my first year, and I placed 4th, I think, out of 10 or 12. I don't remember. I'm old. So I remember Sabrina White won that year. Sabrina White came into Baltimore and took Baltimore by storm. And I was like, oh my God, she's fantastic. So she was a good role model for me. And also Linda Carrero was one of the really inspirational performers in Baltimore and the Maryland area. So after that experience, I guess it lit the bug in me. So I wanted to keep going. So the next year, I planned on competing, and I competed for Miss Gay Hippo in Baltimore, and that's also a prelim for Miss Gay Maryland. And I won that title. And that year at Miss Gay Maryland, I won the pageant. So that will be my very first year going into Miss Gay America. So I'm so excited, I'm so nervous, and I was really looking forward to it. So my very first year at Miss Gay America, my package that I brought was, for talent, was Asian theme. And I chose that because I'm Asian, and I wanted to share a part of my heritage to everybody else. And I embrace the fact that I'm different from everybody else because that's what separated me and made me unique in my own way. So the package was, it was basically, it's a pagoda, it's an Asian theme. So she's basically an Asian girl in love with an army guy, and he's leaving, and I'm in tears, and I'm heartbroken. So what do people do when their heart is broken? They break into a dance move. So I have my backup dancers. The dance was choreographed by Kevin Clapton from Baltimore, Maryland. He was also my backup dancer. and my other backup dancer was Sushi, or David Judy, but everybody calls him Sushi. And
Sushi.
that very first year, I placed top 10. And I was so excited, and I could not believe that I made top 10 the very first year. So the only thing was with the critique from the judges is that it's a good talent idea, good choreography, good dance moves, good costumes. The only thing is the song choices that I picked did not flow together. So I took that into consideration, of course. You listen to the judges. That's what you do to the judges. They're critiquing you for your own good. They're not putting you down. They're giving you critique to make you better and hopefully apply those advice and those tips for your next package so that you could win the pageant. So that's what I did. I listened to all of the judges, to all of the critiques, and I changed my package the next year. I brought the same talent, but I changed the song. I finally found a song that went and told the story from the beginning to the end, and it flowed perfectly, which I guess that's the reason why I captured the title of Miss Gay America 1998. So when I got home from Miss Gay America that year, a few months later, I got a call from the promoter of Miss Gay Virginia from Roanoke, and I had recently moved from Maryland to Virginia, and they wanted me to enter the pageant. And silly me, I told him that I was thinking about taking a break that year because, honestly, it is a lot of work. It costs a lot of money. It's time consuming. You really have to focus and dedicate a lot of time to enter a pageant. And I thought I was going to take a break that year. And the promoter, Tim Clark, told me, I think in a nice way, I think he wanted to say, don't be stupid. But he said, don't be silly. You made top 10. Why would you want to take a break this year? You should go back. And so I thought about it, and I decided to compete for Miss Gay Virginia. And I captured the title, and I won Miss Gay Virginia. So I'm on my way again to Miss Gay America for the second time. And I listened to the judges on what they told me about my talent. So I changed the songs, I picked the right music, it flowed together, we did new choreography, we did new costume, same set. And also one of the things, aside from talent, one of the things that they told me was, my first year that I went to Miss Gay America, I went to New York and I went to Stephen Yurt's store. I went to the shop and I looked at all the gowns and I fell in love with the one gown. The problem is all of his floor samples are a size 6. And at that time I was about a good 8 or 10. And so I bought the dress anyway. So I was bigger and they had to saran wrap this, and then duct tape so that I could fit into a size 6 dress. And this is one of the critiques of the judges on my very first year. She said, you can tell you're having a hard time breathing. You're not that comfortable. So I paid a lot of money for that gown. And I felt like it's a really good gown for me. So instead of buying a new one, I decided I'm going to join the gym and I'm going to start working out. And that's what I did. So I lost a good 15 to 20 pounds. So this was me on my very first year. Look how chubby I was. And then this is me when I won that year. So see how much weight I lost, but I was, yeah. So there. So that's one more advice that I got from the judges and I listened to. And can I tell you, to be able to wear that evening gown without any saran wrap, without any duct tape, and just be all me, it was so rewarding. So, and I'm healthier for it too. So ever since then, I kind of kept the same weight and I kept going to the gym, and that was really good. So that year, I captured 1998, my second try at the National Pageantry System. I captured the title of Miss Gay America 1998. And can I tell you that that changed my life completely and my career, of course. So I was able to be on TV and traveled all over the world and meet a lot of people. And it was so rewarding. And to this day, I'm still so lucky and I still feel so blessed that I'm able to do what I love to do. And Miss Gay America really is not only about sisterhood, which we do have a good sisterhood. We still to this day support each other. We have a group for Miss Gay Americas that I love because we keep in contact. And not only is it sisterhood, it's also really a family. And Rob and Mike had taken this pageant to the right direction, in my opinion. And they're doing such a wonderful job. So I hope that you get to experience what I experienced and have the opportunity to be forever Miss Gay America.
And that was Miss Maya Montana. Hello, everybody. Good morning, everyone, for joining me. Yes, that was our Miss Gay America 1998, Miss Maya Montana. Oh, I got a little hair change. Do I give you a little J-Lo-ish El Nino Boguando? Or on the floor, whatever that is. Anyway, so that was our Miss Gay America 1998, Miss Maya Montana. Oh, Miss Edna is finally here, awake. So the next person on here is, I have Miss Jessica Jade joining me. So she sent us two videos. So I'm going to try to put this on for you guys. Okay, hold on. Let me try to okay, she's here. All right, this is Miss Jessica Jade. Okay, here we go. Oh, nope, not it. Jessica Jade. Here we go. Feel free to text in that comment section. I'll be right here with you guys.
Yes, Queen. Aww. I like your pumpkins.
We going into her house. We're attacking her and her house. Where's she from? Somewhere. Miss Gay America 2014, Miss Jessica Jade. Look at her. She's coming. She's coming. She knows I love purple, so she's wearing all purple for me.
Hey, Queen. Yes.
Look at her house. Gigantic. Gigantic.
How are you?
I'm good. You look great.
Thank you. Just a little cooking wear.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad you're here. I was just getting ready to take a journey down memory lane with Miss Gay America, so you're just in time.
Hey guys, in all seriousness, I am Jessica Jade, Miss Gay America 2014, and welcome to my home here in Roanoke, Virginia, the Star City, the state that is for lovers, all that good stuff. So Pattaya asked me if I would be a part of the 21 Hours of Excellence for the Miss Gay America website and her YouTube video and Facebook Live and Twitter and Instagram, all that stuff the young kids do these days. And of course I said yes. As a former, in the middle of a pandemic, who wouldn't want to get in drag and then work 18 hours the next day slaving around at the hospital? Nonetheless, I'm here tonight with my good friend Dina, her Dina. Sometimes we call her Shoulderless Shelby. Nonetheless, she's here tonight and she's helping me make this very B-rated video for you all. So, my journey, Dina, with Miss Gay America started in 2003. The very first time I ever went to Miss Gay America, I was Miss Virginia Regional. It was the first, biggest pageant I'd ever done. And my first runner-up was actually Luscious, who is a former Miss Gay America, who is talented beyond. So nonetheless, going to Miss Gay America for my first time was very scary, of course. I'd never done a national pageant before. So we had fundraise, we had raffles, Barbara Mayberry, and a lot of DeAndre G and Marilyn St. James and all these queens from Roanoke, Virginia helped get my package together. They helped me raise money to pay for things, all that jazz. So we went to Miss Gay America. We get there. Well, before we even got there, we had drama. One of the cars in our caravan broke down. Arcasia Xavier, my drag daughter, of course, her Ford Explorer broke down on the side of the road. So that was the first incident of drama that happened. We get to Miss Gay America. All the people in the group, none of the dancers had money for anything. So, the stuff that was agreed upon to be paid on, that had to be paid for. Plus, you had to pay for everything else. People going out, people drinking, people eating, all that stuff.
How much was this?
I mean, it was thousands of dollars. And, I'm already
But
using...
if you could give a number, what is the average number that you would give?
The first year I went to I'm drinking a White Claw, y'all, and I put it in a cup. So
You're not supposed to tell them you were drinking White Claw.
Like these people don't drink White Claw. Anyway, so the first year I went to Miss America, it probably, because I used dancers that were friends from home. Big mistake, number one, don't do that. Use professional dancers, or you're going to be sitting in the audience final night like I was the first couple of times I went to
Can
Miss
you give
America.
some names? Who are the locals?
I would never do that. That's not classy. Anyway, so it probably cost a good $8,000. But, I'm a student. I'm in school. I didn't have that kind of money. I mean, I was already cashing my student loans and paying for costumes and dresses.
Could you tell us your age then?
The first time I went to Miss America, so 2003, it's 2020 now.
54?
No, I'm being serious.
No, you were in your 20s.
Yeah, probably mid-20s, somewhere around there. I'll be 40 this year.
How old were you when you first started drag?
I started drag right after graduating high school. So I was, 18 after graduating like normal people do, unless you're a little touched, and that's okay. Nothing against anybody touched. So I remember, I moved right out of, we're getting off track here, but nonetheless, we'll go. Moved out of my parents' home, moved in with this crazy first roommate. God rest his soul, he died actually this past year. And he was best friends with the local drag queen here in Roanoke, DeAndre D, who was Miss Gay Roanoke, and she was gorgeous. And I remember seeing her at the club. And nonetheless, one night she was like, we should put you in drag. And I was kind of scared about it or whatnot. But she did it. And I remember looking in the mirror and on the webcam, because that's when we used webcams back in the day. And I remember thinking for the first time, I felt beautiful. Because, I was, chunky boy, bald, whatever, hot mess. So I felt beautiful for the first time when she had done me up. And that kind of put the sales into Jessica J. 3 weeks later, she put me in a talent night. I didn't win. I got first runner-up. I did Britney Spears. Oops, I did it again. I ran around the stage more than I entertained, I guess you could say. But I was hooked. I started doing drag, pretty much every weekend at the club, just dressing up for fun. Even if I wasn't performing, me and a couple girlfriends from way back in the day, we would just get in drag on the weekends, every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, go out, take our shoes off. We had the dirtiest feet by the end of the night because we were just twirling and hair whipping and just windmilling it down at the club at the park. I mean, everybody just knew us. We were the life of the party. We really were.
So is Jessica J the rags to riches story?
Self-made. I wouldn't say riches. I still got to work 2 jobs.
You're still running around. You're still running around the stage doing Britney.
Yeah, still running around. Still 2 left feet. Nothing's changed with that.
When did you realize that I'm now at a level where I would like to compete for Miss Gay America?
That was after winning Miss Gay Roanoke, which was the second title I ever won here in Roanoke. And that
was that a prelim to Miss?
No, Miss Roanoke was just like a local pageant that had went on for at that time 20-some years. So it was like the big title in Roanoke to have. And I won my first time, which I think maybe I was the first Miss Roanoke to win on their first time. So when you're young and you're winning stuff and you're getting booked like in DC and North Carolina and different places like that, you kind of get a big head, and I'm sure I did at time. So I was, hey, I'm going to go to Miss Gay America. I'm going to make top 10 my first year there. Negative. Got there, car broke down. Late. Katia Love took administrative points off for me for being late.
Aww.
The girls were hateful. If they didn't know you, if you hadn't been there year after year after year after year, they didn't care to talk to you. I remember only one person ever talked to me in the pageant, really, and that was Alina Maletti. Oh, and Truly Fabu. She said, nice gown when we were in line for gown. Other than that, people were hateful. I did not enjoy my first year at Miss Gay America. I'm not going to lie. I was out of my element. I was not ready.
She pulled a patty on you, girl.
18th, and that was
Nice
missing
gown.
25 at midpoint, so I think I did pretty good. Back then, there was like 50 contestants each year. Fast forward through the pageant, we left. We're getting gas. I'll never forget, right in front of the hotel. I'm pumping the gas. I'm distraught. I'm going home, 18th loser to Roanoke, where everybody thinks I'm just the it girl. And we get in the little car to go, my little, Eclipse, Mitsubishi Eclipse, pull out. Is this thing even recording? Oh, yeah, they're moving. Just making sure. That would really suck. So we pull out, and next thing I know, I hear screaming and like pure chaos, people running around. I had done pulled the gas tank pump out of the wall.
The gas pump, not the tank. The handle thing.
Whatever. Okay. The thing that puts the gas
You
into
blew
your
up
car.
the gas station.
It didn't blow up. The gas was going everywhere, and people were screaming.
Oh.
Yeah, it was bad. And I pulled off, and it's like going behind the car. It's like, ding, 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 ding.
Sir, are you a sad drag queen of the interstate?
No, I had to go in and pay for it. It was $86. Needless to say, we did not eat anywhere on the way home from Little Rock that year. So that was my first time at Miss Gay America. It was a disaster. Even though I was still intrigued by the stars, Katia Love, Sabrina White, Rachel Eriks won that year. El Chevalier was there, and just all the girls were just like, the top 10 were like, wow. They're like, they're like movie stars when you do drag. They're the best of the best. So I was still intrigued at that notion, but nonetheless, I took a break from Miss Gay America for 2 years. I did compete at Miss Gay US of A. Still learning, still building on my craft, still practicing, still polishing, all that good stuff. I went back to Miss Gay America when Luscious was Miss America as Miss Smoky Mountain America. Still a little rough around the edges. I did pretty well in the interview that year. Gown was too much because I brought what I wore for US of A, and it ain't happening. Then after, I think I placed 14th that year. So at that point, I was kind of like, I can do this. Because I sat out in the audience and I watched. And I was like, okay, there's a formula to this. I see what these girls are doing now. So I was like, all right, I'm dust myself off. I came home and immediately went into pageant mode for the whole year, practicing, saving up money to help pay for things and all that stuff. So went to Miss America the next year. Finally made it into the top 10. You would have thought I had won. I almost knocked the whole front row out when they called up the top 10, and I had made it. So I competed that year, like I said, and I placed 7th overall. Good experience, enjoyed it. Came back the next year, made it in the top 10 again. That year I was 2nd runner-up. That year was the big Alyssa Coco year, so that kind of made the year kind of weird for Miss America. And, I remember traveling a lot in North Carolina, which was huge for US of A at that time, at certain clubs. And there was always this animosity about, what happened to her. And, they tried to pin USA and America together. And it was just a sad time for pageantry. And I still believe, had she had reigned, it would have been great for her and it would have been great for the pageant. Alyssa. Yeah. But, I would never give up my Coco. Coco is a true asset to the Miss America family. And,
And both are so successful.
Both of them, they both have exceeded expectations of anything from RuPaul's Drag Race, Miss America, or any other pageant. So that year I made 7th. Following year I came back. I was, 2nd runner-up that year. Came back the next year, 1st runner-up. That was the year Cody won. That was in... Reba. That year it was in I can't remember. Maybe Columbus. I think it was in Columbus. The following year I came back. It was in Columbus again. Kirby won that year. I was first runner-up. At this point, I'm like, oh, Lord, is this how this is going to play out? And I'm going to be known as the bridesmaid of Miss Gay America for the rest of my
All
life.
these thousands of
You know,
dollars.
thousands of dollars. At this point, I'm using professional dancers from Chicago, having to fly there for rehearsals, Alberto Arias, and all the fabulous dancers from Chicago. You know, and he always made me feel like a star. Like I said, I'm not a trained dancer by any means, never claimed to have been one, but he always made me feel like a star. Anytime I got on stage doing something he choreographed for me or taught me, I always felt like a star. Then the following year, I came back to Miss America, of course, and I placed second runner-up. That was the year that Sally won. And then Blair was first runner-up. And that year, I think it was in Columbus again, maybe? I can't remember. You know, this age, you start forgetting stuff. The next year, I came back, and that was the year that I did not win my preliminary. I think I was next to last at the preliminary I did, the first one. So I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is devastating because I'd always won or at least been first runner-up, you know, all the years I competed at Miss Gay America. So everything happens for a reason. The prelim I lost, I think, went to Susie Wong. So I remember being in the hotel that night, and I remember hearing something on the news or on my phone, I can't remember, something about Abraham Lincoln had competed for, or, you know, had tried to win the presidency 8 different times or something in his career before he was ever elected. So I'm like, well, can you imagine if he never had the president, you know, presidents and drag queens. I mean, it's different things.
Are you saying that you're the Abraham Lincoln of drag?
Well, it could be worse. So that kind of stuck in my mind, and I was like, okay, well, 8 times, he never gave up. So my 8th time back to Miss Gay America, I did a prelim here at home in Roanoke, Virginia, Miss East Coast, representing my club. You know, so I did that prelim. I won every category, and I did everything exactly that I had done at the prelim before that I placed next to last. But it just goes to show, not everybody that judges you is going to like everything you do. Sure. You know, I mean, sometimes you can brush off your package, polish it up, take it to another preliminary, and, you know, the judges might eat it up, which they did here in Roanoke. And I think it was like 4 or 5 contestants that year. And I remember Sally set me down, and she was like, stop getting in your head. You know, just be you on stage. That's what we love about you. And that stuck with me going into nationals that year. So we go to nationals at Miss Gay America, and it was in St. Louis that year. And I was contestant number 10. I remember the presentation was Angels in America. So we wore these cute little white dresses. It was very like the real Miss America. Like we come out and we're all doing the little, you know, stuff. So that was cute.
Contestant 10, Miss Gay East Coast America, Jessica J. Contestant 49.
For final night, we'll just talk about that stuff. Let's talk about evening gown. So evening gown final night, I wore a Jimmy Wang, who I always use, or who I always use. It was a gown that I designed. He constructed it, but it was a very low cut, even cut lower than this. And of course, I was probably 25 pounds lighter then. I wasn't milking. Anyway, so I wore this, you know, and I wanted to do something different because at this point I knew Miss Gay America was kind of trending to more, I hate to say meme-all, but we all know it, the hard updos and all that stuff. We were finally, yeah-ish. So we were starting to be more, you know, streamline into more modern type, edgier drag. You know, the girls were doing the hair down, the gowns didn't have to be, you know, beaded armor suits and, you know, talents. We're starting to get bigger and bigger, more dancers, costume changes, all that stuff. So the gown was red. It was cut real low. It had a high slit on the hip. Some said it was that they saw my hoo-hoo. I know they didn't, but they said they did. Hair was down.
What color hair?
Not this color, but my signature color, like a auburn with a little strawberry blonde. It was cute. You know, Kirby Colby helped me tack it up, so it looked pretty good. And then on stage question, of course. My question was something about
Ladies and gentlemen, Jessica is proudly sponsored by the Park.
Joey Driscoll, Bianca Baker, Alberto Arias, and the Chicago Dance Team. John Kane, Crystal Creations, Gloria Murray, Arcasia, Biscuits, Kirk, the CAT Scan Department at RH, Dana St. James, and a host of family and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Miss Jessica J. Jessica is her own makeup stylist, and her own hairstylist, and her own gown designer. She is also her own backup dancer. She is also her own dresser. She drives her own U-Haul, and she flies a plane every now and then. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, judges. I am contestant number 10, Billy Wilson or Jessica Jade. I come to you from Roanoke, Virginia. I'm 32 years old. Professionally, I work as a radiologic technologist specializing in CAT tomography. I've been in the field of X-ray now for almost 14 years. I've also been doing female impersonation now for 14 years. And this is my 8th time back in Miss Gay America. And I'm very humbled and very honored to be representing home, the park, in Roanoke, Virginia at Miss America this year. Thank you. Okay, your question reads, if chosen Miss Gay America 2014, the responsibilities are great. Name 3 responsibilities of Miss Gay America, and of the 3, which would you find most challenging? It is absolutely correct when saying that there are many different responsibilities associated with the job of being Miss Gay America, one of which is being a leader. You are a symbol of excellence. You have so many people that depend on you. You are representing a business for L&T Entertainment. You are representing promoters who may have spent their very last penny to get you here that year. You are representing contestants who have dreams. Another responsibility is being an administrator. You have to learn the rules and the regulations of this contest inside and out and be able to delegate them and regulate them and make sure that they are upheld at all times. Another responsibility is being a sister. Miss Gay America is made up of some of the most amazingly talented entertainers and performers who have paved the way for so many of us. It would be my honor to join that sisterhood. Of the 3, I don't think I would have trouble with any of them, to be honest with you all, but being an administrator and taking away administrative points from my contestants for being late, turning the music incorrectly, wrong format of an application, taking those points away will be the hardest obstacle for me. But it is hard love, and it will only better them and help them to become more polished and better entertainers.
And I loved On-Stage Question. I always loved getting in front of an audience and performing. I loved it more than interview. Interview, in the beginning, was a little nerve-wracking for me or whatnot, because you're not hiding behind all this. You're not behind the makeup, mask of makeup and stuff. But On-Stage Question, I would always come alive. The girls know, when we're like headaches from all this tape and pulling and glue and the nails hurt and your tights and toes hurt after so long. Once you get on stage, all the pain goes away. You just come alive. Even today, here as a performer, that's why I'm doing this. Normally, I wouldn't be in drag on a Wednesday night.
It's Wednesday.
What day is it?
I think Thursday.
Oh, I gotta work tomorrow. Even better. Just got better. Okay. So, but as a performer, you do things like this. This is what we do to keep the legacy alive.
I want to finish the story. Finish the story. You got to all of the categories in the On-Stage Question.
I'm getting there.
You're derailing. Come back to that. I'm excited.
Okay. It must be the White Claw. No, I don't need that one. So that was On-Stage Question. And then there's talent, of course. The talent that I did, and I am not ashamed to admit this, and I'm sure there's going to be some people that will read me down boots out there, but my talent was not originally my talent. No. The choreographer that I use, Alberto Arias from Chicago, had done this talent. When we were going through talents, trying to figure out what I was going to do for Miss America, and I had done it the year before, and I think we won talent that year with it. So coming back the following year.
Is this main event?
Yeah.
Tell me not to live, just sit and wonder. Like candy in the stars and all of butter. Don't be around and plan to be your mate. I can't wait. I get so
She better dance, Hattie. Up and up. Yes. So that, hold on. That's the end of the first ones. We continue to the second one. Are you guys still with me? Good morning, good morning, good morning, America. Good morning, America. All 44 of you guys. Thank you for tuning in. So that was the first half of Miss Jessica Jade behind the HERstory MGA 2014. Miss Jessica Jade. So let me get another one. Thank you, baby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for keep watching. Here is another. Here we're going back. We're continuing her talent. She's just out the way up. She's her talent.
And of course, I had already seen it. Victoria LePage is a star to me. Absolutely gorgeous. And, you know, and her version of it and my version of it is very different. My version is very watered down. As I said, I'm not
She probably didn't mess up.
professional dancer. Oh, I'm sure she never messed up. You know, we practice and practice and practice.
Wasn't there something?
And I'm sure Alberto was ready to pull what little bit of hair he has out.
No, what happened to the talent that year? Did something happen?
Year before my coach.
Oh, yeah.
The last year, I think everything went smooth. I won talent again that year, and that's pretty much what won me the pageant because that's the only category I won. This was 2014. Blair won on stage question and interview. She was smart. My sister real smart. I
Can't do that anymore.
I can't remember who won gown that year. It wasn't me. I can't remember who won gown. It may have been Coffee. I can't remember. Anyway, so going into the end of the pageant, they call us all back out, and I still didn't. Sometimes you just know if you won. I didn't really know that I had won because I could see it going to Blair or me, either one. So when they called out on stage question and interview, I was like, gosh, all that money again, first runner up.
And this is year what? How many years?
This is my 8th time.
Yeah.
Over a period of 10 years.
Abraham Lincoln of drag.
Yeah. So Blair gets called out as the first runner up, and I'm
shit.
like, ooh, watch your mouth. And I won talent. Of course, they called that out, but I still was kind of like, well, it's not US of A talents. It's worth a lot, but in your mind, you're like, boom, we're calculating all the numbers and stuff. And but I had one interview in my group, so I was like, well, my interview was good. I know my own question was good, so I was kind of like, So anyway, first runner up Blair. Then I was kind of like, oh my god, I finally won. So they called me out.
Miss Gay America 2014 is presented to contestants number 52, Miss Gay Western States America First Alternate, Truly Babu. Ladies and gentlemen, Truly Babu, fourth alternate to Miss Gay America 2014. And ladies and gentlemen, our third alternate to Miss Gay America 2014 is presented to contestant number 49, Miss Gay South Coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Gay South Coffee, number 49, third alternate to Miss Gay America. Our second alternate to Miss Gay America 2014 is presented to Miss Gay Missouri America, Krista Collins. Ladies and gentlemen, Krista Collins, second alternate to Miss Gay America 2014. First alternate to Miss Gay America 2014 is presented to Miss Gay DC America Blair Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Gay DC America Blair Williams, first alternate to Miss Gay America 2014. Your new proud winner for 2014. Meet and greet Miss Gay East Coast, Jessica Jade. Jessica Jade, your new proud 2014 Miss Gay America. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a tremendous round of applause for Miss Gay America 2014.
Oh, they do that with a spotlight. I hate that. Oh, yay.
Miss Gay America Jessica Jade.
Jessica Jade. Whoop, 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 whoop. That's Sally Sparkle right there crowning Miss Jessica Jade.
And Sally crowned me, and Kirby was here, and Raquel was here, and I remember some of the contestants.
And you were there, and you were there.
Yeah.
And you,
So,
and
that
you,
was-
and you.
You know, and I see the pictures and stuff, and those memories come alive.
Yeah.
So, and you know, and then doing this video this month, you know, with us not being able to be at Miss America because of the pandemic, you know, it's kind of bringing all those memories alive, and I think it's engaging our contestants and the promoters and the formers and stuff. So I'm very honored to be a part of this. And like I said, as a former, you know, this is what we do. This is how we keep, you know, the legacy of Miss Gay America alive. So when I was Miss America,
There you go.
the name of my, I don't know if you can see that or not. Can you read that?
I can read it.
What's it say?
Jade
Jade
in
in
America.
Jade in America. And that name came from, I did a poll for the name I should use. So this was my monthly newsletter. It's called Jade in America. And Kirby Colby helped come
Oh,
up
I
with the
get
name.
it now.
Yeah, Jade in America. Made in America.
Made in America.
I'm so slow.
So I'll pull out maybe some pictures or show you some that, you know, are really important to me.
Miss Susie Wong is in the house, everybody. Say hey.
Okay. Well, this was my give up the following year. So we did, can you see? Yeah, you can see. So I did a Gatsby theme. It was cute. And these are just some of my pictures throughout the year. I try to have a new look. Well, actually, I did. I had a new look for every month. You know, I've wanted this for so many years. So,
So this was in your year of service.
this was in my year of service.
I love
Here's
that.
the service.
Yeah. And I mean, they're all mixed up. There's a picture of me and Katia.
Oh,
You know,
yes.
different pictures. You know, but I mean, I traveled all over the country. It was amazing, you know. Oh, and for solo talent that year, I did, can you see here? I did Candyman, Christina Aguilera, Red, White, and Blue. It turned out cute. I won solo talent in my group. I can't remember who won solo talent overall that year. Wasn't me. Maybe Jessica Devereaux did, doing Big Time. I can't remember. But, you know, I went to Louisiana, did the walk at Miss US of A. You know, I got to meet the dance moms on Lifetime and all those.
Oh,
girls.
tell us more about that.
Well, there's nothing to say. You know, I just pretty much met them. I didn't create drama.
Your shoulderless Shelby friend.
Yes, Shelby at that party and got me to meet Abby Lee and stuff. Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
There's a little picture of us there.
Oh.
See
I don't. I try to do different.
well, you've lost a bunch of weight since then, girl. You look
Poses
good.
to make it look like I have shoulders.
Yeah.
Where's the picture of you and Abby?
It's somewhere. I can't remember.
That's the true
They're
before
all
and after
mixed up.
photo. She looks amazing.
Yeah, she looks great. But you know, and I made friends all along the way. Dexacy's mom and Mama Deb and Cody.
Mama Deb is watching.
Theo, God rest his soul, he died this year. I'm not for sure if it was from the pandemic or not. But and then this was the first, you know, Miss America's in October, so then I came home, and then this was my first show here. It was Halloween night that I got to perform, and I actually did a slow number.
Is that your gown that you wore?
That was the gown that I wore. Yeah, right there, little red gown.
And that's
There it
Jimmy Wayne.
It was Jimmy Wayne. I designed it, of course.
Who stoned it?
He did some sew-on stuff, and then I did some glue-on stuff. You know, I don't sew and stuff, but I'll embellish and decorate and feather and spike, and I do as much as I can.
Did it read to the cheap seats in the back?
Yeah, there you go. You know, but I had an incredible year. I got to work at the Rose Room in Dallas. I was in Tennessee. I was at the famous Lincoln Center in North Carolina. You know, I have all these pictures that I printed out from my Facebook or that people sent me, you know, because these are memories. These are things I never want to forget. You know, I do keep them hidden in case if I have a gentleman caller come and visit. But nonetheless, I do have them, and I know where they're at all times. But here I am with Asia O'Hara here, and that was in Dallas, Texas at the Rose Room. And she told me that, you know, I'm not just saying this, but she told me that I actually that weekend inspired her to start competing at Miss Gay America. And she came, so 2 years later, yeah, Blair crowned her, right? Yes. And won her first time, of course, because she's a star.
So how does that make you feel to hear things like that?
Well, you know, I mean, I get it. You know, I still don't. I still don't feel like a superstar or anything like that. Like, I still get like Layla LaRue and Teresa Matthews and, you know, Sonia Diaz, you know, certain Sunny D, you know, certain queens like that, you know, I'm still like starstruck when I meet them.
Yeah.
But if people's like that with me, you know, I don't really get it because I'm just like country Billy Wilson from Roanoke, Virginia. It's not like a big thing. I traveled everywhere. It was an amazing year. I went to places I never have, would have went without
So
winning.
Jade in America, this book is your year.
Oh yeah, it's all my year. Like that's the Oklahoma City bombing, Hollywood Walk of Fame. That's the beach near the Russian River. These are like fancy little hotel room pictures from when I stayed in New Orleans. So that was really cool. It was an amazing year. All the promoters, I didn't really have any issues with any contestants, no scandals. I think I got in trouble.
Memory in the year.
Oh, it's too many.
No, if you had to say one, I think that's what this video is. What is the most memorable thing that you will never want to forget?
The most memorable thing.
What about your platform?
Oh, yeah, perfect. So I worked with Stand for the Silent that whole year. And you don't have to do a charity or whatnot if you're, a national title holder doing drag or whatnot. I did and Blair did.
What does Stand for the Silent?
Stand for the Silent was an anti-bullying organization based out of Oklahoma, and it was centered around the life of this little boy that committed suicide after being picked on. Now, I'm not for sure if it was necessarily if he was, gay or whatnot, but it doesn't matter. Nonetheless, he was being, hey, Skeeter, this is my cat, Skeeter. I don't know if you can see him. Come here. Say hi. It's Skeeter Bug.
Hi, kitty.
Skeeter Bug.
Hi, kitty.
One of
He hates me.
8 other animals.
He'll pee on something later, I'm sure. But anyway, so we did 50-50 raffles at all my preliminaries, and I had help with promoters and fans of the pageant, and everybody helped me. I did not do it all on my own by any means. And we ended up raising, I think it was close to $7,000 for them. So that was that was money that allows them to travel all over the country, all over the world, doing like presentations about his son Ty, and the effects of bullying it can have on anybody. And I even brought him to Miss America at my give up, and he did a presentation for all of my contestants, which was really good. Everybody was crying because it's sad. A little. I think he was 9 years old when he killed himself, or 11 years old.
Wow.
So it's a tragedy. But I think a lot of us left Miss America that year trying to be better people, especially like on social media and within the pageant world. Not trying to seeing all the girls this year. I can't wait for Miss America for next year. Hopefully everybody is making it safe through the pandemic. I know these have been some really hard times, and I'm hoping that we're through this, we're on the tail end of it, and we don't have another shutdown and all that stuff, but still continue to be smart, still continue to socially distance, wear a mask when you go out, wash your hands, all that good stuff. We're not going to get through this unless we all work together.
And vote.
Vote. So important to vote. Even if you're not voting for, this is a Biden household here, but if you're not voting for Biden, maybe you'll get sick and not get out. But nonetheless, you need to vote. Exercise your constitutional right. A lot of people don't vote, and they sit at home and complain and bitch about everything. But get out and vote.
Watch your mouth.
One last thing. This was my Miss Gay America Bible. It was all the rules and regulations. This is what makes Miss America, and it's why it's such a nicely ran machine, because we have this Bible to go through. And you guys all have seen me carrying this when I was Miss America. I never went anywhere without it. And I always sat at the judges' table, and I did my own critique sheets for all the contestants that I would give them after the pageant. I didn't just want to be just a face on stage or somebody to say hi on the microphone and do a couple numbers. I really wanted my contestants to become, better, more polished, and be able to go to Miss America and do their absolute best. And that was one thing that I held on to after Miss America. I didn't give this back, and I think I was supposed to. So Larry and Terry, I do apologize. I don't think you need any help. All right,
Let's meet the kids.
all right. I'm gonna let my kids come in. They're going to be off the chain. Let me step back here. Come on, babies. All right, so these are my kids here. You've seen them on Facebook if you follow me at all. This is Tucky. Sweet boy. My Marley. Come here, Marley. This is my girl. This is my golden Marley. You get her. Come here. She loves a good toy. She loves a good bone like her daddy. Come here, Marley. Sweet girl. Ooh, that's Langston. He likes to eat like his daddy. Come here, Lang. Lang. Come here. Well, you get it. It's always chaos. All right, so this is the front part of my house. This room doesn't really get much use, but this is where I keep all my lovely crowns and a couple of my trinkets and things that I've won over the years. So here's where I keep my Miss America crown, right here. And then there's my Miss America tiara. And you know, all these here were from Robert York when I was Miss Gay DC. Regional America, he did these really pretty trophies. A lot of our promoters go above and beyond. Here was my staff, and then my little sash. You know, I've won a few things over the years, so that's where I keep her. I probably should keep her somewhere more on display, and I might actually check into doing that. But at least she's safe here from all the chaos.
Is she
of the
heavy?
house.
Did you have to
No,
tote her around?
she wasn't heavy, and you know, I wore her at every preliminary. The very first preliminary Northeast in Pennsylvania, I actually wore the tiara for the opening conversation, you know, hi to the judges and to the audience and stuff. After that, I don't think I ever wore the tiara ever again.
Are there points to the crown? Is that a thing?
No.
Similar to like the Miss America organization.
Yeah, the only thing to Miss America, the crown is, you know, it has the MGA. And then, like,
Symbol of excellence.
Yeah. Okay. All right, guys, welcome to my drag closet area. Come up a little bit. Oh, don't get my waist. this quarantine. So, you know, I don't have a, you know, everybody knows I took a little semi-retirement Britney Spears crazy moment back a couple years ago and sold all my drag, took 2 years off, got all these tattoos and stuff, and all that jazz. But nonetheless, I've started rebuilding my closet back up and all that. So I'll just show you a little bit of this. This here is all my fabrics and feathering. Don't get too close. A couple pair of dance shoes and things like that. Panties, just overflow, like supplies and stuff like that. I keep some of my jewelry here. Show them that. Show my bed.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then the bulk of it, you ain't got to show that much. It ain't like it's real. Is in the closet here. Come on in here. Get out of here, Lulu! These damn cats will piss on everything. All right, so come on in here. You know, I've got a little bit. I've got enough drag to probably do 30 numbers or so, you know, without wearing the same thing twice. But, you know, I got like 25 wigs or so, all ready to go, different looks, different creative costumes.
This is new that you haven't shown yet?
Any of this stuff?
Yeah.
I haven't been in here.
No,
I haven't been in the closet.
Anything new that you have not debuted yet at the bar?
Tons of stuff. You know, costumes, you know,
Jesus.
stuff. My drag daughter.
Are those how big your titties are?
Watch your mouth. Don't look at her breast. For a project we're working on for Miss USA. You know, different little stuff. I haven't worn this yet. And let's see. Oh,
lots of
this is
stretch.
a kitty from my drag sister Katia Lee Love that I debuted for too long. And you know, and I'm a creature of habit. Like these shoes here, for example, they're easy to walk in. I love them, easy to get in. So I've got them in every color. I've got 3 pair of those. This one here. Oh, new jewelry here from. I need to get boxes for this.
So your closet, your house is burning, and you can only pull one item from this closet. What do you pull?
From the closet? This closet?
What is one piece of drag?
I would get my crown from downstairs. None of this.
No, one thing from this closet. What's your favorite piece in this closet?
Hey, none of it worth anything, really.
All right.
Like
is that a whoopee cushion?
What?
This pink. Oh, it's a garment bag. It looks like a whoopee cushion.
It's got something in it. Some crazy disaster.
Do you have like a pretty gown you could show?
There's a pretty gown.
Ooh.
There was my EOY preliminary gown. And then I wore it prelim night.
I liked your hair.
Another Katia gown. You know, I've got all my rhinestones over here for projects I'm working on. Makeup, overflow, wigs.
That is a gracious plenty of Cody powder.
Yeah, pretty good shoes. All my pageant jewelry sets are here. I mean, it's condensed, but you know, I know where everything is when I need to get something. Like if you said I need that red and black jewelry set, I'll be like, oh, it's right here. I got it. It's right here. Yeah, I got this. Well, guys, this has been so much fun taking this little stroll down memory lane. I hope you guys have enjoyed meeting me at my home. Shelby, thank you so much for your help.
Of course.
And I can't wait to see you all at Miss Gay America next year. All right, Shelby, get on out of here. We got to get to bed.
All right.
Oh, and guys, please don't forget to vote.
What about that ham?
Oh, she just shut the door on me. Ha! That was Miss Jessica Jade, Miss Gay America 2014. That was the last section of that section of the Behind the HERstory. So we're moving on. Good morning, everybody, for joining us. It is 8 a.m. It is bright outside, and I'm still in drag. You're welcome. I got a little colder, so I just put on my sweater. So next segment we have, it's called Category A's Interview. So we're going to be talking to our performers who have been in the judge seats. So we get to learn from the judge side. Oh, hello, Miss L'Oreal. Thank you, baby. Good morning. Okay, so I have my sister. Is she on? Uh-oh. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to bring this back. Oh, there you go. Please welcome everybody, Miss Gay America 2001, Miss Charity Case.
Why am I blurry?
Why are you so blur? Is that your camera?
No, I can't figure it out. How do I fix this? Hi. I look like I'm in a vampire movie.
You want to go like this with the tissue paper?
I did that.
I think that's from a sound of it. That's why you're blur.
It's a what?
Scratching. The way you're scratching that sounds like it's harsh.
Oh.
I thought you were like, okay, I have my new filter on.
No. If I had a filter like this, I wouldn't have gotten dressed. I don't even know what. Yeah, I can't even see myself.
I can still see you. We see you. How was that?
Maybe if I
a little better. There you go. That's better.
That's horrible, but sorry, I don't know what it is. I kept looking.
Susie said, "Clean your lenses."
I did.
Wait, that's not how you spell lenses. Do you Sherry? Do you see the comments on the comments section?
I don't.
Okay, so hold on. This is Susie Wong. Somehow she logged onto Facebook and it logged her into Miss Gay America. She said, "Clean your lenses," but that's not how you spell lens. I don't even know. What do I know? I don't speak English. And Patty LaPlace is awake finally.
Hi, Patty.
Patty, you're supposed to be on here right now. You're late. Do you call what? Point deducted.
Oops.
And I got. Oh, there you go. That's better. I think you might have to be a lot closer. There you go. Come closer.
Come closer.
There you go. It's
a little better, but still maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just my camera.
It's like our eyesight. Like from afar, you can't really see.
See?
It's not too foggy. Yes.
I can't get too close. I have a puppy underneath me.
L'Oreal from Kansas City said, "That's a good filter you have, Sherry, the one that you had on."
Hi, L'Oreal.
So I got Miss Gay America 2015. Oh, okay. It's already that time, huh? Is that early? We got Miss Blair Williams back from drag last night. Good morning, Blair.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm still alive. I'm still breathing.
I see that.
Oh, Miss Ray here too.
Hi,
oh God, everyone's popping. Oh my. Does she have a screen protector on? Are you on your computer?
I am.
Who, me? Yes, I'm on my computer.
I have no idea.
Yes, I've got my laptop set up right in front of me, but now I'm getting off center somehow. I don't know what's going on. There we go.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this. There you go. So
there you go.
There you go.
That's nice.
So Michael Dutzer says, "Good morning, everyone. Looking good for being up all night."
Hi.
I'm still up. Well, Blair was up with us until like 3 a.m. last night.
Not unusual for me on a weekend. Although tonight, I have to work again tonight, but tomorrow night I'll be in bed at 9.
I don't stay up all night anymore. and because it's not the 80s or the 90s.
Exactly.
I never could stay up all night like you just did on my own.
I could have been
without any sort of help at all, right?
That would not, coffee would not do it.
So hold on.
Pattaya, you look lovely for being up.
Okay, there you go.
1,000 hours.
So what are you using for camera, Charity? Polaroid? Oh my God, what hateful.
Tell these bitches I will not play. I'm not competing anymore. I'll tell them what I think.
Oh, yes. Oh, Deva is up too.
Hi, Deva.
Deva, since you bailed on me last night, I'm going to bring you on right now. I mean, you're going to join me. So I'm sending you the link as well. Hold on. Devastation. If you can, pop in for a little bit. Just pop on just to say hi, show your face. Give everyone what they want.
I hope Deva has a shirt on. Usually this time of morning she doesn't.
Oh, she never had.
Hi, Randy.
Hi, Todd. How are you?
I'm going through your all the chats.
Good morning, Barb. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Sean.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Where'd Jimmy go? I thought I saw Jimmy earlier.
He was on there. I love St. Louis, Jim.
I'm craving McDonald's breakfast served in bed, Charity. What's that story behind that?
Well, every time Susie comes here to stay, I plan on making breakfast, but we're always up a little late. So I always serve the best chef I know, Susie Wong, McDonald's for breakfast. And normally
I bet she
carries
eats it
right
too.
through it. Because she is actually going to be my size one day.
Oh my God.
Your size is shrinking rapidly, Mark. You look fantastic.
Thank you.
Yes, you are.
Susie will never be as big as me, though. I know that.
How's the quarantine treating you? You guys have been at work the entire time, right?
Are you talking to me or
Both
Mark?
of you. I mean, you've been performing. Blair, you've been performing. How about Charity?
I've been working the whole time. I'm a loan officer for a mortgage company, and I've been working from home. The week I was supposed to be at Miss Gay New York, my office sent everybody home to work, and I've been working home since, and my production is up so much that they have told me that even when this is over, I don't have to drive into the office anymore. So that's really nice.
That's awesome.
So work from home.
I'm a work from home lady. That's right. That way I can play with Rocco and Max.
Yes.
See?
Are they at your feet right now?
Max is underneath me and Rocco is somewhere. He'll be in my lap before this is over.
I put my girls out of the room and shut the door because they're not very well behaved.
Oh no. Oh, Jimmy's here on the chat. In the chat.
Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy.
Hi, Jimmy.
Are you in the another room, or you left for work already?
He is. No, he's in the office.
Okay.
I'm in the living room, dining room part of our house. Our house was built in 1952, so it's it's a ranch style house. It's smaller. It's not some, I don't have a Jessica Jade house because I'm not like.
Oh my God, that house.
What about that house?
I'm not as fancy as her. Also,
Jessica's rich.
a woman because of her decorating sense.
Oh my God, that was gigantic. I was like, what is this house? And I'm like,
I saw floral things. I was like, oh, look.
From New York City, we don't have any room. So I'm like, I've been here in St. Louis. So
You've been at my house.
Yeah, that's cute. You guys had space too. So like, yeah. But like, Jessica J lived by herself.
In a mansion, no less.
I'd be creeped out in that house by myself.
I was watching the video like a couple of times before I play it. So I'm like, this would creep me out. Just walk into the kitchen. You got 4 doors on each side going in that hallway. I was like, no.
She's fancy and she's rich.
She is rich. You heard it here first.
Yes. Deva, I just sent you another link. Just press it, go onto your Facebook Messenger, and click on it.
Where's Patty?
Patty is downloading Chrome to get to you. So if you're on your phone do it. So she's gonna take a while. Jessica has a bat cave where she has, where she has woman's clothes and become a drag queen at night. That's her superpower.
Hi, Dex. How are you feeling?
She's feeling great. She took a nap.
Dex told me he feels good, but he also, Dex, you look fantastic.
She look amazing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you guys see Dexter yesterday? Last night I made Dexter paint the way I paint, and then she said, "Oh hell no, I'm gonna paint."
But he didn't paint like you.
So Dexter was like,
because she's stubborn. She only paints one way, the way she learned how. You know, it's whatever Tiffany Alexander told Dex, that's what she's going to do for the rest of her life.
All right, so we all here. I mean, we're just waiting for Patty to join us in a bit. We had 2 hours in this segment. We're going to talk about interview. So this is my from my experience with Miss Gay America, like from someone who just joined a family. So before I was competing with another system, and people have been telling me like you should consider doing Miss Gay America, and I was like, I love Miss Gay America, but I'm scared shitless.
I love Miss Continental, but I would be scared shitless. So there you go.
Because I mean, like I'm more like, okay, I'm defining looks, but Miss Gay America is all about wit and talking opponent. That's like the most. So each system has their whatchamacallit, their main categories that they're like, the winner has to be strong on that. So interview, the talking ones are the scariest part for me. So I'm already like, my English is already bad, but hello, I've been up for more than 24 hours already.
Well, you and I worked on your interview before you went last year.
Yes.
And, you know, really, you know, it was a category. Blair and I competed against each other several times in interview. It was a category that, you know, and I still believe that what's important is not like pronouncing every word correctly, as I told you. It's about selling yourself, because it's a job interview. Mm-hmm. And it's about selling yourself, selling what you believe in, selling what you're going to be for the next year, and showing your knowledge of not just female impersonation, but as your knowledge of being a good person, your knowledge of being able to express yourself. Because when you are at a preliminary, which I know you've only had one, but when you go to your preliminaries starting very soon for next year, you know, you're going to have contestants who are upset. You have to be able to comfort those contestants, just like you congratulate the contestant who came out on top. Mm-hmm. And so when you're in an interview, you are showing those judges, is your hair good? Does it taste good?
It just tastes like home.
And you just, you know, it's important to be able to, so it's really how you relate more than your answers. There are no right or wrong answers in interview. It's about how you express yourself. And, you know, it's like, and the one thing that, you know, I understand when people get emotional, like toward the end of the interview, and, you know, but to walk into an interview and just start crying, remember you're in an interview for a job. So when people start crying before they even open their mouth, you're like, you know, you need to relax. That, you know, I don't even know what you're crying about, so I don't care that you're crying. I just think you look silly. You know, so just present yourself as you would, as I told you, you know, if you were going for a dance job, you know how good you are, you know what you have to offer, and that's what you need to express to the judges. And if you can make them feel what you're feeling, then you're going to get the points you need to get in interview.
Like, yeah, this was a question I asked Blair last night. I don't know if you remember this. So I mean, Blair said like, oh, I've been drinking enough. So I don't know if you remember half of this, but last night I was like, since I have like Blair came on when other contestant from last year was on with me. So I was like, this is one of my question that I went to you guys as well. I asked, so I just like sharing with everyone else. So I was like, is it okay to cry at interview, or is it too much, or is it fake, or is it that's what it is, like, and then you just answer that like it's just like time and whatever. It's crying when it's sincere, when you feel passionate about your topic that you're talking about, and that shows that you're what you call humility, that you're passionate about the thing.
Correct.
Absolutely. Like, I don't mind a little bit of an emotion in an interview because I think it's a good thing to be able to be honest and authentic and genuine. But like Charity said, like, you walk into the room and you start crying, and as a judge, you're thinking, well, what the heck is going on? And should I get up and hug them, or should I just let this moment pass? Because you have 7 minutes to sell yourself in that interview. And it really is, you're asking for a job. And I think you need to go in with a plan. You need to have some things that you want to convey to the judges about yourself that makes you the best person for that. And you need to find a way to weave that into your interview. And like Charity said, it's not about the words you use. It's not about your vocabulary. It's not about trying to impress people with how intelligent you are. It's about presenting yourself authentically and letting the judges panel know that I can do this job. I want this job. Here's why I'm qualified for this job. And by the way, you know, I put time and effort into getting here. And for me, I think that it's most important to just be a little bit raw. Like, you have to let people in a little bit. For years, I was criticized. Like, interview was not a hard category for me, but I did approach it in a way that was, I came across as too professional, almost. I don't want to use the word plastic, but a little bit plastic, because it was all about the job and it was nothing about me. So I think you have to find a balance in that as well. But I do agree with everything that Mark said.
Well, you know, because I am totally on board. With showing emotion. I think that's great. It's just not. It can't just be about, okay, I've competed for X amount of years. Look how much I've given to this system, and now I should win, because there's nothing on the score sheet for that.
Absolutely.
There was, I would have won before my 11th time. I competed because I loved it. I loved what Miss America did for me. I loved what I felt like I did for Miss America. I would go and do well enough to be in the top 10, and I would get booked all year long from that, including, you know, emceeing pageants, and so it was really beneficial to me. But I never went into the interview and said, you know, this is Miss America. Hi, Patty.
Oh my God! Finally! I would
go and
Miss Patty, I'm gonna ask you to turn off your Facebook.
Pageants, and you have to click off the actual Facebook so we won't hear your reverb. But I never went into the interview and said,
turn off your Facebook and just only have this one on.
Good morning, everyone.
Can you turn off your Facebook? On your computer or on your phone that you have on, just turn that off and only listen to this one that you can turn on. There you go. We made it.
Technical difficulties that we old queens have that are just disgusting at this point in time. But how is everybody this morning?
We're good.
Fantastic.
Good to see you.
If everyone has their coffee yet?
Say that again?
Has everyone got their coffee?
Oh, I'm not drinking anything.
I'm only drinking water at the moment because I had 2 coffee earlier at like 4 in the morning.
So what is our plan of action? What are we doing about interview?
So far, Charity is talking about I raised a question that like I have a couple of girls asking like, hey, oh wait, I had a question myself with that when I was doing national as well. That was like, is it okay to cry? Because I did cry. I did kind of like went in on my last question that at the prelim and I started crying and I'm like, I'm so sorry because I felt bad. I'm like, I should not be doing that. But then Blair would just say, it just show that you are passionate about what you're talking about. It's not like you come in, you go, oh, my name is, I've been, that kind of thing.
As a judge, I've noticed that I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm not competing anymore, so it's no big deal. I've noticed that those that cry sometimes fake it, and you're as a judge, we can sort of sense that, and we know what you're doing to us. And I'm like, But when it's real, when we have asked you a question that you're not prepared for, and that question prompts you to go emotional and you can't deny it, I think that's incredible because it shows your true personality. It shows what's coming from within inside you. And that's much more important than trying to fake it and tell a story that makes you supposedly cry. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that was, This is Rob.
Back to saying good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Percy's running around here somewhere. He'll be here, I'm sure.
Oh, everyone got pets. Are you at home, Miss Patty?
Yes, I am.
What is on the wall? What is that on
That's
the wall?
Patty's artwork.
That's my artwork, actually. And Mark came to my art show, and I was so honored that he and Jimmy came. It's like,
It was beautiful.
cool.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was my very first art show, and I sold 13 pieces. It was like,
Wow.
So what are we going to play a little game with those who are listening?
Not yet. So we just start. We're just gonna hold on. Deva is not connected. Deva Station is here, but she's not connected. Come on, Deva. You can do better than that. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. So so let's talk about interview. So what do you, I mean the rule? As I was talking to Charity before, leading up to this, I said like, you know what, like for this it will be good for all the contestants because hold on. Happy man, Maury.
Well, good morning, Deva.
Everyone's with the doggy. Deva is not connected somehow.
Microphone.
I think her internet just sucks, or she just sucks. Just kidding.
The very first time I introduced Deva on stage when she was a contestant, I didn't know her. And I called her Diva Station because I hadn't heard her name. And then last night, I loved when Randy Canoli, my Brandy Alexander, said, is her name Deva or Diva? Yeah. I got so tickled because, I never made that mistake again. I felt horrible because there's nothing worse than calling a contestant. When Katia was competing, we called her everything except for Katia. And, it was crazy. And I'm sure, Pattaya, you've gone through that.
He said no.
Until these days.
Yeah. And so, but anyway, hi, Deva.
Good morning.
I see your smile.
Good morning, everyone.
So, Deva is at the dance competition.
I'm actually not home now.
Oh, you're home. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
everything.
Are you skipping?
COVID.
So, fun fact. So, my prelim that I got qualified was Miss Gay New York America, and 3 out of these 4 judges were, of these performers were the judges on the panel.
They usually let us travel in a pack.
So Charity was the head judge, right? And then Deva was judge number 4, and then Blair was judge number 5.
And let's just be honest, Charity is always the
Wow,
head judge,
remember
whether
that.
she is head judge or not.
Like, you're just a judgment. Oh, I'm gonna be a head judge. So
You were a fantastic contestant, and obviously,
no.
as witnessed by Miss America. But the difference in you between your regional and Miss Gay America was astounding, because every little thing that was missing from the night you competed for Miss New York was all on display for all of us to see during the week of Miss Gay America.
Thank you.
And
I because I was like, oh my God, I thought I did like the best. And then the thing is, like, the scariest part, I tell you, it was all the speaking, and it was just all in here. It's like once I can convince myself that it doesn't matter. You can stutter, you can just use the easiest word, or you can just not using the right word. But as long as you can get your point across, that's all that matter. And the thing is, I told all the contestant and all the sisters that I have, said it's not about what you do that one same night. It's just what you show, that you are ready to reign. You are ready to be represent this system, to show the judges and Mike and Rob, who were sitting there in the interview room as well, that you are ready. You are the best option for them to pick to represent their brand for the next year. In this case, 2 years.
that's right.
So that was, I mean, it's more like about like, yeah, show who you are. I mean, it's like I'm bearing my soul here, and then I'm nervous as hell, but I mean, I learned from what I did wrong in New York. So I work on that, and then the same thing is, it's not just about you work on your flaw. You still work on what you already have to take it to another level. So to make sure you don't make that same mistake again.
And also, we talked about this before you went, that it's so important, if you feel like in your interview that you have misspoke, that you don't go back and beat it to death. You correct yourself and move on, because going back, whether it's evening gown and you've made a little stumble in your walk, whether it's talent and your wig came off, whatever it is, if you go back, you're giving the judges more of an opportunity to think about it. And because we're moving forward, and the contestant needs to move forward. So if you misspeak, I've done that, in the middle. And I said something really wonky in an interview once, and I still won over the whole contest. At the end, I was like, wow. I even told Norman, I made a mistake in my interview, but I just corrected my 2 words that were really out of line, and then and moved on. And he said that's what's important, is to keep going, because you're collecting points. And if you've already dropped a couple of points on the floor, going back to pick them up you're dropping 2 more. You just keep moving. You keep moving forward so that you collect as many points as you can.
Totally. Yes.
I think it's important
yeah.
in an interview also to find a way to connect with the judges panel. I remember the year that Sally Sparkles won Miss America, and I did not have a great interview. It was, the scoring was fine, but for me, it was not a good interview, because I came out of that interview and I'm like, I didn't give them a sense of who I am at all, because all I did was answer the questions. And while my answers may have been fine, they didn't have anything they didn't have a reason to be looking for me for the rest of that contest, So I think it's important that you are able to connect with that judges panel during an interview, so that they can, I think it's important, like, if you say something that resonates with someone or connect with them on a personal level, then they're going to be looking for you later in the contest, because they're going to remember what you said.
I think
that includes eye contact. I think it's really important to look the judges in the eye. I hear people say, look up at the top of their head. No, they know that. Judges, we're not stupid. If somebody's looking at my hair, I'm wondering what's wrong with my hair.
Exactly.
That was my question right when at notes in New York. I'm like, do I look at your eyes, look at you guys in the eyes, and Charity go, yes.
Yeah, I want somebody to look me in the eye so I know whether I can believe them or not. If you're looking somewhere else, the truth factor can really demise, and you don't feel the sincerity. You don't feel you can't feel their soul or anything about their aura, because they're throwing that away, and that's points lost as well to me.
And I think there's
think
stall
interview-
tactics. There's a lot of stall tactics that I think that ruins an interview as well. Like you can say, "Oh, thank you so much, Charity, for that question. I would like to respond this way," and you just answer the question. Because Charity knows who Charity is. I know who I am. And there's no reason for you to repeat my name to me to tell me who I am. Just answer the question, because you want to get as many questions into that interview as possible so that your intelligence shines brightly and your personality shines brightly, because it's just so important not to waste time and get more questions in. I did an interview one time, and this would have been in St. Louis. I'll never forget it. And the person who was in the interview completely controlled the interview. They didn't even allow any of us as judges to ask a question. And like, okay, now how do I judge this? Because I had 3 questions to ask that person, and they never gave me the opportunity. And all the judges, after it was over, were looking at each other like, how do we score that? So the person got zeros, because that wasn't an interview. An interview is truly when we interact with each other and work together to get the answer you're trying for us to hear.
I also think it's important in an interview to talk, to finish your thoughts. Don't get so caught up and don't get so nervous that you don't tell them everything that you want to say. You should leave that interview room feeling like they know about you, and not only do they know about you and who you are, but they believe in you. They believe in the brand that you established in that 7-minute period, and also that you are the right choice. And if you have a good interview, I think people spend so much money on their gown and their presentation, and you forget that if you can sell yourself in interview, that panel will be cheering for you all the way through the competition. And if you get them behind you in interview, you're going to win the pageant.
Hold on 1 second. We got Cody Collins here watching. Hi, Cody. I just sent you the link to join this panel on Facebook Messenger. So check your Facebook Messenger if you can, if you're able to, because I know you just got out of the hospital. So I don't know how.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So if you're able to join us, I sent you the link on Facebook Messenger, and just press on that, click on that link, and they will bring you right into this room with us.
Cody, Michael, Dutzer had to
Charity Blair and I went through a process that we don't do anymore, and that was group interview. And I thought that group interview was actually important. And
I did too.
It showed leadership out of that group, because there would be either 8 or 12 or 15 contestants, and I competed against 80 qualified contestants the year that I competed. So it was like really hard to get your point across when you had a large panel out of group 3 or 4, So I thought that was really kind of cool. What do y'all think about us not having that anymore?
I really liked it. I liked it.
I did too.
Did you like it, Blair?
I kind of sit on the fence. Like, there were years that I went in and thought that it was just a bunch of people trying to scream over each other to be heard. So you do have to be smart in your approach to that category so that you stand out. Carrie Nichols used to tell me that her strategy was always to kind of wait until the end and then summarize the points that everyone had made, so that she sort of had the last word, in the content in that particular category, and they remembered her. I don't think it's bad. I think, like, Pattaya, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think at Continental, their interview is a few people at a time, right? It's more of a conversation with a few people, not a one-on-one. Yeah.
So I have done group interview at Miss Continental twice, and I felt that I was doing well because I was being, like I'm like hanging out. The first year I was nervous. The second year I went in, I was like, okay, I'm making conversation, and I was making like lights of I answered the question, and I was like making jokes, but not like, I mean, it's a tasteful joke, but it's just like, like making conversation. But then, I mean, the score came out. I didn't do well in that, so I don't know. So I'm like, but I do enjoy group interview because you get to show more of like how you can react with another people.
Yes.
When something I did the first year I competed was when Naomi won, and then the next year when Lauren Colby won was my first year in the top 10. And so, but back then they had male interview, group discussion, and then they had female interview.
Oh.
And so the female interview was really stressful because they always did it in daylight, because back then it was more about presenting as a woman than presenting like as a drag queen.
Daylight.
But it was really interesting, and but those interviews are what helped propel me in the beginning because my drag was weaker. I know that. I mean, I had only been doing drag a couple of years my first time at Miss America, and so the 3 interviews really helped. Because my first year I won the Lady Barbara Award, and I don't think that would have ever happened had it not been for the interviews. And that female interview was very interesting though, because you had to go up and present, like you walked in front of the judges and showed them your fingernails and stuff. It was very
Wow.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Has he ever talked to you about that?
About what?
Patty, has Norman ever talked to you about female interview?
I never see you.
I think we lost her.
You lost me?
She
Got
fell
lost.
asleep.
No.
Pattaya.
Oh, no, she
there she
was talking to you, Patty.
Oh, me.
Yeah, I said, did Norman ever talk to you about female interview? He liked it.
Oh, no. It's like when I competed in '94 in December, it was like really interesting because just group interview. I was shocked. I mean, it's my first time to compete, and I had no idea what to be expecting. And I was trying my best to keep my personality kind of like calm and professional and all that kind of stuff. But I didn't know what to do. I had no clue. But it's just, things fell into place. And I will admit, interview was what got me in top 10. I might have been kind of clean in all my other categories, but I wasn't standing out and no one noticed me because I was my first time there. So interview is so important because that's the only category that carries over.
Right.
Yay, Cody.
Hi, Cody.
Here.
Hello, Cody. Hi.
Hello.
How are you? I'm putting you up.
I'm much better.
Yeah, so great.
You look better.
You feeling
Cody,
better,
are you in?
sister?
Are you in Virginia or West Virginia at the moment?
I'm in Virginia, Middleburg.
Oh my God, I'm so happy to see you. Oh my God. I'm making coffee and I'm like almost feel
I was a judge when you won.
Yeah, so this is like, that was the whole idea, was like when Cody said, "Oh, I'm down," and I was like, yes, so this is what I want. That's why it gave me that the whole idea of like having a panel, because you were the head judge when I won Miss Gay America this year. So you were the head judge of national, and so look at this. I have 5 formers, and 4 of these formers had judged me.
That's wild.
So Patty, you haven't judged me yet. So.
And Patty's judging you right now, so.
Everyone's judging me right now. All 55 people watching.
Oh, I watched you put on your makeup last night, and I said, "Oh dear, I've got to learn some little techniques from her." Oh. That was really cool.
Was it good? Okay, that was, too. Apparently, all the other 3 girls hate it. They wipe it off right away. I
noticed that.
Look, I look like J-Lo, Asian J-Lo. No, never that.
It was so funny on how Dexity just was going ahead and just doing her makeup the way she wanted to do it. And I thought, wait a minute.
Girl.
Did she not get the same email that I got that y'all were supposed to follow Pattaya and learn what she's doing and look like her? It's not.
Thank you.
It's hilarious.
Hold on. Dexity has this question, so I'm gonna put it up. She said to piggyback off Deva. What happened if a girl doesn't get interviewed first, where she can't set herself up for the remainder of the week?
Can I take that?
Sure.
The very first time I got in the top 5 at Miss Gay America is when solo talent was still happening, and I had interview the second day. My solo talent, I had a bit of a mishap, something I didn't think I could ever recover from. I had a little bit of a Pattaya wig slip, just a little bit, and at the end of my solo talent,
it's become a thing now. It's a Thai wig slip.
And I touched duct tape, so I knew if I could feel it, it was visible. And, you know, I panicked and I thought, how am I ever going to recover from this? I'm done. And as Charity said, you don't go backwards and that you have to leave it behind. In this case, I didn't leave it behind. And at the end of the interview, Dominique Sanchez, which my interview was like, I think we had 3 days then. So my interview was like third day. Dominique said, if you could tell us one thing that you learned this week, what would it be and why? And I thought, here is my one chance to go backwards and not blow this interview. And I said, I learned the true meaning of my name. And they just kind of looked at me and I don't understand. I said, I learned devastation. When you drop to your knees and salute the judges panel at the end of the solo talent and touch duct tape, you learn complete and total devastation. They fell out of their seats and I won overall interview and I got in the top 5. So you can save yourself from anything, and you can explain yourself with comedy, but you can't let them show weakness. You can't let them see weakness. You have to show them that if you're on the road as Miss Gay America, you can overcome anything, any obstacle thrown at you, any situation. And I think that's important. I was never the stunning queen. I was never the makeup queen. I was certainly never the costume queen. But interview always got me where I needed to be. And the rest of the stuff I learned from my sisters, from people on this panel.
I remember judging you at Miss Ohio your first year.
I do.
You won the pageant with your interview.
Yeah,
you came
and nothing
out,
else.
Nothing else, but you won the pageant because we fell in love with you in your interview.
Miss Ohio, I had only done drag twice in my life.
Oh wow!
Walked out from Miss Ohio. I probably. I think I won the pageant that night, but I probably shouldn't have. I wasn't prepared to be in Miss Ohio, and I apologize for that.
Let's talk about walking out.
Well, listen, Cody was head judge and grabbed my dresser and said, "Look, girl, this girl's got an interview. Don't know who she is, but she can't walk like that anymore, and she has got to get a gown, and she has got to pull it together if she's in final night." We went to Macy's that day and got a prom dress, and Cody took off her jewelry as Miss Gay America and put it on me, and I won. Craziness.
Oh, that was amazing.
I love that. I saw Marsha from North Carolina's on here.
Yes.
She just made the comment about judges are pulling for you in your interview. There she is. Hi, Marsha.
Hi, Marsha.
She's absolutely correct. When you're judging, you're sitting there and you want the best for each contestant. When they're struggling, you're struggling, because it's not easy. I mean, people, I know people have a perceived notion of me and think that I can be very harsh, and I guess I can be, but it's not my natural instinct. I have to look for that harshness. It's my natural instinct is to want to help people and to pull them along. So when I'm in an interview, I always try to give questions that I think will help and help move them forward. And I hate it when I see a contestant struggling, because I don't know about you all, but that 7 minutes, can feel like 7 hours if an interview is really gone, awry and gone
Oh yeah.
for the contestant. Because you want them to, be happy and to leave feeling like, they've really accomplished something. And if you're sitting there, like actually as a judge thinking, when is this 7 minutes over? That's not good. And so just know that the judges are for you. Don't go in scared of them. It's a conversation. And especially when you have former Miss Gay Americas on the panel, they're not there to, I don't know, put you down. We all, we've all been there. We all, whether you competed 1 time or 11 times, we know what it feels like to, and so, we're there like pulling for you. And that's why I like when I see a panel with Cody Collins or Blair Williams or Patty or Deva. I like that. And I think that the Miss Americas are pulling for you really more than any judge would, because they all know what it feels like.
And we want to know who you are.
Oh
We
yeah,
wanna
so
know who
talk
your
about
next sister is going to be.
Marcia and I were sitting on a judges panel at a regional contest a few years ago, and one of the contestants was really struggling to interview. And at some point, I said something like, well, what do you like to do for fun? And during critiques that night, Marcia had said, when Blair asks you a question like that, you need to pick up on your cues from the judges, because it's just an opportunity for you to put your shoulders down, take a breath, and relax for a minute and try to recollect yourself, because I don't want to call it a softball question, but in a lot of ways it is, because you want that contestant to do well. You don't want to handle them with things when they're already struggling. So you want to pull them along and give them an opportunity to do their best.
I think it's fine if you show your personality too, because a lot of them try to be so fit into a box that they just can't allow themselves to be real. And we can sense that as a judge. We can tell you're rehearsing your answers and you kind of sort of say things that just should be the right answer. We're not looking for that. We really want to find out what's inside you so that we can understand who's behind the new Miss Gay America, who's inside her.
I think I agree with Patty. I think my least favorite interviews are when someone walks into the room with an over-rehearsed introduction of themselves that you may or may not have heard 1,000 times, but you could probably repeat it verbatim if you had. So there's nothing authentic about that. And then also a contrived ending. We had a contestant come in with, a pack of seeds, and they talk about planting a seed, and no one cares. That's just a waste of time. Like, just tell us about yourself, right? So those things are mistakes that people make in an interview, I think, when you really just want them to present themselves as they are and communicate with you in a way that lets you know that they're ready for the job.
Or when somebody brings in something printed out and want you to read it, I'm like, I can either read this. You have 7 minutes. You want me to read this, or do you want to do an interview? Because you only get one of the thing.
Right.
So a lot of people ask me every year, they'll, talk before they go to Miss America. What do you think about carrying in a bio? And I it's stupid.
Because you have an opportunity to say that about yourself.
Throw them in the trash, because I don't give a crap. It's like you've got this time to sell yourself live to me. I'm not a computer. Don't send me I don't need anything in writing.
And you don't have time to read it, because you're finished with this interview. You're moving on to another one, so you're not going to go back and read that bio at some point.
And it's the same way with walking in and starting to shake hands with everybody and saying our names. Hi, Charity. It's like, hi, Deva. It's like, oh my God, you just wasted 3 minutes because you're shaking hands. And some of them
hold on. Does shaking hand take away the time?
Yeah.
I think it's not. I think it's best to do at the end. After you've already been dismissed, because then you're 7 minutes.
It's already done. It's just your time's up. You just thank you.
And I think it's a great time to make really close eye contact with the judge and just to say thank you. But you don't need to stand there and say, I like your tie. Let me suck your boots. I mean, whatever. It's
what?
Boots.
A boot. I was like,
Boots.
really
You
perfect.
know, you just want to, you're just, as you would in a real job interview,
Exactly.
you know, you're definitely going to, at some point in a real job interview, shake a hand, but you do not need to shake it beginning and end. And, you know, and have conversation with each judge. That's, you know, it's just not necessary. A smile, a handshake, and a good eye contact gets your point across.
This was what I did when on my prelim that I went in. I was like, I wanna what's it called? I want to address the elephant in the room. As you know, I don't speak English. I mean, my language and all that stuff. And then Charity, that person, do not tell us that. We don't need to know. You just waste all your time on this.
Exactly.
So for national, I go
because it's not a contest. We're not. I mean, it's not a test. It's not. We're not there critiquing your English. All I saw at Miss New York was this adorable person that was sweet and intelligent, and I couldn't wait to see you on stage. And then, but you started out by telling me how very sorry you were that, you know, English wasn't your first language. Well, that's fine. You know, I'm very sorry that I don't weigh 160 pounds, but I'm never going to tell a panel of judges that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what I learned. Like, you don't tell them the flaw. Just keep going, keep it going. You start off. Everyone start off at 100. Don't tell them right at the bat. Like, okay, I'm gonna start off at 50. Just speak half of it.
I've had people ask me, why is there a male interview? And I think that people forget 75% of your job as Miss Gay America is done as a male. It's 75% of the time that you're approaching the public or in talking to the public, you're doing a contestant orientation. Like in Texas, there's like 100 contestants. So you spend a lot of time in this phase convincing them that you are the right person for the job, that you care about them, that you are there for them. And then that night, when you're Miss America, you walk out, you address the audience, you do your number, and then you do critiques. But the rest of the time, most of your administrative duties and most of your duties as a whole as Miss Gay America are done in your male persona, whether it be marketing or you know, really selling the system, recruiting, interacting with judges, educating people on what we do, working on your platform, what have you. Male interview is so important because if you can nail male interview, you can nail the job of Miss Gay America and you'll have a success suite.
Tasha Long had just asked a question about do we think the contestants are intimidated by us as formers? And I kind of think just the opposite. I think most of us have competed for so long, or we were involved with the system for so long, they might know a little bit of our story and our own struggles, and the fact that, you know, we had to come to a point where we were confident enough to assume the job. So I think it's inspiring or motivational to some people. I don't think it's intimidating at all.
Agreed.
I think from people who has competed in America before, they should know, or they're coming back for the second time or whatever, they should know already that all these judges are there to help them. Because I think America is the only system that right after the pageant's done, you guys get notes from the judges right away. And then they're not there to be like, oh, you suck, or that gown's horrible. They said, like, this gown can be better. The way you talk can be better. You know, like, this is how you do it. A, B, C, D. Not like it's just bam, 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 bam. So I think those, I mean, for first time contestant, sometimes they might be a little intimidated. I can understand where that point's coming from, but for those who returnees, I think they would feel more like home when they see that there's Miss Gay America former as a judges.
Pattaya, I'm gonna hop off. I gotta go back downtown. I will see you next weekend.
Alrighty, she's gonna be here.
Bye.
Bye, Deva. I love you.
Bye, Deva.
Bye, Shane. I'll talk to you this week.
Okay, so we're back to 5 of us.
Okay, if they're intimidated, would they not be able to handle stress in a way that could be normal in your reign? Because there's all kinds of things that happen during your reign, and you've got to be on it. You got to be split-second decision situations that you got to handle it, you know? So if they're intimidated by seeing me on the panel, which I think I'm the least intimidating person in the world, but I've been told I'm a tough judge.
I don't know with your mustache. I don't know with this look.
Yeah, but they don't know that until they see my score system. But it's like I always give them a perfect score to start with. And then if they do things wrong, I've got a little system. It's either 2 points or 1 point or 5 points, you know, depending on how many contestants there are. If there's a lot of contestants, then I do a larger scale of points. But if there's only 3 contestants, I just break them down by 1 point each. But it's just that they just have a way. And it's just, you got to be careful. You got to deal with the stress.
Mm-hmm. True. That's like a test of like how professional you can be as well.
Yes.
I think
We
Patty's
lost Cody.
100%. Yeah, we lost Cody. I think Patty's 100% correct, because no matter how prepared you are to walk into a contest as Miss America, the one thing that you never think is going to happen will happen that night. So you have to be prepared just to be able to handle any of those situations as they arise.
Well, I told this story before. I think it was last night I told it too. So the first question at national, it was I was sitting right there in the front. I mean, in the center, and Cody's right in front of my face like that, and he goes, "First question is, why would you want to be Miss Gay America? And please don't say the word dream." And I was like, "Oh, there's a restriction on that." I was already like, but I was going in. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have to try to crack a joke or two just for my own sake to stop being nervous about it. So I was just like, let's be honest. I want to be famous.
I mean, I think that is the reason when they would put a caveat on your question is because in the past, you know, if you've heard 500 contestants in the past say, "It's my dream," well, there's got to be more to it than that. Because I hear contestants every year building up to it saying, you know, this is my dream. I really want to win this year because this has been my dream for so long. A dream is in your head. It's in your heart. It's a great thing to have. We should all have dreams, even after, you know, when you're this age. I still have dreams, but if you want to achieve them, you have to figure out a way to work at them. And so I always say, rather than thinking about your dream, tell me what you did differently this year. What have you done to elevate your interview score, to elevate your evening gown score, your talent? What have you done differently this year? And because nothing like surprises me more than to see somebody who says, you know, oh my gosh, this is my dream. I've been competing for 5 years. And then they bring back a talent that they've done for 3 years. And well, if you didn't win before, now, not that you can't repeat something, but if you're going to repeat it, don't you think maybe adding to it, giving it a little more depth, a little more color, a little more flair would, you know, I repeated talents, but I always made sure that they had a new ending or and I repeated talents that did well. Maybe I won talent, but I placed 6th in the pageant. So, you know, you take the talent back because that's something that won. But don't take a talent back that placed 14th and then the year before, and then think that this year, that just because it's a different panel of judges, that it can win with no updates. You know, update it. And just like interview, I think it's really important. I know that you don't want a rehearsed opening, but when you go into an interview, they're going to ask you for a brief biography of yourself. So you need to have a story, and that story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And it needs to have an arc. It needs to be interesting. And go ahead. Yes.
I
talked to a contestant last year who I had seen an interview, and I thought, you know, I bet their life is so much more interesting than this. And then while I was talking to them, they like divulged this information to me about their mother, about things that, you know, she had done and then things they had done, and it had gone in a full circle. And I went, oh my God, I've known you for years, and this is the most interesting thing you've ever told me. Why isn't this in your bio? You know, because if you give those judges something interesting in your bio, then they have something interesting to ask you. You're naturally going to know those things. So it's going to come out of you easier. It's not a struggle. It's not a struggle for Patty to talk about her artwork because she loves doing it. It's not a struggle for me to talk about opera because I love opera. So, you know, find something that you're passionate about and incorporate that in your bio so that the judges will, because you can do that thing Patty talked about leading an interview. You just have to allow the judges to ask the questions.
Mm-hmm.
And you can lead them in the direction that you want them to be in. And like Mark said, I think a good interview has levels. There are light moments, there are serious moments, there are business moments, there are personal moments, because you want to take them on a ride with you. And so you can't just have it be all one way. Like, you really have to construct that interview so that you're showing yourself through all of these different levels, because we're all multifaceted, and that interview needs to be as well.
And we're entertainers.
Absolutely.
We can't be all about business-like on everything, because we're truly entertainers. So we have to be spot on, like we're on a microphone and there's a heckler in the audience. How do you handle it? You've got to be ready for stuff. So you got to be quick on it too. Some of them drag out their answers and just keep talking so that they won't. So I can't ask another question. Get to your answer. Tell us what you want us to know. Make it quick. Be smart.
Agree.
Dragging the question, like sometimes, dragging the answer. Sometimes I feel like you might not want them to know all about you. You can just let them know just half of it, and then maybe if they want to know more, they'll ask. Because
Susan used to call it dropping nuggets. Like, give the judges 3 or 4 nuggets in your bio so that they have something to come back and ask you questions about.
I think a really good interview is if every judge can ask at least 3 questions. To me, that is a great interview, because you get a whole multifaceted question going on out of every question's different, you know?
That would be 15 questions from you.
You know, to me,
it can be done because their answers are quick. But if they slow the answer down and they just keep talking and rambling on, I know they're rambling. Marcia mentioned something about if I can tell what you're going to say as it's coming out of your mouth, I already know you're going to be an average interview.
Mm-hmm.
But if I get a real answer, I know it's real and I can feel it. And you're making an emotion with me too, which is what your job is in an interview, is to make me respond to how you talk.
Yes.
For me, 15 questions might be a little rapid fire, but definitely if you're one of those people who go through and every judge has not had a chance to talk to you and there is really an issue, and you need to figure out how to make sure that you have a connection, a moment with each judge. And to have time to get back, you know, you should be at least in round 2. You should, if you got 3 questions, you know, that's not. And I love Lauren Taylor's asking about attire. What are your thoughts on what you should wear to interview today? So let's talk about attire for Lauren Taylor. Lauren, you could join us too and talk about attire.
Absolutely.
Lauren, you want to join us? Join us. Leave your fear to flower.
Hey, Lauren, we'll sell everybody a reverse mortgage.
Miss Lauren Taylor, I'm sending you the link.
Those commercials on, Lifetime.
Facebook Messenger.
That's what I'm going to feel like with Patty this morning. Hi, I'm
my God.
We haven't gone to attire yet, but yes, we can talk about that. So, it should be business, right? Business.
Yeah, I still really enjoy a suit, but I like a suit with a little flair.
Yes.
I absolutely do not have. I don't think you need to look like you're going to a bank, but you are interviewing for a job. So I think you can wear color. I think you can wear very fitted pants, and I like that whole look of whatever's current. I think that's cool, but I still think that if you want all of your points for appearance, I still think a suit is the best way to go. You can ask Barbara Seville what I thought when she wore a vest to interview, because I just think, I wouldn't go to any job interview and not have on a suit. Now, I don't think you necessarily have to have on a tie, depending on the look of your suit. And I think you can go with a very updated, modern look. But I think that it's important that you still look professional, like you're there and you meet that you're there for a job interview.
I think it also goes back to, like, in gown, we have that suitability category, and it's not just about suitable for the category, it's about suitable for you. So a suit that I might choose for myself might not be the right suit for Patty, whose personality is a little bit bigger than mine. So I just think that you have to be authentic again in your attire. So you're going to want to wear something that represents you. So if you are that banker, if you work in an insurance industry, whatever you do, and you wear that navy blue suit and a red tie every day, then maybe that represents you, and that's what you should wear in an interview. But if you are, your professional life is different and you're a little more laid back and you're a little bit younger, or your aesthetic is more modern, then you should represent that as well in your interview. And because it all comes back to authenticity, like you have to dress to present yourself as you are. And what might work for me might not work for Mark. It might not work for Pattaya, but it works for me. And I think the judges get that. Like, oh, he's really here representing himself. This is what he would wear to an interview, and we buy it.
And Bill Michael was just on and said, and I totally agree with this, it needs to be tailored. It has to be a tailored suit, because just like you would not wear an evening gown that didn't fit and expect to do well, your suit should be tailored to your body.
Because this is what you are showing the judges, that this is how you're going to represent the system when you go on to reign as Miss Gay America. When you show up to inspire other contestants, like, you're not going to show up in, like, you don't know how to dress as a businessman.
Correct.
Well, the year that I won, and I'm shaking hands at the end of my interview, Tommy Ross was on the panel that year, and she reached out and touched my suit jacket, and she said, "I love your suit." And I went out, like, I was starstruck because I'm a huge Tommy Ross fan anyway, and we'd only met a couple of times. And I came out of the interview, and I'm like, "Oh my God, Tommy Ross loves my suit. I must have really killed that interview."
What this Andorra whatchamacallit gave me this one comments, because I wore a light gray suit and a purple light lavender shirt and a purple bow tie for prelim, and you guys were like, "Oh, we love that. This is great. This is great." And then I was like, "You know what? For national, I'm gonna wear something different." And then Andor goes, "Your suit is the new one that I was having on. It was dark gray with a black collar, like lapel, whatever that is." And she's like, "This is evening. You are interviewed early in the morning. That is not appropriate." So, I mean, sometimes that you have to take that in consider as well. It's in, like, is this a morning attire or is it just a night event that you are dressing up to? So also, it's not just, right. It's just a color and style. It's not just about to be just a fitted suit. It also has to be
absolutely
like night event, or you going like the daytime.
When I judged Miss Gay America when Andorra won, and on 3 of my critiques, I wrote, it's very tuxedo. It was, and they were tuxedo. They had a tuxedo jacket on. And I thought, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. So I had that thought, and I said, very evening, you know what I mean? It's like, and it's not that they didn't look nice, but there was something odd about having a tuxedo jacket on. I saw one at Miss Texas America too, when I judged Miss Texas America. And, when it was over, I said, Susie Wong was also a judge. And I said, "Did you clock the tuxedo?" And I said, "I know it's a tux because I have it in my closet." It was, I have that same jacket, and it is a tuxedo jacket. And so Yes, I would look for that. I think that, it's just odd to have on after 5 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for a job interview. Would you wear that to a job interview? And I get, maybe as a male escort, you might, but if you're interviewing for most jobs, you would not wear a tuxedo.
I think we have to talk about individuality as well, because I feel like sometimes in this system we get caught up in whatever the trend is or what everybody else is doing. We've seen it like in hairstyles and evening gown. Kirby wore that side swoop evening gown hair one year, and then we saw it for years after that. And I think the year that I sat on the judges panel at Nationals, the year that Deva won, and it was, we were modernizing ourselves in a sense, and we had talked about interview and interview attire, and all of a sudden we saw like just a multitude of floral suits or things that probably weren't for some people, they didn't work for other people, but because we said, oh, we want a fresh approach, we want to, see you represent yourself, we want to be modern, everybody all of a sudden thought, oh, what I have to wear something that's modern. No, you don't. You have to wear something that's authentic for you, something that you would actually wear and be comfortable in, because you're sitting there for 7 minutes, so you don't want to be so stiff or in something that you just don't feel comfortable in.
Being who I am today and the strength that I have within myself, I would wear my orange corduroy suit. I know it's not appropriate, but it's my personality, and my orange tie. I mean, because that will make me stronger in the interview than wearing a dark brown suit with a tan shirt and a striped tie that coordinates everything, because that's just not me. That's not my personality. So if you want to see my personality, I got to give it to you with wild socks, and now my shoes are going to be shined. My suit is going to be pressed. It's going to be clean. There'll be no lint anywhere. There's going to be no threads hanging off of it. It's going to be spick and span perfect, but it's going to be my personality.
And I think that's good. I like the individuality. I think it should, like what Blair was saying about the flowered things and the bright, I would never walk into an interview with that on, because it's not my personality. So, and I think if I think that would read as odd, but like I remember seeing Bella Duvall an interview the year she was in top 10 in, I think, Memphis or Nashville, anyway, some Tennessee place, and he just looked so handsome for interview, and not just because he's a handsome man, but because his suit was so modern and slick. But I couldn't have worn that. I mean, I went and told Jimmy in the room, go down the hall and look at Bella Duvall's suit, because it is beautiful. And and Jimmy walked down and walked by the contestants, then came back and said, yes, that is so not, but what he could pull off, being his height and his build, is not something that I could pull off. So you have to dress for yourself and what makes you comfortable. Because if you're not comfortable when you walk in, then you've already given up points. You have to be comfortable. But hey, I just realized we have not even talked about onstage question.
Oh, I know. I was waiting for that.
So I would go interview. I think we cover most of it, right? The opening. Oh, closing. Can we just touch a little bit on the closing at the end of your interview?
Thank you. Shake everybody's hand and get out.
Do you want to have like a statement? I mean, when the judges say like, "Oh, that's your 1 minute, last minute. We want to leave us with anything?" A lot of the girl that I've seen said, "No, I'm good, thank you."
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
That's a huge mistake. They gave you an opportunity to say something memorable.
Whether it's something about your history with MGA, but it needs to be something that relates to you. Or like, I loved what Deva did. She took that opportunity to speak about, something that had happened. That's a whole different thing than backing up in the middle of a category. She actually went to the end of the interview and then said, hey, because that's your time. If the judges say, do you have anything you want to tell us or you'd like to ask us? If you say no, well, why not? How are you not more invested in this moment? You spent all this money. You don't have anything you want to say?
No kidding.
There's got to be something.
I mean, that's a prime opportunity to ask for the job and say, I'm the right person for this position, and I'm going to prove it to you with my other categories, but I want you to know I'm here to win it.
I agree.
Ooh, Miss Lauren's here.
Yay!
There she is.
Hey!
Yay! Hi, baby girl.
Good morning. I still have
Good
not had
morning.
coffee. I literally just woke up, which I never sleep in. Like, this is the
I
latest I
haven't
slept
been to
in
bed yet.
years.
I got up
Oh,
about
yeah.
5:30 because, like Joan Crawford, I needed to get ready.
Did you
I
splash
got
the
up
vodka
at
on your
6:30
face?
too.
Put these eyes on. Oh, I can't even pick it up.
Oh, I need
So I'm
coffee
having
really bad.
Thank you, Lauren. Happy birthday.
Oh yes,
Thank
happy
you.
birthday!
Happy birthday.
girl.
Thank you. 50 again.
Another year
50 again.
fabulous.
Happy
Well-
28th birthday.
Oh, I don't know if I want to be 28 again.
Yeah. We're getting ready to tackle onstage questions.
Okay, so we're done with interview. Lauren, do
Well,
you have anything
if we
to add
think of
on?
something else, we can go back, but it's time to move on. Chop.
Okay, chop.
No.
Q&A, onstage Q&A. So talk about the length of the Q&A. So do you guys have like problem with girls taking long time to answer question?
I think there's a strategy to Q&A just like there is to every other category. You need to have, as we were talking earlier about finishing your thoughts and having a cohesive statement for whatever the question might be. So you have to think quick on your feet. And that's what the category is all about. It's like, can I handle myself on a microphone? Can I, whatever's going to be thrown at me, can I respond to it appropriately? And so I think that you have to have a cohesive thought. You have to take a moment to kind of gather your thoughts. But in my experience, like the first thing that pops in my head when I hear the question is what I need to formulate my answer around, not like start to struggle with, should I do this? Should I say this? Should I say this? Because then you get yourself caught up and give yourself an opportunity to really misspeak or just talk around in a circle. I think shorter is always better, but not so short that you give a 1-word or 2-word answer and then hand the microphone to someone. I also think that, introducing yourself again, some of the things we talked about in the interview, all of that stuff's already been done. They know who you are when you take that microphone. You don't have to say, I'm contestant number 15 and I, am representing this title and I've been here for 20 years and my mother's in the audience. And by the way, I just want to answer the question. I think that
In response to the question.
I'm not saying that you don't want to connect or be personable or, bring people into your world while you're standing there, but your job is to answer the question that they gave you and move on. So I think you have to have a strategy going in, and I think you have to be able to formulate your thought quickly and then stay on point. Don't the longer you talk, the more you ramble, the worse it gets.
Yes.
I agree,
So
and I think
with America system, we all get to banter on the mic before we get the question. You all have that chance to introduce yourself, so you don't need to extra stuff on your onstage Q&A. Oh my God, that's so much clearer. What's happened?
I got my eyeglass cleaner and a cloth finally. So
Yay! You look fabulous.
I thought you were just doing the
that's
whole
your
like Elizabeth Taylor Vaseline lens.
yeah, that's what.
Like RuPaul's Drag Race season 1 filter.
Where she looked like a scary
Yes.
ghost or something.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
No, you know what? I think Blair, you make a really good point. All you guys make a really good point. And I think the best experience is going to make sure that you learn how to MC, that you talk eloquently on the microphone. As much as you perform, that's always an experience. But getting on that microphone and talking to the audience, talking to people, emceeing as much as you can, that's going to make you feel more comfortable and confident on that mic.
Yes.
But if you don't have that experience, you're just going to freak out and things may sound robotic. They may sound rehearsed,
Exactly.
because I know the year I won, I swear I rehearsed that question over and over and over and over and I kept on messing up. And Tom said, he goes, I hope you don't get this question because you're going to really screw it up. And I got the question that I kept on screwing up, but I nailed it, but it's hard to rehearse questions because you don't want to sound like you're,
Exactly.
you made it all up.
Like you're rehearsed.
So,
You want to
Yeah,
sound
like it hurts.
real. You want to sound personable and sociable and show your personality in your answer.
Yeah.
Onstage question was always really difficult for me. And as easy as male interview came to me, onstage question was actually the category that I struggled with. And I think after thinking about it for a long time, I realized that I got into, if I do get into the top 10, I worried about all my categories. And then I think that I kind of started to relax by the time it got to onstage question. So some years I would kind of lose my focus. And, I walked off stage 2 different years at Miss Gay America in Dallas at the convention center. And Jimmy said, "What in the hell was that? What was that? What are you thinking?" And he went, "You're so much smarter than that, And he went, "But, good job," It's like, because it'd be like the last thing. And I think I got there. And you know how, like, sometimes in a race, a runner loses the race in the last little bit because they let up and they don't push. And then all of a sudden there's 3 other people with their feet over the line first. I think I would just kind of like think, okay, talent's done, gown's done, I'm going to have a drink and relax. And, then I would just start thinking about how much fun I'd had all week and how much I love my sisters that are there. And, and then by the time I got on for onstage question, I had kind of moved away from where I needed to be. Because it is important to answer the question. And one year I didn't answer it at all. And I said, they said to keep this brief. So I'm going to keep it brief and hope that's what gets me points. I said that on stage. I walked up and I said, before Jimmy said, "What the hell was that?" I was like, "What in the F was that? What did I just do?" And he went, "Right." And speaking of that, it's important to surround yourself with friends, with lovers, with loved ones, husbands. I love the Pattaya keep changing. It's important to surround yourself with people who tell you the truth. If your support staff is just telling you how fabulous you are, and then you need a different support staff. I know that, and that goes all encompassing for competing at Miss Gay America. Yes, somebody just wrote "stay focused," and that is 100% the truth.
Yes.
Yeah. And you have to have a
Oh,
certain
yes.
level
Also,
of
the
confidence,
question does
too.
matter because there's some really bad questions sometimes with onstage question.
Right.
So with pageant question, should it be about politics or beliefs or personal beliefs?
I think they just
if somehow those kind of questions pop up, how would you respond to that and not be, about it?
I don't think those kind of questions should pop up, honestly, because we all have different political and religious beliefs or not. But I don't think that those are appropriate questions for someone to answer. I think if a contestant brings it up at some point, then that's fine. I mean, it's fair game at that point to chat with them about it. But I don't. The goal of that category is to say, how can I handle myself on the microphone, and can I stay focused enough to answer a question or carry on a conversation? It's not about personal beliefs, and we all come with biases too. So you don't want to offend someone who might have a different, policy view than you. So I just think it's safer to stay away.
This is not male interview, so please go vote for Joe Biden and help save the soul of this country.
Yes.
My God. If you are gay and you're not voting for Joe Biden, there is something not right in your head. Something is not connecting. Because if you don't want your own rights and you're not going to fight for your own rights, what the hell is wrong with you? Thank you.
If anyone from Georgia is watching, early voting begins
And I
tomorrow.
approve
Go
that
vote.
message. I approve that message.
Thank you. I'm going to vote on Tuesday. We can early vote in Dallas, in Texas on Tuesday. And,
7 a.m.
That's right, ma'am. I'll be there.
I'll be in line.
Jimmy and I took off work so we could go vote and stay there as long as we need to stay there and get it done.
Me too.
I'll message you guys while we're standing in line here on Tuesday too. That's our plan as well.
Hi, Randy.
Hi. How are you guys doing this
Hi,
morning?
Randy.
Wide awake.
Hey, Lauren, happy birthday. Remember this? Wow.
Apple of love, baby.
Oh,
Lauren dressed
my
up as
God.
Bette Midler and did Chapel of Love in my runway show for bridal back in 87?
I have never seen that picture.
Yeah, you were in it. I know because I did it.
Wow.
I saw
That's
that because my
fantastic.
girlfriend, Brandy Alexander, sent it to me last night.
Wow.
Randy, I need that picture. I need
I'll
that
send it to
picture.
you.
That's amazing.
That was the first time. That was the first time I ever went to New York, and I was scared. Excuse my language, shitless. Because I remember sitting in the apartment. And I was like, the city is so big, and I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. And I just all I did was go in a circle and go back to your apartment, and that was it.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to jump in on the interview if that's okay, because I was listening to you guys, and there's so many great points that you made. Number one, Charity, I know that you said, and I think this is so important, that whatever you wear, it needs to fit. And that is so important because you think about all of your other categories, your costume, your onstage, garment, your evening gown, and you make sure you spend so much time and energy in that costume that your male interview suit must fit. And I think that you need to dress as if you're going to a job interview. I think you need to dress appropriately. I think that just as you pick up all the Vogue magazines and look on what is it, Pinterest, you look at all the gowns, you need to look at what the men are wearing and be dressed accordingly. I also agree with what you guys said, that there needs to be an arc in your answer. Number one, you need to answer the question. Number two, you need to add in what you want. And number three, you need to have an ending to the question. And I know that when I went into interview, every single time I wanted the judges to know that I did my own hair, that I did my own makeup, that I made my own costumes, that I did my own choreography. So no matter what question they asked me, I would get that across. Like they would say, what color is the sky? And I'd say, well, the sky is blue. And the reason I know that is because I studied color. And something you may not know is that I know about color because I studied it, because I do my own makeup and my hair. And you can weave in, my point is you can weave in what you want the judges to know. And another little trick that I used to use in male interview is at the end, I would always stop, and I did this recently when I was negotiating a contract. You always go back to the people that are interviewing you, and you ask them, so tell me, and they're finished with the interview. And you say, so what are you looking for in a Miss Gay America? So you ask them the question, and then you sit and you listen, and then you agree with what they've said, and then you expand upon that. Like, yes, I agree with you, and this is how I could fulfill that position doing those things. So I think it's really important to have a very strong beginning, a middle, and an end. And at the end, I do agree with you guys that you should shake their hands at the end only. Don't go in shaking hands. You haven't met them yet. But at the end of the interview, I think it's a really nice gesture to say thank you so much for your time, because they've taken up their time, not to take up too much of their time, but to shake their hands. And as far as group discussion, I know that you guys were talking about political topics and whatnot. I really miss group discussion.
Yeah.
And I remember the year that I won, and there was something going on with some, I can't remember now, it's some governor or senator or something.
It was Ann Richards. It was Ann Richards.
I don't think it was her. I think it was some guy that was voting against gay rights or something like that. And he was very anti-gay. And the question posed was, how does so-and-so's position on, gay rights, blah, 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 affect you when you go into the booth and vote? And honey, the queens, it's a group discussion. They all jump in, they're all talking. And I just sat back and let them just talk. Well, I'd never vote for him because this, and I'm a gay person and my rights, and I just let them talk. And finally I said, but wait a minute. the question was, how does what he did or what he said or whatever affect you when you go into the booth to vote? And I'll be honest with you. Yes, I am a gay man, and that does affect me. However, I'm more worried about nuclear arms. I'm more worried about the security of our country. I'm more worried about climate change. And I named off all these other things that, for me, that I'm not defined by being a gay man. I'm a human being. I live on this planet. I'm an American. And I think it was important to send that message that, yes, I think about what he did, but there's so many more important things. And I finished my statement, and all of a sudden everybody jumped in. Yeah. I agree. And I sat back, folded my arms, and said, I'm done with this category. It's good to know when to shut up as well.
Yeah.
And that's my point. Sorry. Good morning.
So this is what Susie Wong taught me when I was preparing for national. She said, when you answer the question, but you have to make it about you. You have to go around it and bring it back. Why is that answer applied to you?
Yes.
What does that answer make you right for the job?
Yes. And then finish it. You have to, there's got to be three points to a question. A strong beginning. You've got to fill it with what you want them to know, and then end it so that they know that you've done and you've closed that gap. And I think that's really, it shows your strength in an interview. And this is the thing. This is a job. Miss Gay America is a job, and you've got to be prepared for that job. And if you don't walk into that interview prepared with answers, then you've blown the whole contest. It's like not dancing, or rehearsing your talent number. Just my opinion. Anyone else?
Oh, I mean, I agree. I think
I'm totally agreeing with you. You just hit all the good points and go for it. So it's perfect.
And I remember also there was a gentleman, I won't name his name. We later became very, very, very good friends. But at the time, he was very against me winning Miss Gay America. He was like the judge from hell that did not want me to win. And I remember for the year I won, my dance costume was a nude chiffon, and it had sleeves on it, and they were a little baggy. And in interview, he called me out and he said, well, you did your talent last night. And he said, your sleeves were nude and they were baggy and it looked like you had flabby arms. And I said, you're absolutely right. And I said, that's because I've studied fabric. And I said, it's a woven chiffon. And I said, it's not stretchable. I said, so in order for me to do my dance moves, I had to leave some room. So I totally put him in his place with a correct answer. And he was really trying to disqualify me. He did not want me to win that year.
This is from 1990.
Yeah, it was 89. What now, Lauren?
Did you win that year?
I did, yes. Yes, that was the year I won. Yes, I went in there balls of fire. I was prepared for almost anything, and I think that once again, male interview is so important. And your suit needs to fit. You need to look presentable. I agree with you guys. Don't bring in a resume. You're there to talk to them and be personable. Show who you are. Let them know that you're up for the job. Let them know that you can speak well. Let them know that you understand the rules. Let them know that you know the history of the pageant. You have to really study. This is a category I think that so many people overlook. Like, oh, I'm just going to go in and they're going to interview me. No, you need to be prepared for this, because this could literally, what you say to them, this is your only chance to really speak to the judges. Right. And that can influence them in every other category that you're in.
You know what I started doing several years ago is I started doing male interview prep for all of the Texas America girls that were going. So we would host it. We'd find a place to host it. I'd get, some like former Miss Texas is like Kara and Violet, and we would just get together, and whoever signed up, they drove in from anywhere, from Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, and they came in, and I was like, wear what you would wear. You don't have to wear your male interview suit, but wear what you would potentially wear in interview, and you're going to get 5 minutes, and then you're going to get an additional 3 minutes, and we're going to critique you. You know, so, and they loved it because they got to practice, they got to get out some good answers and respond to some great questions, but to kind of like, you know, rehearsal time. And, you know, if you guys had the opportunity to do that in your city, it really is worth it.
And I remember when I was there beating my talent outfit for 18 hours a day. And my best friend, my drag mother, Tiffany Alexander, would come over to my house and other friends and my roommates. And I would say, just ask me questions. Just ask me anything. Just throw me a question and let's see how I can answer it. And to do that just hour after hour after hour, day after day, really get you prepared for a male interview. And I think that's how I prepare for it personally.
I thought
Daniel
that
Ekstrom
also
in
makes it
Arizona.
more natural because you have rehearsed a little bit with somebody who's willing to bite at you and get at you, and you feel more natural once you meet the panel of judges instead of sounding so rehearsed and prepared, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I must just be a lot smarter because I never rehearsed male interview and I won all the time.
Really?
Wow.
I never
You just
the only thing I ever rehearsed,
so you can just talk to anyone.
You know, I rehearsed my bios that I had an interesting story, and I'm just kidding. You know, of course I thought about it, but I never had anybody ask me questions.
Wow.
But I think it's important. But I thought about it a lot in my head.
Yeah.
You know,
I actually had two formers prepare me for Miss Gay America, and that was Lady Shawn and Shan Covington. And both of them, I didn't know who Shan was. Shan never even told me that he was a Miss Gay America. He didn't brag about it. He didn't talk anything about the history of it or try to let me know. But he was a postal carrier here in Dallas. And both he and Lady Shawn set me down and worked on me to prepare me for interview. And I had all that knowledge from them that helped me get ready. So it's good to go and ask someone who's been through the process and someone who knows how to handle judges in a way that is making them show themselves better. So go ask former Miss Gay Americas to grill you. And that's what we're here for.
I work
would
with
gladly help you if you want.
You know, every year I work with contestants for interview, and I think we lost Patty for a minute, and I find that interesting. You know,
I'm gonna have to call you back.
Okay.
I think in preparation is key. In Arizona, Daniel Ekstrom and his team hold workshops for their contestants who are competing
I'll send you that photo.
At the state level. I was saying that in Arizona, Daniel Ekstrom and his team hold workshops for the contestants that compete at the state level. And that state contest is always great because they have had an evening gown workshop, they've had an interview workshop, and all of the contestants who want to participate get the opportunity to gain that experience. For me, I'm kind of like Charity. I thought about interview a lot, but I never really practiced it very much. I did have a promoter one year who would call me every day and just randomly ask a question, and he wanted, you know, which was great. I mean, it keeps you sharp, it keeps you thinking on your feet, and it prepares you for whatever might come your way. But I think, you know, people often overlook interviews sometimes, you know, because it's an afterthought for them because they're focused on those stage categories. And in our world, particularly in competition for Miss America and the job that you're applying for, your ability to speak and hold someone's attention is really as important as anything else we do.
And there's Chewy. Hi, Chewy. I think interview is, I mean, at US of A, it's important, at Continental. I think at all drag pageants, EOI, and I think that it's a category not to be overlooked by the contestants. I think it's important that you do your homework, that you know about the system you're in. Yeah. And that does not mean memorizing the order of the Miss Gay Americas. It means, but you should be able to, if you need to drop 3 names of former Miss Americas, you shouldn't be in a pageant where you can't name 3 formers. I mean, you know, it's not about memorizing everything, but you should know something about the history, maybe how many years it's gone on, maybe the fact that, you know, the owners of Miss Gay America, from Jerry Peak through Rob and Michael, you know, you definitely should have some knowledge of Norman Jones, of Norma Christie, who really brought strength to this system for so many years, and who made sure that, you know, it survived even after he sold it, through Larry and Terry and Michael and Rob. And, you know, you should just have some kind of knowledge of where you are. If you don't know where you are, then how on earth can you represent this, you know, this product? You know, if you want to be Joan Crawford and sell this soda pop, then baby, you better know what's in the soda pop, you know?
It's called preparation.
But Randy, what pants do you have on?
Oh, I have new pants today.
The pants from last night?
No, they're new.
Of course not. I knew better than that. Oh, those are cute.
Those are cute.
I'm still in the same pants from last night.
No, these are different. I was wearing pink and blue last night. I'm wearing.
Yes, I remember.
Green and blue.
Sweatpants is the only thing that fits me right now.
What now?
Sweatpants is the only thing that fits me right now.
Oh, trust me, when the camera goes off, I get in my little my shorts and my wife beater. But but no, not when I'm you know, right now I'm representing a former Miss Gay America. So once again, this is it's the most prestigious title that any female impersonator can hold. So when I'm going to be speaking to anyone that wants to enter the pageant or whatever, I'm going to try to represent myself as best as possible. Yes, I just crawled out of bed and you know, I got myself together and dressed up, and I've got my shoes on and everything. I'm in my house. I don't wear my shoes in my house, but I have to, because for me, and I'm obsessive compulsive. This is just who I am, but I'm representing the pageant.
So when I was practicing for interview or a Q&A, so I studied with LaWanda Jackson, and she said, okay, the most common question is name at least 5 formers that you are inspired and why.
Oh, wow.
So that, I mean, it doesn't have to be the whole story about it. And they just want at least, you know, about the system, or, you know, like this person do what, this what, you know, like it doesn't have to be like, oh, because she, I mean, like I said, like, oh, Susie Wong, because she's Asian and she's also like my Thai sister. She actually the one who got me into Miss Gay America, and I got to see her reign, because that was my first year that I started competing in a national pageant, and that's the year that she reigned.
Naomi.
Yeah. My idol. That's who inspired me. And I've got a picture of Tasha. She's probably going to kill me. She, you know, when she came to Baton Rouge, she stayed at our house, and you have to realize back in these, maybe still today, these people were celebrities to us. These are Miss Gay Americas. And I remember Tasha was performing at the bar there, and she stayed at our house. And beforehand, she was sitting on our sofa, in her jeans and whatever. And I just wonderful memories. You know, once again, I think one of the greatest things about this system is just that once they put that crown on your head, you have just joined a very, very, very elite and special group that is such an honor. And that is something that you will carry with you throughout your entire life. And here's another picture, Charity. I think it's Miss Midwest.
Oh, it is. There's me, and look at Valerie on the bottom.
Wow. And you and Melinda Ryder.
Melinda Ryder, yeah.
And Vicki Vincent. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
I have lots of memories and lots of, well, they're all in boxes now. I don't keep them around, you know, but yeah, it's something that happened to me, and I think all of us, that I think has really shaped our entire lives.
Well, you know, I mean, you and I have been friends for
many 35 years, probably.
Yes, and I mean, you know, I was standing on the stage when you won, and my first time in the top 5, and was still to this day one of the most exciting moments, you know, for me, because it was just such a thrill. And it was Valerie and Tiffany Bonet and Sweet Savage. Yeah, it was such a, you know, it's like, oh, there we are.
And I have the original sketch. You know, I designed Cody's talent costume the year he got into top 10. That was my
Blackbird.
Yeah. That was the sketch I did. And a lot of people don't know Raquel Chevalier, her talent costume, the appliques on that, I actually made her talent costume. And the appliques on that came from my evening gown that I won Miss America with.
Wow.
So
Wow.
which I now kind of regret a little bit, but I'm so happy she won. But I put them on her talent costume. But yeah. But Charity, you have to tell what happened about me backstage.
We all saw Brandy go off. Everybody thinks Brandy's so zen and calm, but the night it was in Dallas at the convention center, and they had just called the top 10, and literally we had all just got into the dressing room. We were still like congratulations and high-fiving each other. And Brandy must have been early in the lineup, but that year they brought everybody out at once for the top 10. And for sportswear and for evening gown. And Brandy literally had just got back there and they came
My
and said,
hair was all up for presentation, and then it had to be slicked back like this for sportswear. And go ahead.
And they said, you know, Brandy, you're up, or like that. And I was like standing there. I was trying to get ready, and I heard Brandy just so loud. You would think it was like a loud mouth like me screaming, because she was like, I am doing my hair. And I was like, I looked at Jimmy and I went, whoa, I said.
And I think that most people know, everyone that really knows me, I can't remember ever a time that I've ever gone off backstage. I've never lost it. I'm always just happy-go-lucky. I have a good time. I entertain. But I was not going to lose that freaking pageant because I didn't get my hair right. And they were rushing us. Come on, you got to get out there. And I'm like, I'll go out there when I'm ready. And I remember that. But it's funny that you saw it from a different perspective.
Yeah, I was scared of Brandy for the rest of the night. I was like, so I would wait until she would come or go out of the door. It was like being in a dressing room with the mean girls. And usually the mean girl's me, so I was shocked.
Oh, that's
So we
funny.
got Miss Katia Lee Loves in the house watching.
Hi, Katia.
Hi, Katia.
Hi,
And
sister.
we also have Miss Hot Chocolate as well. I'm trying to get
Oh, chocolate!
here.
Hi, Larry.
I'm too shy.
Now, didn't Chocolate and Katia both have like something with their feet? Like
Both of them, yes. They Hot Chocolate just got cortisone shot.
Yeah.
Oh,
And Katia just got the whole surgery on the past Tuesday.
And I think that Chocolate is according to my notes here, Chocolate is probably the she was Miss Gay America #8, and she's still performing to this day. So I think she's one of the longest performing Miss Americas in history.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Yay, Chocolate! We love you.
Come on. Oh.
Love us.
Katia's about to join in.
Don't
She's
stop.
like a couple of minutes.
Katia's going to join us? Good, because we're all getting tired. I don't know how you've done this for 24 hours.
I don't know. I just popped in my my first ibuprofen.
I am so
Oh,
glad
my.
we will have breakfast.
It's more of the like constant pain of like having wigs on.
Yeah, that does hurt.
I mean, I should have known about that. I mean, I should have thought about it because
I like this whole Mary Martin look you've got going on from
it's
Peter.
a male interview, a little male
See?
interview, something.
I
So
like it.
I wrapped my hair for the first couple of hours, and I was like, why did I do that?
Oh.
Yeah, so that was already that I was a bad decision. It's called choices.
choices.
It's almost
Yes. We all
Mitzi
make
Gaynor
choices.
looking too.
I'm sorry, what?
It's almost very Mitzi Gaynor looking as well.
I have no idea who that is, but thank you.
You don't know who Mitzi Gaynor is?
I
I'm
kind
from
of
this
figured you
country.
did not.
How do you know about this?
I'm showing my age, and I'm okay with it.
So, oh, you call me Patsy. So I have, you got Patty and there's Patty as well. So there's two Patty.
I know. I'm so happy that I have a sister with a name like mine, or
And then
similar anyway.
she's the orange Patty. I'm the purple Patty.
Yes, that's so fun.
Purple
But
Patty.
why did you choose purple?
I think it's just stuck with me. I mean, my favorite color was blue, red and blue. But when I started doing drag, I think purple was the first color that my first costume. And I was like, this is the best color that actually works on me in drag. So it's been that since then. And I was like, oh, lavender is actually cute. So I started wearing purple hair. Oh, it was my first pageant in 2015. That's when I did, it was a swimsuit category. And it's concept themes. I love concepts. So I was like, oh, I'm going to be Dame Edna. Like a young Dame Edna. So I came out with like a whole purple hair with a huge glasses and rhinestone, the whole thing. And then I came out with like a cover up with all like ostrich feather, and then just turn around to go whew, and then swimsuit. So that's
It's always been my dream to compete in a swimsuit.
I think on Throwback, you need to post that picture so that we can see what you look like.
Actually, well, I mean, I have a shirt. Like most of my merchandise is all like purple because I have that picture of me in that hair. So that's like my signature hair that I had it made in 2015. I'm still wearing it until these days.
Wow.
I don't understand how you can. It never been restyled. It's still the same way when I first had it in 2015. So it's been one of my favorite hair. But then I'm trying to like reserve it now because she needs to go in and get redone. But I'm still obsessed with that hair. So yes. But after that, it's been a lot of purple, and I love it.
Well, it looks fabulous on you, so you wear it well.
I love that we were watching the pageant day back, and I'm like, I love that Patty is always in her orange.
I have to.
Boy or
it
girl,
reminds me to be the best person of myself. You know, my best version. And orange, I see it everywhere. It's like, and I surround myself with it because it's a vibrant color. It's warm. It's loving. You can't ignore it. Like you can't ignore me. But it's just, I have to wear it. And people now know me by it and send me gifts. I have all kinds of purple things that come in the mail. But that's wonderful. I love it. And it's just, you understand.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys have your colors that you stick by?
I like them all.
I like them all too, but probably 90% of my costumes are black because I always gravitate towards a black costume. But I'm trying to get out of that and do some new things.
You're wearing black right now.
My favorite nudes. My favorite color was always white because I always said that when you stepped out on stage, white was the brightest color. You know, and usually we used to have white presentation. So nobody really wore a white evening gown. So that's why I always chose to wear a white evening gown. So I love white and I love red.
Of course, wrong is gold.
Uh-huh.
That's
Yes.
my favorite picture of you, Brandy.
Thank you.
That's a great picture.
Russell pose.
All that lovely hair.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, Pattaya, I had all my own hair. I don't know if you knew that.
Wait, those are your real hair?
That's my real hair. Yeah.
That's her real hair.
Yeah.
Oh God.
No wig.
Qualify.
No, what? No, but I was a boy during the day. I'll have to find that photo. But that's one of the things, I don't know about you guys, but I hated wearing that crown. I really did. Because I didn't have anything to pin it into. It would always fall, and it was like I'd have to walk out on stage and like balance it because I had no wig to pin it into.
So I'm trying to make this hair work for prelim. I don't know either. So.
I love it. I love that short do.
It's like legit, like digging into my head.
Mine is?
I don't know if we're gonna. No, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna try to break it on our 2021 show.
Right.
So are you all going to do evening gown next?
I'm looking. Oh, here's my boy. Here's my boy photo. There you go. There's me with my long hair as a boy.
Who is he? Where is he now?
You look like a rock star.
That was the 80s, honey. That was the John Bon Jovi look.
Yes, no kidding.
That was you living on a prayer? Yes, that's what John Bon Jovi sing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't know John Bon Jovi? That's okay. I forgive you.
Wake me up before you go.
No, that's George Michael.
I know.
George Michael.
That's okay, honey. We love you.
So the next category is evening gown.
Yes.
Since Randy has invade you guys your segment, you guys are welcome to stay.
Yes, I want them to stay because
I may come back, but I'm going to get breakfast.
Okay, you can eat with us. I mean, like,
I'm gonna
Charity,
take my dogs out. And I'll try to join you guys.
Bye,
Charity.
Hi, Charity. We love you. I'll see you soon. I mean, I have another time at 1 o'clock. If you guys want to jump in, I have another 1 o'clock also.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right. I'm leaving too. Have a great afternoon, everyone. I'll see you guys soon.
Bye, Blair. I love you.
Blair, I love you.
I love you guys.
Bye. Love you.
Everybody's leaving.
No, it's us now. It's three of us. I think Katia should join us in just a bit.
I will stay for a few more minutes, and then I'm going to have to go too because I got to deal with my realtor.
Randy.
Oh, stay.
Just kidding.
I've got my house on the market, so my realtor is going to come by pretty shortly, and then I need to leave. But I'll stay for a few more minutes.
Okay. Let me find my notes for this segment. I have all these notes. And
I think Victoria DePaul is moving this weekend as well into her new home.
Oh, really? Where is she moving?
Kansas City. She's just moving to a place that has better schools because she's got her I haven't spoken to her in years, and I chatted with her the other night, and she's got a 5-year-old boy, and they're moving to a place where there's better schools. A gorgeous home. Oh my God, like a mansion. Beautiful.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that's why she's not able to be with us, I think, during this presentation.
Oh, that's understandable. Yeah. Well, mine's going to go on the market in about 2 weeks. And then I'm going to start looking for mountain lakeside land that I'm going to go have a wonderful little retirement community that I want to live in. So, you never know what can happen to you. You just got to go with what happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm at my home in Florida, but I'm rarely here because I mean, last year I took at least 80 flights, and they have me stay in New York at least 6 or 7 months to film. So this is kind of like my sanctuary that I come to. Of course, I've been here now for almost 8 months because of, COVID. But yeah, I'm getting a little like I need to get out of here.
Ooh, Katia is here.
It's driving you crazy, isn't it?
Uh-oh, hold on. What is going on?
Well, the thing is, I don't have a lot of friends down here because when I come here, it's really my sanctuary. Oh, there's Katia.
Yay!
Okay, tried to turn it sideways. It didn't work.
Can you do you have to unlock your phone, your screen first.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
How you feeling?
Okay. Susie, I got you.
Sorry, this isn't I'm not very glamorous.
Oh, look at me. This is my 17 hours.
Yeah, I got you beat.
Gorgeous, Pattaya.
I'm kidding.
So Katia is also notice fashion designer for Miss Gay America system as well. So it's
maybe like a 3 asterisk footnote, but how are you guys doing?
Good.
It's early.
Yeah, well, tell me about it. It's not even yet.
But it's fine. I normally never get up this early on a Sunday. I like to sleep in on Sunday, but
look at Susie.
Well, normally I get up. It's like whenever the sun rises is usually when I get up because my window faces due east, so that is my alarm clock. But today I was waking up, of course, for those of you who didn't know, I just had surgery on Tuesday on my foot, and so I was waking up from my normal dose of painkillers.
Oh.
So I thought, I may as well do this while I can sit up for a couple of minutes and say hi to
Pain
everybody.
management.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been super bad. I'm pleased with the way it's gone. But definitely early mornings, it's time to take something. But no, Pattaya, you're holding in there. You're looking good.
Yeah.
Fabulous, Pattaya.
I was watching a bit of y'all's male interview questions. It was nice to see everybody on there.
Right? Everyone's fighting to be heard. That was great.
Exactly. And Randy, it's nice to see you and have you around again. And we always enjoy it when you're able to pop in at Miss America. So this is really, really nice.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to see you guys too. It's so hard for me because Miss Gay America always lands on the exact.
Okay, I've got to go. I love you guys.
Bye. Love you.
Y'all
See
have a
you
great
soon.
one. Bye.
Bye.
It's always a challenge for me because Miss Gay America always lands on the same exact week as Bridal Fashion Week in New York. So I can't make it. That's when I have to show my gowns. But did you hear the news, Katia?
I did. That was going to be my next thank you. Is thank you for stepping in and every Miss America has something that she can provide to the contest. Not only the year that she reigns, but afterwards. We all have very individual and unique strengths. And I was so pleased to see that you were able to share some of the success that you've had and the experiences you've had with the pageant, because it's absolutely brilliant news. I'm so excited, and I thank you immensely for doing that.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Ron has really done an amazing job at putting this together, and I think it's a really, really strong pitch. He's done an incredible pitch deck, and I've done pitches before for shows and that have been picked up. So I know what a good pitch looks like. And he said, "Hey, Susie."
Good morning.
Oh my gosh, he is engaged.
Just woke up.
She was planning this. That's why she was up 2 hours ago.
That or it's the most glamorous hangover you are seeing.
Oh my God. I got punched in the face, actually.
Susie, turn the phone this way. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
So yeah, no, it was great seeing everybody earlier.
Swadika. Swadika. Are you holding it with your phone? You're holding your phone, right? So that's what she.
I just wanted to say hi really quickly because I'm gonna go get the kitchen ready, but I wanted to just pop in. This has been
okay.
Everybody,
so Susie's gonna join me and teach me how to cook Thai food.
Oh my gosh, do you have fire?
You guys gonna be cooking with me, so if you guys are at home watching, make sure you are getting your whatever rice and coffee. I got coffee and I got water. This is my 4th coffee already, so I'm really loopy right now.
This hour. I watched you last night before I went to bed, honey. You were wired.
All right, see you in a bit. All right, back to this. Okay, so let's talk about evening gown, shall we? Category.
Oh,
sure.
okay. I didn't know I was doing
Category is
that category.
evening gown. Yes. So
I will stay with you as long as I can. Upright is not a very great position for me. I'm like most of my friends. On my back is.
I've heard that about you, Katia.
It's the easiest way to excuse being a whore. Well,
so,
sure, go ahead.
Okay, so evening gown. So I mean, we all know. I mean, a lot of us, like contestants, know that like Miss Gay America has been known for being old school and conservative when it comes to fashion. So, but I think it's been since Asia, since the new ownership that the reigning has been trying to like, okay, let's try to make it fresh and inspire more fashion forward into that, incorporate like Susie Wong was just doing like, ooh, let's do this, let's do that. I mean that's what she's been telling me. So she's still watching it on the side. But yeah, so and for me, like I feel like when we go into judging, what you call judge briefing before the prelim, I told them that there's a lot of stuff that I'm like, I don't mind this, I don't mind that, and please don't take points for that, all this. So I said before that's like I love slit for the gown, but like I mean, it doesn't have to be slit all the time, but before, I think slit was kind of like a taboo kind of thing from what I.
You know, here's the thing. Before we like get into particulars about what is or is not accepted, I think there's an important fact to state about the comment you made where you said that Miss America was known for being kind of old school with their gowns. I think the important thing that you need to understand about a gown is, number one, the difference between a gown and a costume.
Yes.
And number two is understanding that just because a style may not necessarily be the most cutting edge, in other words, like now everybody likes to have everything shooting up off their shoulders and their hips and whatnot, is there is great strength to classic cuts and lines in gowns. And it's almost like a math equation. There are certain things that are going to enhance your physical appearance in a gown. And those may be techniques and cuts and styles that are as old as the day is long. I mean, let's face it. Fabrications may change, but really, truly unique styles, something has been done before. It's always a rehash of something. So don't mistake being old school for embracing classical techniques in garment design that are known to work well for almost anybody's body. And that, I think, is where Miss America gets a little bit of a bad rap, because some systems, when the people choose their gown, they choose a gown that is going to be shocking, and they're choosing the gown itself to be what is judged. Whereas in Miss America, the way we judge our system, the gown is part of what is being judged. It's an overall picture, and sometimes that picture is better achieved with a more classic stoic design.
And it's also what makes you who you are, that's your character and what.
Correct. So you have to think about what your overall picture that you're trying to portray. If I were a beauty queen, for example, whose my strongest feature that I know in a gown is going to be my face, I am going to choose a very classic, non-competitive gown that's going to interfere with my face. When I say non-competitive, I mean, you know, something that's not going to be like a ton of print and a ton of necessarily bright color. It's going to be a strong color, a classic, easy cut. But the thing that it's going to do is make you look at my face, because I know that is my weapon for that category. And so I think you need to be really honest with yourself as to what your strengths and your negatives are when choosing your gown. Don't choose the gown that's going to do you well.
You're absolutely right, Katia, and I stress this all the time with brides, that you don't want to see the gown first.
Correct.
You want to wear the gown. You don't want the gown to wear you. You don't want this big, elaborate, you're right, just a shocking statement to where your beauty gets lost. A gown is really to enhance your beauty, to show off your curves, to highlight the color of lipstick or blush or, you know, hair tone that you're wearing or that you have, you know. So you're right. It's like a frame for your beauty. And so with that being said, I have a question, Katia and Pattaya. What do you guys think? Like, for me, I think that a gown needs to be functional. Like, you know, they say it's old school and it's whatever, it's dated, but can you sit in this dress? Can you walk in this dress? Or can you get in a car or get around in this dress? Or is it, now maybe not, you know, maybe in a limo, but is it something that is so outrageous that it's just a costume? And so I want your opinions on that.
For me, I don't think I go quite that far on functionality. I do think in terms of functionality, in terms of movement, because I always try to avoid a gown that I feel like if I have to think all the time about how I'm walking in the gown, I don't think that's a functional gown. If I happen to know the venue I'm going to be at, is this something that I am potentially going to damage the gown trying to even get to the stage? Those are the type of things I think of in terms of functionality. Definitely, like I said, with all the extra stuff that goes on now with gowns, I do think about functionality quite a bit. Now, in terms of that, I do realize that there are trends that happen with garments, whether it's in your fabrics or your extra little accoutrement that goes on it. And you do somewhat want to embrace trends, but definitely think about how that dress is going to, like Randy said, picture frame you. It really is the most important thing, because it can be very distracting to have someone with a gown that is very trendy and actually a beautiful gown, but maybe it's not necessarily the most age appropriate thing for them, or maybe it's not the most figure flattering thing for them. The gown itself is beautiful, but that only has a certain number of points to be given. And we all know that Miss America, if anything, the competition is a math game more than anything. So you do have to think about all of that.
Yeah.
Come on in.
She's not gonna go on camera.
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Sure thing.
This is Pattaya.
Katia Lila.
Hey, my gosh, what's going on?
How are you?
Hey, part 2.
Oh, I haven't seen you in 100
I
years.
have to swing by for the next segment of Cooking with Susie Wong.
Oh, now see here, I thought you were
lit us on fire.
What is this?
They only see out this, see?
I get the whole picture.
Jay.
she's getting ready to plug the Miss America workout program.
Oh, I know how to do that.
I just came straight from male interview earlier. So then, I haven't changed, so it's male.
No, I didn't shave either.
It's the butchest she's ever
Can't
run.
see that far, okay?
I remember Naomi Sims used to party all night. She'd come home in the morning or in the afternoon, and she would take her makeup off from here down, shave, put it back on, and go back on stage.
Oh my gosh.
I have so many stories about her. I can't give them all up.
Oh Lord, we'll have to sit down one day and everybody listen to
So
those.
yeah, with the gown, right? So I was thinking of it's in like it functional as in like walking. You should be able to walk in it and model in it. I mean, I'm talking about like competition gowns. I'm not talking about like
right.
you wear in events or anything. Thank you.
Where's Ryan?
It's sleeping. So yeah, so that was like what you should be able to walk in it, but it's not to the point where it's just that can fit another person in between your legs.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. Fit is one of the biggest things I think for me on a gown, because I can overlook a gown being what I consider to be dated, or maybe not necessarily the prettiest gown in the world, but if that gown fits somebody really well, that to me is that to me shows that you have care to think about the detail of what you've done, not necessarily that you've spent the most money on it, or maybe it is something you've had for 100 years, but you just love it, and that's going to make you wear it well. That to me, I far prefer to see in a person, because actually that shows me a little bit about their character as well. To know that they took the time to understand what actually fits.
And that's what we were talking about in male interview as well, is that, it's not how much you spend on a garment, but have you had that garment tailored to your body? And you're absolutely right, Katia, that gown needs to fit. The length needs to be on point, the sleeve length, everything, it needs to fit. Bottom line.
And can I just, pet peeve of mine, is understand how a garment is supposed to fit. And if that means you have to, go in and spend $50 with a really good seamstress and actually listen to what they say, because the one thing that irritates me the most is someone says, oh, that gown fit me like a second skin. Well, there is such a thing as being too tight. And that's the one that always gets me, because they're like, oh, it fit perfectly. No, it was.
You can't live your own.
Right. You really have to understand how a fabric is supposed to lay. So that's just a pet peeve.
And I want to add this onto when you were saying like about classic silhouette and all that stuff. It's also like sometimes like when people think that Americans are more old school or like like dated in the fashion world, it's also sometimes it was because of we are all the contestants that doing Miss Gay America are all male.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of us has to cover more than showing.
Yeah.
So
Right.
that's
Well, it's kind of a
sometimes it's limited. It goes into some restriction, like, oh, I have like a big.
Well, of course. I mean, obviously, you're going to have things that either you perceive need to be covered, because we're our own worst critics, to be honest with you. But then I think also the thing with Miss America that was, especially for a while, was such a huge flaw to the system was because everybody is in the mentality that we're trying to earn points for the category. When we would necessarily get something that worked well, we would ride that pony till it literally could not walk again. So you were seeing girls with beautiful gowns that were wearing them, 6-7 years in a row. And so it did get very dated. Even though the gowns were beautiful and perfect and scored really well, you saw the same people wearing the same things all the time. So it set this kind of perceived style in everybody's mind as to what was wanted. And that's the thing that I love over the last several years has been just the departure from that and taking a little bit more risk and expressing yourself a little bit more. I think that has been a great change in the system in terms of gown. That and the fact we don't have to stand out there for 3 minutes anymore.
So I feel like evening gowns, like, I mean, with America, what we do is after you model evening gown, you end up have to do on-stage Q&A right away. So that was like, oh my God, that was like the tightest gown, and I have to try to speak in it. So that's very scary for me. But I mean, I pulled through, I guess. Yes. Buffet asks, please speak more to big round men in interview fit and the standard of fit.
Did she say interview fit or in evening gown?
In interview fit.
Like male interview?
I guess, yes.
Yeah, once again, it's all about the fit of the suit. And I think proportion is so important.
For bigger build, for big guys.
Yeah, it's still the same. I think all the rules still apply. It's all about two things: silhouette and proportion. Those are the two things that you have to focus on any garment. That the silhouette, if you're more round, then you want to make sure that you don't wear really, really skinny pants, that are just going to make you look, like that. But so I think you can wear maybe a little fuller pant if you're a little more round, and if you're skinny, then you can wear a more skinny suit, I think. But still, no matter what size you are, it needs to be fitted to your body.
Correct. And you said a really great word that to me, whether it's evening gown or interview suit or really any garment you purchase, you really need to look at proportion. And, I've struggled with this because my body size has changed over the last few years, especially as I've lost control of my foot here. But things that I wore as a thinner person, I cannot wear now because, much like Randy made the example, obviously a 50-year-old who is rather on the portly side is going to look rather crazy in skinny jeans. You have to look at like the size of your lapel, the size of the width of your tie, the width of the tie knot you choose to use to tie the tie. Everything needs to be a proportion. Same thing in evening gown, from the size of your hair to the width of the shoulder to the depth of the cut of the neck. All of that is based on a mathematical ratio. And that is what is going to create balance in the eye. It's also what you use to counteract. For example, with me, now that I've gained weight mostly in my stomach, more so than other parts of my body. So I have to be sure that I don't choose things that are darted through the midsection, because obviously what that's going to do is create pull in my midsection and leave my upper area loose and wrinkled. So you have to understand how that proportion is going to balance the part of your body that you're trying to even out compared to the others.
And getting back to you were talking about ties and lapels, and there's a couple of rules, and this is kind of getting back to male interview, but the width of your lapel should be in proportion to the width of your tie. For instance, if you have a very wide lapel, you can wear a wider tie and a bigger knot. And if it's a skinnier lapel, you want to wear a skinnier tie and a skinnier knot. There was something else I was gonna. Oh yes, and as far as everybody gets confused on how to button your suit, and there's a very easy rule. If there's 3 buttons, it's sometimes, always, never. Meaning you sometimes can button the top button. You always button the middle button, and you never button the bottom button of a suit. And then if it's 2 buttons, it's always never. And if there's 1 button, it's always. So that's the rule on buttoning a suit. A lot of people ask me, well, which button do I button? And the bottom button should always be unbuttoned, but it's sometimes, always, never is the rule that I go by.
You heard that? Okay, from the expert. So, Eric asked, ladies, why do we have to have a perfect suit for male interview? Sometimes we don't have extra money to buy new suits.
Okay. My suit for male interview was $100. I bought it at a Burlington, and that suit was my suit for male interview from the time I started doing drag all the way through to when I did Miss America. When I won Miss America, I wore the same suit for 6 or 7 years. And this is from the start of drag. And honestly, I had bought that suit prior to that when I was dancing. You are better off finding the garment that looks good on you and not paying attention to the price tag. Do not automatically go in and just say, this suit is $1,500. It's a hand-tailored suit. I had it made for me. Well, that's lovely. But unless you're sitting in front of a bunch of fashion designers who can appreciate and understand the telltale signs of a handmade suit versus a store-bought suit, know the audience you're playing to. You don't need that. The main thing I did was I took a $100 suit and I went into the store, into a very good tailor, and I spent, $100 on making sure that not only did I have it fit, but it was altered in a way that it could be re-altered again as my body changed. That to me was important because, especially for male interview, I knew that the importance of that category, more so than what I was wearing, was what I was saying. And I chose a suit that was purposefully nondescript so that it would not ever compete with what I was saying, nor would it ever really be clockable as, oh, that's the same suit you wore 3 years ago. Timeless, exactly. And that's again playing on that, what I was saying with Miss America, of sometimes being timeless is going to suit you better and be more cost effective. The same thing happens with a gown. Everybody is so concerned whether the gown costs $3,000 or whatnot. And we specifically tell our judges they don't need that. There is no shame in going out and constructing a gown that is very simplistic in its design, maybe even somewhat in its materials to that effect, but that at each level you continue to go on, you can build onto it, you can continue to adapt it. There's nothing that says that you have to spend a certain quantity for it to be an acceptable gown. I think really the only benefit you do have to spending a larger amount of money is if it is in the quality of the supplies in the garment. Fabric, things from thread quality, thread counts in a fabric, to also just the type of fabric it is, whether it's a fabric that is a durable fabric. Clearly there's a great quality difference between, say, a silk chiffon and a poly chiffon. But if you're wanting something that is going to be an easy care and something that you don't have to treat with kid gloves, you might want to go with that cheaper poly chiffon, and just make sure that it's cut and sewn correctly, because it will be durable for you. So there's many ways you can choose to create a garment and stay on a budget, but still get a great product.
And what was the question, Pattaya, about the suit? What was that question again? Why should you invest in a suit and you don't have the money?
Oh, so that was just Eric was asking if like I think what we would Katia was just answering it does. We never said that you have to get new suit. Nobody was requiring a new suit all the time. It's just we were asking that you can just get the store bought, whatever, thrift store, whatever, anything that, but it just spend extra money to get it tailored to you.
I'm gonna slightly disagree. Okay, and let's just leave female impersonation and drag aside. Every man walking on this planet needs one great timeless suit. You always have a wedding to go to. You always have a formal occasion. You always have somewhere to go. If you have a great suit that is timeless in like a black or a gray or navy that you can wear forever and it's fitted properly, you will wear that suit again and again and again. You can accessorize it differently with ties, but I am adamant that every guy owns one great suit. That for me, that's just a no-brainer. I don't care how many pair of jeans you have or t-shirts or whatever, you need to save up and spend money and get one great suit, because you will wear that suit to every interview, every wedding, every occasion that you need to go to, a funeral, whatever you need to go to. I think every guy needs a good suit.
Well, I definitely agree.
Not saying you have to spend a fortune on it. I'm disagreeing with that.
That's the point that I was trying to say.
Yeah, you don't have to spend $1,000 on it, as long as it's a good suit that is classic and it fits you well. Everyone needs a great suit. You need a great pair of shoes. Good accessories. If you go into a male interview and everything looks impeccable, and you have a worn belt or scuffed shoes, the only thing they're going to remember out of that interview is your scuffed shoes or that worn belt. That's the one thing that's going to stand out. So the entire package needs to be put together from head to toe. And I think everyone needs, if you're going to invest in an evening gown and hotel and travel and everything that you invest in, makeup and hair and everything for the pageant, this is a category and you're being judged on this. And I think a suit is something that you will wear more than an evening gown or anything else, or a wig or anything. A man needs to have a great suit. And
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things whenever I would put together a package, and especially with gown, or really, whatever category we're doing right now. I mean, for me, it was creative fashion, then it was creative costume, and then what have you. And with male interview, the thing I thought about was, I'm going to spend my money that I do have, whatever my budget happened to be. I'm going to spend it wisely in terms of buying the best quality I can buy within my budget. But number two, buying something that I felt I would use other than just that contest, that one time. So in other words, if I made a creative costume, then I made sure that I would make something that I was going to plan to wear for Halloween, or I knew in my mind I had a specific use for. Yet again, same thing happens with a suit. Again, I bought a very simplistic design, a cut in the suit and fabrication in the suit, because I knew I could use that in multiple situations. So that is the biggest thing to spending money for a contest in any of the categories, is knowing a plan to use what you're buying or how you're spending your money with a purpose other than just points as well. And that's why I think, Randy, what you said is very true, in that, someone needs to have a good suit in your life. And that's true whether you're a male or a female or whatever. You have to have one good garment with you for something that is truly important.
An investment.
An investment is thrown around. It is an investment. It's an investment in your craft, but it's also an investment in yourself. you know, you have great pride when you walk in somewhere and you know you look really good. And it also shows to people that you took the time to consider how you appeared for them as well. And that to me, I think, is something that's very important. As I say in my baseball cap and my sweaty shirt that I slept in.
It's okay.
This isn't. We're not judging you right now.
I am wearing only a titties up. Alia Martinez asked, "What about tattoo in evening gown? America doesn't really support showing tattoos, from what I remember. Some aren't easy to cover. What are your thoughts?"
Well, that's very true. While we have relaxed quite a bit in terms of tattoos, like in talents and other areas of the contest, in evening gown, it is still required that tattoos be covered, whether it be by makeup or by the gown. Clearly, that's going to be difficult for some people, depending upon where they have gotten their tattoos. The tattoo situation has been a debate for many years, because I have many friends who have some absolutely gorgeous tattoos, and I have seen them design garments that actually utilize that art.
Enhance it.
Yes, in the actual gown that they've done, and it has been breathtaking. But I mean, let's be realistically, mathematical odds is you probably got that tattoo not for the purpose of enhancing a gown, but you know, to enhance some other part of your life or express some other part of your life. So you really have to think about how much that is going to be a distraction in something like evening gown. So you're better off covering it at that point, since the goal of the category is to earn points and not have them taken away from you, because you're opening yourself up to people's subjective opinion on what that is. And so we still require people to cover up the evening gown category, cover that tattoos. Now, you know, there's popular areas for tattoos, and then there's popular areas that are not. And I think you need to sit down, like, you know, on Google, and take a look at gowns that cover the areas that you're trying to cover. Because for me, I would much rather cover a tattoo with the garment than with makeup, because I'm lazy. And just start looking at those and then say, okay, well, maybe I have to have something that covers, you know, at least the top quarter of my arm. What type of sleeves look good like this? Which ones don't? Start looking at what those sleeves look like with a neckline that you know looks good with you, and start basically doing what I call a Frankenstein dress. And there's a lot of creative ways that you can cover something without necessarily going to, I have to have fabric all the way down to my wrist, or I have to do this or that. You just need to really be creative with it. The other way to do that, if you're not wanting to do makeup, is to look at the type of fabric that you're using to cover that. In other words, let's say you have a full sleeve tattoo. You're obviously not going to want to choose a sleeve that is just chiffon. You're not going to accommodate what you want to accommodate. So yes, you do still have to cover in the category at this point. And it's just because they're trying to create the same glamorous picture that you would see in a magazine or something like that. And it's just opening it yourself up to subjective opinions that might not be as supportive as others are. Now, all of that being said, look where we are. I don't recall, like, in the 80s and 90s in the contest. I'm sure there was something towards that ruling, but the tattoo has changed. The issue has changed over the years, and the beautiful thing about the system is it is constantly changing. You know, we're always having a new category put in here. We're always adapting to the times here and there. So it may not necessarily be the fastest thing in the world, but who knows? Maybe in 2 years, the rule will be you can have a tattoo showing. So that's kind of where we're at this point, though.
I look at when I do miss not do miss when I'm try to compete for evening gown category, I think of it as in like what is what do you want to see on the red carpet, as in like at the Oscar or at the Grammy, like somewhere that's very prestigious venue.
Mhm.
You want to show up, but you want to be in the spotlight. You want to be also like fashion forward. I mean, it doesn't have to be that, but you want to be look good, everything fit, and you just show off your body, show off in a classic way, in a respectful way. That's how I look at evening gown. For contestants should look at it as well.
Did they have a tattoo rule when you did gown, Randy?
I don't remember, but I don't really remember that many people back then having a lot of tattoos. I think tattoos have become much more popular these days than they were back when I could be. I mean, that was 30 some years ago, so I don't even know that I knew anybody that really had a tattoo back then.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing that, like I said, another reason that there has been kind of like a stay towards the conservative side on tattoos is, let's take, for example, you have an evening gown. Let's say you have an armband for your tattoo. The good old 90s tribal tattoo across your bicep.
Barbed wire.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say you have that, for example, and you're wanting to wear a gown that is a halter neck gown that exposes your arms. Going back again to proportions and whatnot, if you were to look at somebody that was in a halter gown and they're standing there and they have nothing on their arms at all, okay, what you see is a visual line of length to your arm. If you have something that is distracting, like let's say that armband that cuts across horizontally, or just really anything that's going to draw your attention there, what you're doing is you're taking away the length that you
and for your beauty as well. Once again, what does your eye go to? Is it going to your beauty, your silhouette, your proportion, or is it going directly towards that tattoo, or the big hairstyle, or the shoes? Where's your eye going to? And you need to really look at your evening gown and every outfit and say, where is the eye going? When somebody sees you, where's their attention being drawn? And if you've got a big tattoo somewhere, that's probably the first thing they're going to see or notice, because it just doesn't go with everything else. If you're wearing a beautiful beaded, elegant evening gown and beautiful earrings and a beautiful hairstyle and beautiful shoes, and then suddenly you have a tribal tattoo, what do you think you're going to be looking at? The tribal tattoo. So I would, you have to think about where the eye is going to go to.
And I think it's just a matter of creating a situation for people that it's easier to tell somebody, let's cover these up and let's get everybody on the same playing field, so that you don't have to worry about that and potentially throw away your chance at success because somebody finds something distracting on you that would have just been easier to wear a sleeve with, or wear something, wherever your tattoo is. So that's just the main thing to it.
Do you have any tattoos, Pattaya?
I don't. I'm very old school. I'm very.
Just a tramp stamp.
So my mother, all my family's in Thailand. So my mom taught me always say to me when I was a kid, because she works in HR. She's like one of the top HR in Thailand. So she always said, remember when you get a tattoo, sometimes you might not even get a job. You might find it really hard to get a job, because sometimes it's like Thailand is hot, so sometimes you're not wearing a jacket, or you're not wearing a long sleeve. You're wearing a short shirt to work, and then if it shows, then you're gonna have a hard time trying to get a job or trying to cover it up every single day.
I always find that funny because I'm actually one of the progressive ones. I think there's some absolutely stunning tattoo work that is out there. And, I think that there is great value to some of the messages that some of the tattoos have out there. And for me, I could see, as times advance, to a point where someone's entire focus, in fact, like I said before, I've designed dresses for this. The entire focus was the art of the tattoo, where, you know, maybe they're stood in something absolutely gorgeously. I could just see a plain black dress, just maybe a little rhinestone accent here or there, and then turn around and this back just have this beautifully designed thing to it that is a tattoo. And I mean, that to me, it gives me chills, actually. But I do understand how people have sometimes false impressions of tattoos, and sometimes, let's face it, we choose to do things when it comes to tattoos that weren't done well.
Well, I mean, Aliyah said that I'm a VP of HR with tattoos. I'm just saying it on my own experience. I'm from Thailand. We are way
I get that.
Right? So that's what I'm just saying. And I'm old, so like this is what my mom taught me 30 years ago.
And you know, that's the thing is, sometimes it's better to err on the side of conservatism in terms of something like that, just because of what is the ultimate message you're trying to portray. And if something as simple as a sleeve or whatever it happens to be can help you to achieve that, is it maybe the lesser of two evils at that point. So, but I personally would love to see us get to a point where we can maybe embrace a little bit more flexibility on that, but we're not
I'm not against
yet.
tattoo. Actually, I think if it's done tastefully and it does go with a gown. You know, not just like.
But I understand where we're at as far as you don't want to risk it.
Because if you see like a beautiful lady and you turn around like, oh, that's a man tattoo, that ruins all the illusion.
Exactly.
That's the thing. How many women actually have tattoos compared to men?
If it's like a sexy woman tattoo, then maybe that's another story. You know what I mean? Like that's.
Well,
that's,
and I think though that, I mean, that again goes into I mean, this really isn't a part of the evening gown debate. This is more just a
we need to move on.
yeah, definitely.
Move on.
But, I mean, you know,
So,
if that was the intent of what you were going to do something like that, that should have been your preparation before you chose to do it. So anyway.
So talk about fit, right? We are talking about fit. We talk about tattoo. What about fabric? So someone said, why is not fabric gown has in one year?
I don't know that I would agree with that completely. I mean, I made all my I made all my costumes and gowns when I entered every pageant and every contest that I ever did. There was some appliques on my gown when I won. The years before that, I had a lace gown that had some pearls and crystals on the shoulders, and you know, was scattered with some rhinestones. But I think a beautiful fabric gown absolutely could win. So I don't. As long as it's a good fabric, and once again, I think it's about quality. You know, you have to really understand fabrics and the quality of fabrics.
I love a good, like a plain, you know, velvet gown that have a great fit and everything. But the thing is, it's not that it's not valid, but it's just no one actually wear it and wear it right. So you know what I mean? Like, I mean, lately, that's why you say that someone
fabric gown. Back in I didn't wear it to, you know, for a contest, but I wore it a lot, you know, or to entertain.
Oh, yeah. I mean, of course, yeah. I love all that, but that's what just the question was just like why our fabric gown hasn't won. I'm just saying I just never seen anyone wear it and do it right to where it would outstanding.
For me, excuse me. For me, I rather enjoy the simplicity of a beautiful fabric gown. I do think that it is very hard to wear something that is not embellished in some manner, whether it's a rhinestone belt or rhinestone cuffs or, you know, brooch type effect here or there. I think you definitely can wear a fabric gown that maybe has a little bit of enhancement to it and do just as well as next to a beaded gown. But again, it's a proportion matter of what is the balance of the sparkle against the balance of the field of plain fabric. The quality of the fabric also greatly matters. But for me, the reason that a plain fabric gown has not worked is because you don't really see people play with different plain fabrics together. You usually get a sea of just one note in your fabric. So in other words, combining textures of plain fabrics, or combining different levels of shine in the fabric to create a garment that is not decorated and plain fabric, but still has a visual interest to the construction and the techniques. A lot of times you'll see a plain fabric gown that maybe is just a strapless sweetheart trumpet bottom dress, and I mean there's really nothing to it, where you could have come in and added ruching here or there, or you could have switched the grain of the fabric so that you got a different appear to the shine that created a pattern within the fabric. I just have not seen a lot of advanced techniques used sometimes in those dresses, which leaves them a little flat to me.
I will tell you, I remember back in the 80s when Naomi Sims wore a Mary McFadden gown. And if you know Mary McFadden, she's known for her pleating.
Yes,
and the pleated gown, it did have a little beaded like belt across, you know, the kind of like the lower, you know, the high hip area. But other than that, there wasn't a bead on the dress. It was about the pleated fabric, and it was gorgeous, and she could pull it off. So I think it, you know, it really is about the fabric, the silhouette, the seams of the gown, and the proportion and everything. So I think a fabric gown can win. I think maybe, I don't know, somebody wrote on here, Victoria DePaula wore a fabric gown one year and it was purple. And they said, I believe she wore that the year she won. Is that true?
I think it still had a little bit of, we went through a phase where it was, I call them half and halves, where maybe like the bodice was decorated, but then the bottom was all fabric. So we definitely went towards a fabric feel with that, but nobody has won Miss America with just a fabric dress. And exactly what you said, you mentioned something there, Randy, that was brilliant too, in the terms of seaming. You can create a lot of interest in a plain dress just with the way that the panels are cut, or just the seaming of what you've done, even if it's not a functional seam, even if it's a decorative faux seam. And I think, again, it's more about the construction. And if you're going to do a fabric dress, to me, in my opinion, this would be one time that I would consider spending more money on your dress. And going to someone who is actually a very skilled tailor in the dress, because they can create interest in your dress through playing of textures of fabrics and seamings, and just how they use the grain of their fabrics. And that will create for you a dress that is dynamic and plain in terms of decorative. So when I think of some of the dresses in my mind, and sometimes I can't remember who wore them, but my favorite dresses that I have ever seen have been fabric dresses. Aurora is one that I think of instantly. She had a beautiful baby blue, kind of turquoise blue, strapless gown with all these ruffles, and it was just the fabrics that she chose, the proportions, and to me that dress was one of the most beautiful dresses I think I have ever seen in my life. And I would easily stand that up against a $5,000 beaded dress in a minute.
Okay, I have this one. This is my personal question. Not question. It's more like, okay. So I'm gonna show you this. So I've been talking to a lot of contestants about gown, and they are asking about this. This is something that I think, you know, evening gown for a pageant, it should be one of a kind. You don't wanna see as in like anyone has it. Oh, I've seen that. So there's this thing about the sequin fabric, the pattern one, something like this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I understand.
Giovanni, I know them.
Well, I mean, I'm not. Oh, this is like, or that. You know, like this is the gown is perfectly fit. Everything's perfect, everything like that's beautiful.
I think it's gorgeous.
Mhm.
I think it's gorgeous.
Uh-huh.
All of them.
But this is I mean, from my point is that like it's the fabric that everyone's seen from the rack. You know, and when you go to fabric store, this is what literally just pull out front, pull out in the back.
Mhm.
Like no matter how many stones you add on, it's just not unless you take that as a base and then you turn into a different, you add other things to it.
So you feel it's not original enough?
It's just for me, I feel like it's just I don't know. This is what I'm taking of it as in it's just it's nothing about a store bought. It's just like, you know, like you feel like it's just a fabric that you can see everywhere. It's just
not
like
unique, is what
it's
you're
like
saying.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just it does not read one of a kind.
And so, what is your question? Is that appropriate, or is that?
It's just like what would you say to like contestants or looking to invest in gowns?
Mm-hmm.
That was
Well, I mean, you know, again, you have to realistically look at what is the budget of this person that they're coming to the game with. Yes, you're going to run into some degree repetition in gowns, with especially now that so many people do make their own things. So it's very common for that to happen. And as a judge, I am tasked to judge within a certain set of parameters. The number of people that have the same print of fabric is not one of those parameters for me. I would certainly find myself leaning more towards being a little more generous to my scorings in terms of suitability or what have you. If they have found a way to utilize that print slightly differently than other people may have, you know, a little different than just laying the fabric down and cutting out your basic shell like everybody has. Have you found a way to, maybe if you wanted to embellish it, have you found a way to embellish it slightly differently? I kind of stay away from telling people if that's where we're at the game, go ahead and use it if that's what you need to use it as. But if you do have a potential to branch away from that and go into something that is maybe a little more unique or a different way to balance that, then let's try to do that. Because you don't want to be in a situation, I think more so than is the fabric suitable, is I would want to try to create something that I'm not standing potentially next to the person in exactly the same thing. That for me
like
is more.
This one standing in green and the other one standing in yellow and this one standing in blue.
Mm-hmm. And I think honestly, if I were to like really be, I don't want to say brutal about it, but you know, human beings are so beautiful in their creativity. I mean, a pageant itself is just such a great expression of how we can make something out of virtually nothing. You know, we have budgets that are not even an 18th of what a Hollywood production is, and yet people come out and they create these beautiful things, and we make gorgeous gowns that should cost, you know, $20,000 with some designer somewhere for, you know, $2,000. Sometimes when people utilize things that are commonly available, they use it in a way that has been commonly used, and they haven't used their imaginations on how to create something with it in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say be realistic in, if you're going to use something that everybody has, find a way to use it in a way that they haven't used it.
I agree. It's like you won't. I mean, you will score high if it fits. Everything is perfect for you. But asking if it's a winning gown, that's just a question. Like if you want to prepare for a pageant to win, you want a winning gown. That's what just where.
Oh, of course.
But I think that it's not just gown. You have to look at the fit, the silhouette, the proportion, the hair, the makeup, the jewelry, the shoes, the walk, the poise. I think that when you know, maybe not everyone is able to afford a $20,000 gown, but if they go out there and they present themselves with confidence and poise, and the hair is impeccable, and there's no wig line, and the makeup is gorgeous, and they've done, you know, great accessories, and they model it beautifully, I would give them gown. For me, it's not about, anybody can buy a $20,000 gown and have a really bad wig line and ugly makeup and bad jewelry, and the gown be too short, and
Exactly.
across the stage. So for me, it's about, once again, it's about the total package. And so I think that, yes, fashion is great, and expensive gowns are gorgeous, but that is not what makes a Miss Gay America. It's about how you present yourself in that gown. How are you as the total package?
Right. And that's why I really stress to people, you know, don't go outside your budget. Keep your lights on, keep your belly full. All of those things are far more important. And the things that Randy mentioned are imperative, and probably, to me, I agree, the most important thing, because those are details that you can execute for free. The cleanliness of the hairstyle, the fit of the garment, those are things that are virtually, if not completely, free, because they are details you can control and potentially do yourself. So for me, I'm not so about if I've seen a fabric before or I've seen something done, a cut before, but I do find myself, especially in like areas such as suitability, things like that, that I can see myself being a little more generous at that point, because I actually am appreciating someone's creativity in using their free skills in creating something for me that I have not seen. But the actual sequin fabric dress, to me, is it's immaterial unless it's made poorly. Oh, I think she's got another question.
Yes. Someone asked. Hold on one second. So we go. So as we say, we're not what you call discredit those type of gowns, but it was just not. I mean, the one of a kind with the interesting design, or that has. I'm comparing to like that gown, and both gowns are perfect fit. You know, the one that scream one of a kind would just be will have more.
Oh yeah.
That's
it's part of the impression. It's part of the picture that you have.
Yeah.
No different than you see somebody do two of the exact same themed talents, and someone has a little bit more creativity to how they presented it. You automatically, subconsciously, are more open and receptive to that.
We got this question. What are your thoughts about the enormous spaceship hair that seems to show up in pageants now? Well, I mean,
once again, two words: silhouette and proportion.
Thank you.
Is the hair too big for the gown or for the girl? Is it too big for her face? You have to really, really look at those two things. And if you're going with a very sleek, simple, all fabric gown, then you probably would do a very sleek, simple, elegant hairstyle. You know, everything has to coordinate together. And I talk a lot about this to brides, you know, with their hair, with their jewelry, with the bouquet. It shouldn't be bigger than your head. Everything needs to be in proportion, that you're not looking at, or the crown. You know, a lot of them, are enormous, ginormous. But for evening gown, I think, once again, it all needs to tell a very cohesive story.
So at Miss Gay America this past year, we've seen a lot of the exact same hair. It was this same style.
Again, going back to what I mentioned at the top of what we were talking about in terms of Miss America getting that reputation in terms of being, conservative, because people kept regurgitating the same thing over and over. Same thing happened with hairstyle. We went through the phase where everybody had to have the barrel curls. Then because it scored well and people got positive feedbacks from judges, then we said, okay, well, let's not necessarily have to wear an updo if you don't want to. And then, you know, a certain hairstyle started to win, and you start seeing girls using that same hairstyle. You know, we went to I call it the Miss America standard, you know, which is the over to the one side with the slightly swooped out, you know, the one I wear all the time. And you saw girls wearing that. Then it went into the finger waves and the Marcel waves. And then it went into this very structured set look. And to me, I find that very sad because of the fact that people are forfeiting their own personality and their own creativity and their own expression in order to do something that they think is going to win. And how many times have we seen someone come out with a talent that's risky, or a gown that's risky, or maybe do hair that's risky, and everybody loves it and it does well, but people still want to revert to not learning what works for them to win, but to have a group of people sit down and say, if you do this, if you wear this, you will win.
Yeah, and I think that once again, if you're wearing a gown that is very retro 1920s, maybe a finger wave would be gorgeous.
Perfect, yes.
You know, if you're wearing, you know, I think once again, the hair, it's not who has the winning hair. I mean, Pattaya, what you have on right now would be gorgeous with the right gown. You know, I would not clock you for that.
With a simple fabric, one shoulder with the shoulder pads.
You know, and if you're bare, then the hair can go down. And if you've got a high neck, then it should go up. I think that, you know, and how does that hair look for your face? You have to think about the proportion of you have a square face, you have an oval face, you know, it has to be in proportion. Once again, silhouette and proportion. It all has to work together. So if you're wearing a very modern gown, then you want a modern hairstyle. If you're wearing something more elegant and conservative, you might want to go that route. But I think that, once again, just like your tie needs to be in balance with your lapel, your hair needs to be in proportion and speak to what you're wearing as a gown.
Mm-hmm. I think people really do not appreciate the level of math that goes into our everyday lives, and a lot of it we do you know, without even thinking about, like I said, I've said this several times already about the math of it, but just one of my little quirks is that I enjoy watching documentaries about random things that most people would find incredibly dull and tedious, and one of them was the impact of ratio upon people's impression of beauty. And I remember very distinctly them saying that no human has a perfectly symmetrical face.
True.
The impression of what makes people beautiful is not actually a physical trait like blue eyes or a certain type of nose. It was how close to symmetrical your face is. And that if you ever reach 100% symmetrical, you would actually look to people as unattractive.
Look at Linda Evangelista. She had the biggest nostrils on the planet. I mean, right. I saw her and met her, and huge nostrils. I think she was one of the most beautiful models ever. So right. Once again, I think it's working with your beauty and what you have and making it work as a total package.
Right, and that proportion is the key to everything. So as far as the hair is concerned, you know, I'm the first one to stack 4 wigs up on top of my head. I'm not gonna lie, I sure will do it. But I also, in evening gown, I find it personally distracting when the hair is so out of the realm of believability in terms of the size of a person's head and face. You know, I see some girls that are, by the time they put on all of this hair, they look like they are going to fall over if one wind came through that bar. And I think to myself, that just doesn't look comfortable, number one. And it just doesn't, it distracts for me. So
but keep in mind, there are entertainers that this rule does not apply.
Yes.
i.e. Tasha Cole. I love my Tasha with her big hair.
Right, but now let's go back again.
That's who she is.
Our key word of the day is proportion. What does Tasha also wear to balance the big hair?
Yeah.
Big outfits.
Outrageous costume.
So all she is doing has hyper exaggerated the balance of proportions.
Yeah.
But yet it's proportioned. It's crazy. So
Let me some Tasha.
yes, she is absolutely incredibly gifted. She is one of those people that I would easily see coming in a fabric gown somewhere and winning, because she views things in such a unique way. I revel in it, actually. Anytime I'm around somebody like that has a creativity level in what they do, it makes me feel very insecure.
Yeah, she's genius. She really is. Absolutely.
She is absolutely.
Yeah. I remember a number she did years ago. It was a number by Barbara Streisand, and she had black gown on, and she
yes, I know.
twisted fabric that went down, and it was all black. And then suddenly, this I think it was neon lights came up, and the fabric came out. She had fabric on brooms, on these big wide brooms that people that were dressed in all black, so you couldn't see them, that pulled the fabric out, and it created this rainbow, and it moved behind her. I mean, it filled up the entire stage. It was so incredible. One of those moments I'll never forget. And there you go. There's an all fabric gown right there.
Yeah, she did that again, a version of that. She did different songs. A Pride number, she did Cyndi Lauper with it, True Colors, at Miss America.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely astonishing. And I thought that was just the most amazing thing ever.
Just genius. So what's our next question? What's our next topic?
Okay, so this is a last question. I want to talk about shoes. So I'm just gonna put it out there here. A lot of people discredit open toe shoes, which because it shows Barbie toes. But what I've been telling the judges is that it's fine. Barbie toe is fine because we all men. In this pageant, we all men. I rather them wear tights and show Barbie toes versus wearing hookah pumps.
Once again, I think it depends on the gown. If it's
on the gown,
strappy, open, light gown that looks very summery, then why would you wear a big, heavy, clunky shoe?
No platform shoes. No platform.
Well, I don't know.
I just. This is Dragon Lady from Dallas, Texas. Always text me, Pattaya. Platform shoes are for hookers. Before I compete at America and National this year, I got at least 4 or 5 messages of the same text. Platform shoes are for hookers. That's a joke with her that I need to be taller.
Girl, they're reading you.
As long as you don't have open toe shoes that have like 9, seams where the hose are, that you see, the 6 pair of hose.
I usually call it peep toe. That means you only see 2.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Not the whole foot.
Yeah.
That's gonna give you what they call a clip hanger.
For me,
they're ready to jump like that.
Again, that's a matter, I think, somewhat of a judge's own personal taste in terms of what they find annoying. Because I know a lot of people do find it annoying to look down and not be able to see people's toes. Personally, it doesn't bother me in the least. My take on that is we're given a certain set of cards here that we have to deal with. What is in style? What is aesthetically pretty with gowns right now clashes with how we have to execute our job. In other words, meaning having to wear the hose or the tights. Mm-hmm. There's just nothing you can do about that.
That's why I said I don't mind.
It's not something to me that I think, well, Is it as pretty? No, of course it's not as pretty as looking at someone's toes. But then I look down at my feet right now and I go, if you saw my toes, you would tell me to wear Barbie toes. So for me, it's not an issue. And I do think judges need to be a little aware that what was available to us, like let's say in the early 2000s, where everybody was wearing that Federico Leone pump, things like that aren't really prevalent anymore on availability for some, and these others are. So I think there has to be a little flexibility to that on a judges panel. The main thing to me in terms of a shoe is, again, Randy has said it so many times so well on here already, is not clashing. Obviously you don't want to wear a black shoe with a white dress, or you don't necessarily want to wear a patent leather shoe with a dress that it's going to clash with. Trying to make sure that the shoe is not the focus of what's going on, to me, is far more important than a Barbie toe, open toe, what have you. Exactly. Now, does it mean that a judge isn't going to take off here or there because they may have an archaic idea? It's possible. I mean, some people may just find it absolutely repulsive to see somebody's toes or lack of definition of toe out there. But that's just more of a personal taste type of a thing. But I do think judges need to be a little more open to this. I find it so depressing that we've gotten to a point in any sort of contest industry where everybody's focus is, can I wear an open toe shoe? Can I wear a particular hairstyle? Can I do this? All in an effort to get a few points. I find that a little depressing, because the whole celebration of doing something like this is people's creativity. And I also find it very depressing that, if somebody does take a risk and it doesn't pay off for them, that they then want to blame not being told that they should wear something or not wear something. So it's a catch-22, but I agree with Randy. I think we need to be a little more realistic on our expectations of what's happening here.
Yeah.
And I don't ever want to hear anything about shoes because I can't wear any right now.
Aww.
Pretty soon I'm going to be challenging the whole you have to be in heels for drag.
All right, so thank you so much. At the end of the evening gown, say yes to the gown.
Say yes to the gown.
We love and thank you, Randy. Good night.
Good to see you, Katia.
It's great to see you, Randy. I can't wait to work with you.
Absolutely.
Yes. So
we just love the new show.
Everyone keep our fingers crossed, keep our legs crossed, keep our eyes crossed. I can't do it.
Yeah, that's
bye. Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. Stay safe. I love you guys.
Take care. How do I get out? Oh
I'll
my God.
take you out. Don't worry. Bye.
Bye.
Fast recovery. Bye. All right. So we got Katia. And Randy's, and now we are moving on to the next segment. Katia still doesn't know how to leave this room. So bring Katia's still there. The next segment of the show is called Cooking. Oh, Cooking Miss Gay America. It's like driving Miss Daisy. With Miss Gay America 2017, Susie Wong. I'm bringing her on right now. Hello. Oh my God, what is going on over there?
Good morning, mask for mask.
Mask for mask. She's all covered up. She's like, hold on. Look at that.
I can't.
Susie, say hi to everyone. Talk for a bit. I'm just gonna set up the new kitchen.
Hi everyone, how are you? I hope you're being safe. It's so good to see you. Thank you for Pattaya for setting all this stuff up. Fabulous. I'm gonna get out of this mask though. Can you hear me? Hi.
Oh, she's engaged.
Huh?
She's engaged. She's in full woman mode.
My hair grew since COVID. It was so hard to get a haircut. But yeah, hi
I
everybody.
wish my hair grows. I'm bald and
You're
old.
bald? I can't see anything but myself. How can I see the Facebook page or anything? Can I do that?
Oh,
I want to see comments.
okay, I'll put it up for you because I have my computer on. So hold on.
Okay.
I
Well,
want to change. Hold on. Give me Susie Wong. Introduce yourself. Talk to the audience.
guys, I am Hello, everybody. I am Susie Wong, Miss Gay America 2017, and I hope everybody's at home either getting up or recovering from last night. And I hope you're doing great. I mean, it's been a crazy, crazy time. Thank goodness for Facebook and social media for us to be able to stay connected, huh? If we didn't have this, I mean, we should have bought stock in Zoom, don't you think? Or what is this one? What is this one called? Stream?
It is streaming.
Yeah, that whichever she just, I didn't hear her. But, you know, these things are so crucial right now to stay connected. I hope everybody's taking care of themselves, staying mentally sane, staying physically sane, not over binge watching too many stories or over binging too many snacks. But are you guys good? Yeah? Maybe?
Hold on 1 second. I'm getting myself back in.
Well, before you guys come for me, I know there's a couple of things in the old logistics of being Miss Gay America. I'm wearing a sleeve. I didn't break my arm or anything. I just didn't want to expose my tattoo. But I'm not wearing nails for a reason. And that's because in the kitchen, we're not supposed to wear nails because 1, paint can fall into the food. 2, they're not my real nails, so I don't want to bite into a whole thumbnail or anything. So that's intentional. So please don't be coming for me and being like, oh my gosh, it's not done. And I'm getting text messages now.
Okay, hold on. Yes, I'm gonna text myself. Hold on.
I can pull up the picture on my phone to see the comments as well. I'm just afraid it's gonna reverb, Rob. It's okay, I can see it there. I'll let Pattaya direct it because it's her show. Hey Rob, I'm glad you're watching. Hey guys, how exciting to be doing this right now, right? Good morning. We all have our coffee or whatever we're pretending to be our coffee.
Give me 1 second. Oh yes, you're gonna teach us how to make coffee, right?
That's right. So I thought this was pretty cool. I mean, I love that Pattaya has put together this whole program where we're featuring everyone in their element and their strengths. And obviously, I couldn't bring a flame or water or a walk on stage with me because that is not in the rule book. So I had to pretend like I could dance. But today I'm actually going to get to show you what I would do if I could do this for a talent one day at a pageant. Someday. Right? So if you guys want to join us, you can. I should have put out a recipe thing, but since COVID, just a little catch up while I'm killing time, I was told by my agent to just kind of like not worry about the rules of production with all the people coming to me every season asking me for this or that, meaning in casting, right? They're always asking me like, hey, can you be a little more gay, or can you do drag, or can you drive cross country and do drag brunches and we can film it. Instead, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do what I wanna do. And so from March, I've been doing that. And on Instagram, Arnold Minton BNA, ding, I put out 80 plus videos of me cooking at home. Whether I wanted to be in a wig, whether I wanted to be shirtless, I never did that. But I went ahead and put out 80 of my own cooking videos, produced my way, my style, and it paid off. So a lot of exciting things are happening for everyone, even with the Miss Gay America pitch season, with Randy's great news and whatnot too. But I also have some exciting news as well, and incorporates this and this coming up for maybe the next season, touch wood, as well. But if you guys miss my cooking, you can always follow me on my personal YouTube, Arnold Mint. I also work for BuzzFeed Tasty now, so that's really great. And what else? And you can go to my website, arnoldmint.com.
I am back.
Yay! Oh my gosh, I love that you're wearing that because this is my morning look. I wanted to make coffee, and then I'm gonna change it to my look, and we're gonna look so good side by side. You look cute. I like that hair.
Thank you. I'm like a little Stepford wife.
What Stepford wife has that hair?
I'm Frenchie from Greece.
There you go. There you go.
Gee,
Hold on, let me
I wish
see.
I have one of those water garden angels.
Can you guys see my set? Because
I'm gonna change it this way.
let's see.
Hold on. My bad. There you go.
There we go.
That's better?
Yeah. Let me see. Is my hair touching God and not? Am I my hair out of frame? Okay.
So this
I
cooking
like.
show is sponsored by Susie Wong, House of Yum.
Well, I want to thank David Perdue for procuring.
He sent me this.
Yes, see, look, so we can actually match. It's a virtual cooking thing. So we have our forward set burner, so we don't have
You turn
to.
this the other way, right? You turn this.
Correct. So yes, you turn it the other way so it faces up. Did you get gas? Are you gassy?
I am gassy.
You have the burner.
Huh?
Do you have this
yeah.
canister?
David just stop by and install this.
He installed it. So, okay. Well, we should be good. We'll get to this later. We have plenty of time. We don't have to cook yet, right? Not yet?
Ah, it's wrong. Hold on. That's not right.
You have to install it.
Is it in?
Okay, look.
Oh my God, I can smell gas.
No. Did you pull it down?
It's supposed to be down.
Yeah, so now pull the lever down. Pull that thing down, the switch, and it'll click, which is locked in.
Hold on, that's not how.
Look at me. Look.
Oh, there you go. Vega?
Smart.
Okay, I think I got it. There you go. Woohoo!
We don't have to cook yet. Let's talk.
Okay, let's talk. So what do we have to do?
Well, let's catch up. It's been a while.
Oh, it's been a while. So what are we? Hold on.
You have me for 2 hours, right? I'm used to cooking in 8 minutes, so I'm gonna take my time.
I mean, Susie already have everything prepared. I have 0. So walk us through.
I mean, imagine your drag room, and then imagine my drag room, and imagine your kitchen, and imagine my kitchen. It's kind of the same. Oh, you look so cute! I love it.
Yeah, this is fun. I mean, you just don't see any pan or anything. So what Susie's going to do is cook the rice. So I have jasmine rice cooked from last night that I put in the fridge.
Yes, but are we gonna make coffee too?
Oh yeah, let's get coffee first.
So the best part of waking up is putting a wig on and lashes, right?
Right. Which is
So hi, okay, I can see all the comments now. Very excited to see you all participate on this online event. Hey, Michael. Hey, Michelle. How are you?
So we're gonna make coffee, Thai coffee. Anyone
Okay.
else here?
Okay, good. So we're gonna make Thai coffee. Okay? And you guys, the thing about Thai coffee, it's almost like candy. Imagine getting a coffee ice cream and melting it down and then putting ice on it and drinking it every morning. It's like diabetes central. It's like very, very sweet, but it's very, very delicious. And I'm not drinking that in here, by the way.
This will be my 5th coffee since I started this whole drag.
So we didn't introduce ourselves the right way. Sawadee ka,น้องสาว
Sawadee ka. So Susie Wong is the first Miss Gay America from Thailand. And I am the second Miss Gay America from Thailand.
And last night they had Miss Thailand Universe pageant.
Oh my God, yes, Miss Thailand Universe was last night.
The one that just got crowned, she's from Canada. Her name is Amanda. And this is what stunned me. I want to go back to talking about interview. Being comfortable and authentic in yourself is something that Blair said earlier. At Miss Thailand, we speak Thai. What do you think she did coming from Canada? They asked her final onstage question, and she
I haven't seen it yet. You go ahead.
in English. She didn't even try. She just went on full on ภาษาอังกฤษ She went on full on and spoke English because why? She was being authentically herself, which I thought was so brilliant and fierce, and a great strategy because that was something that she had over all the other contestants. So smart, right?
And then also with Miss Thailand, it's been what? How many years that we I think it was the past 4 years that we broke into the top 10.
Yes.
And some of them last year broke into the top 6, top 5, all that, and they all fell apart when you go into Q&A, on stage Q&A, and they couldn't understand the languages. So, or sometimes one of I think it was 2 years ago, we had a really amazing representative. 3 years ago, we got an amazing representative. She speaks fluent English, but her question was social movement.
Maria.
Yes, Maria. So she got a question about social movement, and she's not from America, so she has no idea what is social movement. She understands what it is, but she didn't understand because in Thailand we don't have social movement.
Right.
We don't have Black Lives Matter. We don't have gay rights. All that. It's not like a movement that we had in Thailand. So it's just a culture thingy differences.
Right. But for Miss Thailand, they treat it like it's the Super Bowl, more so because we don't have football either.
God.
It is the Super Bowl. If you win Miss Universe as Miss Thailand, you are a national hero forever. Our last Miss Thailand was in 1988. Pontip Nakhiranganok. She won in 1988 as only the second Miss Thailand to win ever. But we go into this pageant system like balls to the wall. If you can go on Instagram and look at the presentation costumes from this year, you guys, if we could have at least one bead off one of those costumes for a gown, we would slay all national we would slay. Like I love it so much. It's so good. It's ultimate. It's ultimate. Anyways, I digress.
in Thailand, we have I think there was 2 or 3 system of pageant that they are balls to the wall. But Miss Thailand Universe has been one of the biggest one.
Mm-hmm. They are proud of their queens. So they are proud. And you guys have 2 of us. MGA 2020, MGA 2017.
Yes. All right. So what are we doing? Go
for
it.
Iced coffee. Thai iced coffee is very similar to Thai iced tea. Have you guys ever had either of those? It's very sweet. Thai iced tea is almost like pumpkin spice, almost like chai tea, but it's bright red. And Thai coffee is easier to find. So I figured I would show you how to make this so you can kind of bring a taste of Thailand to your house, right? But what all you really need is instant coffee. I found Nescafe because Nescafe is very well known in Thailand as well. And it's very, very strong. It's instant. You have instant coffee?
Yes.
You have a spoon?
Got it. I just
Okay. So what we're gonna do, that's Folgers, see? So I have Nescafe.
You told me Folgers.
Oh, I did? I said instant. So what we're gonna do is just in a little cup, you're not gonna do too much, it's just a regular mixing, a little glass cup, you're gonna take 3 very large spoonfuls. Normally, 1 spoon makes 1 6-ounce cup of coffee, right? But for this, you're gonna add 3. We're gonna get there, Pattaya. We are gonna get you this morning. This is gonna get you all kinds of correct.
I'm gonna throw up.
This makes your heart beat.
My heart is like pounding. My hands are shaking from all this coffee.
You just have to make it. You don't have to drink it. So I made this at the restaurant last night, and I think 4 of us at the restaurant shared 1 cup. But this is an industry standard in Thailand. So
3 cups. 3 spoons.
3 generous spoons of instant coffee. Then you're gonna take a little bit of sugar and do 1 spoon of sugar into
regular sugar, or regular sugar.
Regular sugar into the dry.
1 spoon of sugar.
1 spoon. Just a spoonful of sugar.
Make that.
I obviously did not sink my phone.
Oh shit.
Mix that together, and then take some cinnamon and just do 1 little dash of cinnamon.
Okay. I'm like looking on my. Yeah, they are laughing at me because I'm looking at you from my phone. It was so small. I was like, "What is going on over there?"
The only time I'm going to look small during COVID is through your phone. Who's there? Vega?
Vega is here. Vega, show your face. Come over here. Say hi. Ryan, you can come help me as well.
Morning, Susie.
Good morning, Vega.
Good morning, lady.
That's Ryan. That's Vega's husband.
Hello, Ryan.
This is my kitchen, so I know where everything is.
Okay, so good.
Brown cinnamon.
Okay. Cinnamon. Now, normally in Thailand, we use cardamom, but I didn't want to confuse you guys, so we're going to use cinnamon for that. Just one little. And then I'm going to pour on some hot water.
Hot water. Do we have hot water?
Warm water from your sink. Did you pay your heater, your gas bill? You have warm water?
Hot water?
Just a little bit. You only need like a drop. All you want to do is dissolve this, because if you do all hot water, it'll melt ice. It'll melt your ice.
You need water.
Just put a little bit of like a little bit of water just to dissolve it all. It's instant.
Oh, sorry. Uno momento.
Okay. So back to the heels discussion about say yes to the gown. All I wear are pleasers.
I know. I have one of yours. Oh,
I was feeling very attacked. All I wear are 7-inch pleasers.
Fun fact. Fun fact.
So I'm just gonna put like a very little drop of water.
My crowning gown was. I had trouble walking with those feathers on the floor. So Susie, like, try my shoes.
Oh yeah, I put you in my shoes, right?
I tried her on, and I'm like, oh, this is so much easier to walk in. And I'm like, you know what? I want to be more. So I order another one on my own that is an inch taller.
Yeah. So literally, guys, like when I wore that gown, my front platforms were about 3 or 4 inches. My back heel was 7 inches when I won and got crowned because my dress was long. And Pattaya wore them when she got crowned.
Yeah.
So look, that's all.
It was covered, so no one can see it.
I know, right? I'm so short, anyways. I mean, Charity likes to call me little people of Miss Gay America, little women of Miss Gay America. So this is all you're doing, and the reason why you're only putting this much in or water in to dissolve is because if it's warm, you don't want the ice to be melted when you pour it over, right? So and the good thing is it is instant, so it literally it mixes just like Kool-Aid does, right? Susie is the original queen that came with Barbie toe. If you can see my so my manager used to say something because she's from Houston and she had a lot of drag queen friends, and she said if they get past your face, you've done something wrong.
Oh.
So, except when you're scoring for Miss Gay America, because they have to look at everything. But that is a true point. If you can't take your eyes off the person's face and they're not engaging, and you're not engaging the audience, then you've got to work a little bit harder to try to get to that level. That way they don't catch your Barbie toe. But you know, I want to be Barbie anyways. Like if somebody says I have a Barbie toe, I'm going to feel like I achieved something great. So anyway.
That's why I told all the judges, I was like, I do not mind Barbie toe because we're all men. I'd rather have all of them wear tights instead of just not wearing pads, not wearing tights.
Yeah, I'm right here, Pattaya. I'm wearing film trucks right now. So do you have ice yet? Do you have ice?
I do.
Okay. I'm gonna go grab some ice. And do you have your sweet milk? And do you have a glass? Be right back.
You're asking a lot of this weird questions. Do you have ice? Do you have glass? Vega, she is disrespecting you. Nice. Hold on. You got fancy refrigerator. I don't have that in New York. Okay. So we're gonna put.
How are you surviving? What are you doing?
We're gonna serve in this cup later on.
Woo!
Miss Gay America cup.
Merch. I love merch. So let's put some ice. Oh, you did already. Okay.
You put ice in the in the glass.
Ice goes in the glass, right?
Yes.
And then you're just gonna take your iced coffee. Remember, it's a lot. It's very potent, but it's almost like espresso, but it's instant coffee. Just pour that into the glass. Fill it up. Top it with a little bit of water.
Water?
Yeah, just to fill up to the top, to where you want it to be. You see? It looks like iced coffee already. Okay. Then you're gonna take your sweet condensed milk, which is, oh, it comes in a carton? What is that?
Yes, honey.
Oh, she has bougie grocery stores. This is my Walmart brand, sponsor. So we're just gonna take our sweetened condensed milk, and then you're just gonna drizzle the condensed milk right on top, inside the glass, not on the outside of the glass. Maybe about 1 generous big tablespoon.
Oh shoot. 1 tablespoon.
No, you can do whatever you
I
want.
squeezed like 3 already.
It's your doctor's appointment, not mine. But look, guys, that is what it should look like.
Oh, I see hers.
Oh, yours looks a little morning after right now. You need to put a little bit more in there. It's dripping like an after party. Look, see, and then I put my straw in. There you go. Ooh! Look at that.
Yeah.
I just grab a Sharpie and write my name on the side and say we'll be ready in 5 minutes. But like that's it, guys. Look, it matches. It totally matches.
Yes.
Cheers. We did it.
Cheers. Okay, let me try.
Now, if you wanted to do this with chai tea, you could as well. But this just adds a little extra sweetness. Taste it.
Oh, this is great. Oh, it is really good. Hold on.
You can make some for your friends that are hosting you and be a little grateful that you're staying at their house.
They don't drink coffee because I'm the only one drinking coffee in this house. You want to taste? Brian's going to come taste it. So I sip on this side, so no COVID. He's going to sip on the other side.
This side.
Yes. No COVID.
Not COVID coffee, guys.
Wait, what'd you say?
Not COVID coffee.
That is good.
Did you hear that?
It's good?
That's real good.
So let me gauge something really fast. Can you guys see everything down here? Can you see my burner? Can you see my cilantro?
We can see everything.
You can see this? Ryan, can you see this?
We can only see up to the line.
I don't know what that means. Can you see my? Oh, okay. Good.
Line.
So you can see everything.
Okay, everything for you.
So I'm gonna go change and get ready to cook brunch with you.
Okay.
Now that I'm
because I don't have anything
coffee, you look crazy. So to recap, guys, this is 3 tablespoons, 3 generous portions of instant coffee with 1 portion of sugar. Then I put a little bit of water in there to dissolve it. Then I filled the rest up with water and ice. Then I took sweet condensed milk and stirred it in and a dash of cinnamon. And that is how you make a quick hack version of Thai iced coffee. So all of you Thai food aficionados out there, don't come for me. This is an instant way to do it and get that flavor of our homeland of Thailand. Okay? Her, I'm gonna go change really fast. Can you entertain them for a second?
Okay, so I'm gonna do a tap dance for you guys. I'm gonna spin for you. Yes. Spin, spin, spin. Oh, Ryan's enjoying it. How are we doing? I'm gonna go over to this side. Hold on. I'm gonna switching. Okay, I am going to be here. Oh, now I'm. How are we doing? I have no light. My light's over there now. So it is. What time is it? It is 11:30. Who's that? Oh, that's Vega. Don't change it. It's fine.
I just turn it down.
Oh, no. Just keep it like that. I'm just going to turn this down. There you go. You guys can hear me now? Are we good? No, thank you for watching. Thai iced coffee looks good, right? It's really good. It really keeps you like pump it. Hold on. How do you do the pump it? Then it's
Pump you up.
Hold on.
I am here for it.
Okay. Guys, don't judge me because I'm like been an anger news lady all day. So I'm wearing a dress, right? But underneath this dress is this sweatpants. So what are we doing? Doing this. What do you call that move?
Yeah.
No, this is flossing. This is flossing, right? So, could hear you better before. Oh no. So maybe it's from here. So I have, why am I on this side now? Okay. So the mic was that one on. Okay, let's throw this one on back. I am so confused. I'm very tech savvy. Anyway, so I'm gonna dance for you, but less talking. So this is called flossing, right? Oh no, it's off. Okay. Oh no. I don't know how to do this. Turn this off. Okay, Susie is back. Is she back? All right, I'm bringing her back. Oh, look at that.
I'm back.
She is back. Okay. I thought that was Patty the Play Safe.
I know, it's a little bit of Orange Dream for Pat in honor of Patty the Play Safe.
Oh, we didn't coordinate that. Like, oh, she's gonna be all orange. I'm gonna be all pink. We didn't.
No, I think we kind of decided to. I mean, this is very coincidental. How is everybody?
She was supposed to be in the shower. That was her costume.
Where's my hair? How do you do this? Oh, there it is. How do you do it backwards?
Turn.
Does that work?
Like how on Dream Girls, right?
Okay, we're back.
Let me wig around. Hold on. I can't do it.
Where's my wardrobe
Let me
team?
wig around. Oh, she went back. Okay. So I have nothing to. We're supposed to have what? Rice.
Maybe some tomato.
Okay, we have onions, we got carrots, we got celery. It's already chopped, so.
The spices are different.
Yes. We're gonna need bacon. What else do we need? This is going to be this Aster. I already know it. What else do we need? Cilantro. Can we have can you help me?
Yeah.
Can you peel off the cilantro leaf, right? Cilantro leaves.
Mine's like West.
Okay, good?
Yes. Okay, Susie, go.
Okay, welcome back, or I'm back. I love that we decided we'd get bright for brunch. That's important, right? Because we're always hungover and like tired, and you need something to brighten up your day. And I think this clothes helps, color helps, right? So we're gonna do today a Thai style fried rice. And I figured it would be easy to do with all of you because we all know what fried rice is. And it's really not that difficult, right? Now let's do a little Thai lesson too. Fried rice in Thai is khao pat and pat. If anybody orders Thai food, knows like pad Thai, pad siiu, it means to stir fry. And khao doesn't mean the shape of my body. It means rice. It means rice. Khao, K-A, phonetically K-H-A-O, khao pat. So if you go to a restaurant, a Thai restaurant, and you want fried rice, order khao pat. Okay, and that's what we're making today. And to make it, we need some ingredients. Yes? Good?
Yes.
And really all it essentially is a scrambled egg with things in it and rice on top. Honestly, that's the easiest way to kind of describe what fried rice is. So if you guys know how to scramble eggs, I think you'll be okay with making this. Cool? No worries? But the first thing we have to do is create all of our ingredients. It's called in French cooking mise en place. And mise en place means setting everything up, getting it in place so you're not running around the kitchen while you're trying to cook. Because once you start stir frying, it gets intense and it happens really fast. And you don't want to waste your time running to the fridge or anywhere to get stuff because you risk burning the item or the dish. So the first thing we have to do, and normally I have my culinary team, myself, I normally have my friends or my staff help me prep everything, but since we have a 2-hour cook time together, I figure we can do everything from beginning to end together. So for the fried rice, we have onions, we have carrots, we have some scallions, But since it's brunch, we're gonna take bacon and we're gonna make bacon fried rice. Is that not bad? Right? So the first thing we want to do, Pattaya, is let's go ahead and get this bacon going. All right? So what you want to do is cut the bacon into small pieces. This is thick cut bacon that I'm using, but you can use thinner, thinner if you want, or pork belly, but this is, I just cut it in half, and I'm cutting them into thin little slices, like so. All right?
So I have my cooking crew, aka the resident.
Oh,
Since I have nails on.
You're coming for my gig. So Vega, listen. Vega in the back. When you cut this bacon, go ahead and get a cold non-stick pan, place it on the stovetop at a low to medium heat, and just let it cook up slowly. Cold pan, cold heat, okay? Does that make sense, guys? Like this. A non-stick pan will prevent burning. Putting your cold bacon into your non-stick cold pan will also prevent burning. And if you put the temperature up slowly in the pan, on the range, it will not burn. The point is to cook crispy bacon. It's going to release all that good bacon fat, which you can save for later. We're going to get nice chunks of crispy bacon to throw into this fried rice. Does that not just sound so fabulous? I mean, we could also just save them as our carb-free croutons for later. We want to have a snack, or just save them as bacon bits for later as well, right? So all I'm going to do is place this on my range and let it go low and slow while we do the rest of our prep. Got it, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Good? Pattaya, you're doing so well. Your hands aren't even dirty.
I know, right? I'm just like a cheerleader. Vega's hating me right now.
So in addition to having onions and carrots, which we call aromatics, we're going to throw in some tomatoes. I don't know why we're doing tomatoes. It's just Thai fried rice always uses tomatoes. And then it's also very crucial that with your steamed rice, it's old rice, right? I'm tired to make this the day before because you want it to dry out a little bit. That way when it hits the wok, it doesn't get too soggy with the sauce and the texture is really nice and it's not mushy like risotto. Does that make sense? So when you're making your rice, you want it to be cold and dried out. Fresh, hot rice does not make good fried rice. It makes cool. So the first thing we need to do, in addition to all of this, is get all of our vegetables cut up.
Tomato. How do we cut the tomato?
So the tomatoes, let me see what tomatoes look like. Are they big tomatoes or little grape tomatoes?
Oh.
Show me your tomato. Everybody without your tomato, show me.
Got this.
Okay, that is a Roma tomato. Mine are baby heirlooms, like this. So you just want to dice them up. And here's the trick. This is like a very important basic trick for cooking.
Dice it?
I like to call it eating well. And in Knife Skill 101, how you cut things really does affect how you eat things, right? So you want to cut everything the same size. We're going to do dices of onion. We're going to do dices of carrot. So just do small little dices that match however you want to cut your carrots and your onions. Does that make sense?
Yes, see.
That way, when you eat, you don't have to think too hard when you're eating. You just have to kind of shove it in your mouth. Right? Does that make sense? Can I get a yes back there, Vega?
Do what?
Right.
How do we do? How do we do?
So just cut your tomatoes down to little small squares or dices. I'm doing the same. And then I'm going to grab my onion and do the same thing with my onion, all right? And you're also going to do it with your tomato. Your carrot.
Okay. Okay. Ah!
What happened?
Nothing. I thought that was my finger, but it is not.
So this is another reason why we don't. So we're going to cut our onions and dice them up as well. Exact same size as the tomatoes. And again, I'm just prepping everything right now. This is where all the grunt work happens because the cooking part's actually the easy part. The prep work is what takes time.
Do you
Right.
put them all together or no?
No, just put them, like, line them up. Don't mix them together. Just line them up. Can you see? As you go, just line them up as if they're like
Oh, line them up.
a nice professional chorus line. Then I'm going to take my carrots and do the same thing. Cut them to the same size of my onions. All right, just do small dices or medium dices that all match the tomatoes as well.
I like the cool mom.
Take your time. Don't be a hero. It's not finger fried rice. It's bacon fried rice.
Never had bacon fried rice?
I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, fried rice. I mean, rice is a very common morning dish in Thailand. It's actually it's an all-day dish. You know, people eat rice congee, rice soup. We do a lot of savory stuff, unlike
Yes, congee.
You know, we do, yeah, like congee. So doing something like this for breakfast is not uncommon. Fried rice is not uncommon for breakfast. Yeah, look, it looks good. Can you see?
Okay.
Good. Very nice. So my bacon is starting to sizzle up a little bit. I also have some scallions. You have scallions?
Yes.
So let's go ahead and grab the scallions, cut off the root part because this either you can grow and sprout to make new ones, but we're just going to cut these also just into nice small pieces. Okay? Very rustic. You don't have to be OCD because at the end of the day, it's all going to one place.
I am very nervous. This is the first knife that is sharp in this house. I've been cooking with the wrong knife the entire time I was here. This is sickening. This knife is sickening.
Yeah, oh, you know what? A little bit of knife, let me give you a little knife tutorial. Knives don't cut people. Dull knives do. Sharp knives don't. Does that make sense? And when you use a knife, notice how knives are normally curved. The reason is because it's meant to go along and brush the cutting board back and forth. You don't go like this. It doesn't chop. It slices. It saws. And in the blade of the knife are actually little teeth. It's not a straight piece of steel. And when those teeth kind of saw through, kind of like a saw on a tree, it slices very gently. And when you do that, you will not cry for an onion, right? And you will very low risk of cutting yourself. If you start smashing things like this, you don't give the saw a chance to slice, and you start juicing things and putting pressure on things. And that's when the acid of the onion makes you cry. That's when things slip. That's when danger happens. But if you have a sharp knife and it's curved like this, the one time I like something curved, it works. It totally works. And there's no crying. Good tidbit, right? I can hear my bacon sizzling.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn the heat down a little bit.
Oh shit.
How is your bacon happening? Is it on the stove?
The bacon's on the stove. It's frying. What you call
It's
that?
frying. That's great. You have your rice?
I have my rice. Do we need to heat up the rice?
No, you don't heat up the rice. Then you have your cilantro.
Do. It's already peeled.
Okay, good. So you have all your vegetables ready? Carrots, tomatoes, onions, scallion?
Carrots, tomato, onions. Yes.
And you have your lip gloss?
The what?
You have your lip gloss?
Green beans, tomato.
Just let the bacon work for a little bit.
Okay. We'll just smash it, right? Do we need to do like aตีไข่ไหม?
A what?
Egg. Do weตีไข่? What you call that?
The kai. Do we scramble the eggs? No, you don't have to.
Oh, we don't. Okay. The eggs stay lay there.
Let me see your walk. Let me see that fancy walk.
Oh, you want to see my walk?
Show me your wok, baby.
This is my wok.
Great. Okay, if you don't have a wok, you should probably stop watching this now because you're gonna feel left out. No, I'm kidding. You can use a saute pan. You can use a wok. You can use a cast iron skillet. You can use your fancy Le Creuset if you're like that. I got a wok. These are actually very fun. These burners are just little butane burners, and the only reason why I have it is so I don't want to turn my back to you ever in life, and not right now either. But I got a wok at Walmart for like $5.75, and I'm going to use that wok today. This wok is from Walmart, and I'm not endorsing them, but I guess I am. But that's the wok.
Okay, this is like Martha Stewart now. We're moving to the table. You see? There you go.
So see, guys, look. Oh. See, guys, look. Look at this bacon. When you do it in a cold pan, it heats up with the pan and it doesn't burn, and it releases a lot of that nice fat. So I can use that to do my liner of my wok for flavor, but also the texture of the bacon is nice and crispy, and it's not burnt. How fast was that? Cool, right? Cool, right?
Sí, yes.
Sí, claro. Okay, perfecto. So do you like this little poofy dress? Isn't it crazy? It's so funny, right? So, okay, before we get to the wok, actually, let's do this. Go ahead and let's prep the stuff for our garnishes as well. That way we have everything ready to go when it's time to plate and eat. So we already have our cilantro, just keep the stems as is. Then in Thai cooking, they tend to garnish, isn't this a nice looking cucumber?
What is that? You don't know?
It's called inspiration, Pattaya. It's called inspiration. This is a cucumber, for those of you who don't know. It's very, it's one of the reasons why I wake up every morning. It's great. You just want to slice some cucumbers for garnish. I like to do it on a diagonal. It's called a bias cut, and it just makes it a nicer and prettier presentation. Maybe just 2 or 3, 3 to 5 slices is good for our fried rice when it's done. Got it? And then we're also going to get some lime, and you want to cut a little bit of lime or lemon wedge to plate on top of the dish when it's finished as well. Okay? So I'm going to just place that aside. And that, guys, is everything that we need for the fried rice. We have our rice. We have tomatoes, carrots, onions. We have scallions. I have my garnishes of cucumber and lime. And I have cilantro. Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. And then we have our bacon, of course, that's still cooking and crispy up.
We're almost there with the bacon. Okay, I got it. Cucumber is done.
I'm trying to gauge where I am with everything, so I can't really see. It's weird looking at yourself backwards, isn't it? Somewhat strange. I don't know.
Cucumber. Pop a little bit of it. Okay.
Does it still look like a pseudo half put together cooking show or no? We still grooving, guys? All right. We have our wok. It's a non-stick wok, so you want to use a rubber spatula. You don't want to hit metal to Teflon. You know that because it scratches up your Teflon, and then you have to get married again and get re-registered for another wok, and it's just a whole big thing. It's very complicated. So let's make sure we have a proper rubber spatula if we're going to use a Teflon wok. Now, the reason why I like to use a Teflon wok is because it doesn't stick. Much like the last guy did it. It didn't work out. If you don't use a Teflon wok, you just risk more like egg sticking and things like that. So you want to just kind of, this is an easy way to cook this thing, all right? How's your bacon, Pattaya?
Bacon's great. It's almost done.
Almost done. Mine is done. So you can there's a lot of nice bacon fat in here. So let me see if I can show you that really fast. Look at this bacon fat in here that's going to drip out. You see all that bacon fat dripping out? Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Coming from Nashville, that's pretty much called water. But we're gonna use this bacon fat in lieu of oil while she twirls around in her beautiful frock. Look at that. You do you, baby. I'll just be eating this bacon. How about that? So I have, and so if you wanted to make this bacon ahead of time, you can. That way you can kind of prep it slowly throughout the week and really treat yourself on a Sunday morning without having to just sit there and slay. Oh, that looks so good.
It smells good.
Doesn't it smell good?
Yeah.
Have you ever had bacon before, Vega?
Oh, wow. You know I don't eat fatty foods.
I don't eat fatty foods. I devour.
Do you have ice? Do you have ice at your house? Do you have glass? Have you ever had bacon?
Yes. It's like when I asked Pattaya the other day, do you have a Pussycat Dolls mix? She got upset with me. Of course I do.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring this up a little bit just so I can like zoom down into my walk so you can get a better gauge of it. Is that a better view?
Yeah. Could you imagine we swap the word walk into walk? You want to zoom into my walk?
Oh God, that song. That song is intense. I don't know about my conservative self with that. Speaking of conservative self, you guys remember to vote. Please vote.
I'm so into vote right now. Voting right now.
Well,
Ryan voted.
Okay, we're just gonna do it like that, and is that okay? You guys can see, right? Thumbs up? Yeah. Let's look at some comments. How's your bacon looking?
Bacon's done.
Eric says, Susie,
Eric, this is the best segment ever. Thank you, Eric. How are you, Eric? Hi, Makina. Cooking with Pattaya Heart, Miss Gay America 2020. Isn't that fabulous? Michael Dutzer, do you love bacon? I would have never thought you to love bacon. Are you kidding me?
Bacon! I didn't know that would be bacon!
Bacon, the official sponsor of Bacon, the official trainer of Miss Gay America.
Bacon's a new corn!
My sister called me Jojo Siwa when she saw this outfit. Do you guys know who Jojo Siwa is? Okay, so go ahead and let's place. Do we have any bacon yet or no?
Yes.
Yes.
We do. Let's go ahead and take some of the bacon fat, right? And just pour it right into the wok. Don't turn the wok on quite yet. Just pour the bacon fat right into the wok, as much as you can, or as much as you want. Just the bacon fat. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and take our aromatics, the carrots and the onions only. And the reason why I want to put the carrots and onions only are because the carrots are the toughest vegetable. And you want to cook them down so at the end of this whole dish, everything cooks down and eats and bites at the same texture, right? You wouldn't want to put the carrots in last because you'll get a crunch. So you want to put them in first with the onions. And we haven't turned the heat on yet. I'm just trying to set you up for success, all right?
Question. The rice is still cold. Is that okay?
What is it?
The rice is still cold.
That's fabulous. My rice is cold too. Okay, so right now in my saute pan, or in my wok, sorry, I have carrots, I have onions, and I have bacon fat.
Okay.
Okay.
We don't turn on the stove?
Now that everything is in there, now that you have stretched your vegetables, Pattaya, you can get on stage and start your combination. Okay? So now you're gonna turn on the heat, turn on the light. Pull that little lever down. Let's twist this off. Let's turn it on. It should click on. Does yours have yellow, red, and orange? Yellow, orange, red?
It is on!
Okay. She is flaming, guys. Okay, so is it yellow, orange, red? You see the colors?
It's blue.
You don't have a, okay, just take it to medium heat. Don't get it too hot.
Medium.
Take it down a little bit. Take the flame down.
Okay, medium.
Okay, now Vega, get 2 eggs ready to crack in here in a second, all right?
Oh.
I have to tell you know how to cook and just kind of move everything around the wok so the carrots can cook down. Now, I'm going to tell you guys why we use a wok. Because a wok is rounded and it's not flat like a saute pan or a skillet, you can gauge how you want to distribute heat in the pan. Does that make sense? So if things get too hot in the middle, you can push it to the side and let it sit on the side while you're doing something else, and it won't burn that item. It cools down. Does that make sense? So you kind of manipulate where you want things to hang out and gauge how hot you want the temperature to touch the things that you're cooking. Kind of cool, right? So right now, I want everything to kind of sweat out. When I say sweat, I mean just like when you go to the gym, we sweat. You want the onions to start to smell up the house a little bit, like when you sweat. But this is a good smell, right? And you want the carrots to get tender. So just leave it in the middle, don't overwork it. Keep the heat on a little lower to medium heat. Okay? Just like that. Let's let that go for about 30 minutes. Does it smell good?
Listen. Yes.
Smell good?
It's boiling, yes.
Now, what are you going to use for your seasoning? Are you going to use soy sauce or fish sauce?
Have fish sauce.
Okay, perfect. So you guys, while this is sauteing, I want to introduce you to the magic ingredient of Thailand. It's called fish sauce. And what this is dried fish. We're not going to use it yet. It's dried fish that they pulse into juice. And I know that sounds so gnarly and gross, but if you ever had a Caesar salad and you like the dressing, you will like this. In Italian cooking, it's called anchovy paste. In Thailand, it's called juice fish. That should be my drag name, right? That's it. Nampla. Okay, fish sauce. If you don't have fish sauce, use a little bit of light soy sauce, but the fish sauce really sets it off for the Thai flavor. All right? Now, also, in addition to the fish sauce, we're going to use a little bit of sugar, because also in Thai cooking, unlike Western cooking where we use salt and pepper, in Thailand we use salt and sugar. Does that make sense? Because the salt from the fish sauce enhances flavor, and the sugar kind of neutralizes it all. You didn't know you were getting a whole culinary class, did you? So anyways, that was what we need today, because that's what Pattaya, Miss Gay America got. So I'm going to do what she does. Now that are the carrots getting soft? Are the onions sweating? Now what we're going to do is we're going to take an egg.
It didn't sweat. You pop the egg.
We're going to take an egg.
Oh, right out the egg, yeah.
Okay. Push the carrots and onions to the side of the wok, one side of the wok. On the negative space of the wok, just crack a couple eggs right into the wok. Or pour them in as you wish. Okay? Okay. Just let that sit. Now we're going to add our tomatoes to another part of the wok. Tomatoes? Not on top of the eggs, just kind of like space it all out. Yeah? Okay. Crack the yolks if you're not scrambled. And just kind of let the eggs just kind of sit there and kind of omeletize. Does that make sense? Coagulation nation. Meaning cook, basically. Fancy terms for cooking. Okay? Do you have
scramble the egg.
Do you have any black pepper?
Black pepper.
Good, like an omelet in here now.
So again, in Thai cooking, we use white pepper. If you have black pepper, you can use black pepper, but I'm going to use white pepper. The color difference is really nominal. White pepper is a little milder. Black pepper is just very aggressive, and it's easier to find in a Western grocery store, so black pepper will do just fine as well.
One.
Now you're just basically going to make a scrambled egg with all of this stuff together. So I'm basically eggs, onions, carrots, tomatoes, just scramble. Okay? Now, that looks great, Pattaya. I can't believe how fast you're cooking this. It's fabulous. You're doing a great job. Now I'm going to take my rice, my cold rice, and place a generous portion and sprinkle it right on top of the scramble. It doesn't have to be fully scrambled. It can be pseudo-scrambled.
Rice on?
Yeah, rice on top.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I got it. Ooh.
Gorgeous.
Ah! Okay, rice is down.
Looks good. Then we'll take our bacon that's now cooled a little bit, and we're gonna take our bacon and just pour all of our bacon into there.
Oh, how come the egg bacon only that much left? Okay, and then?
And then a little sprinkle of sugar.
Of what?
A little sprinkle of sugar. A little.
Oh.
Good. And then we take, don't overcook it, don't work it. Let it do its thing, baby. Don't touch it. I see you. Let it do its magic. Walk this way, baby. Walk this way. Now take your fish sauce. Okay? And just do a nice little drizzle of fish sauce right on top of the rice. Maybe about 1 teaspoon. It's gonna start to sizzle up.
Sizzle.
Sizzle up. Sizzle up.
Sizzle, yeah.
Okay? Now, start to fold all your stuff together.
Fold it together.
Fold it. Like fold the cheese.
Fold the cheese.
Fold the cheese.
These are the sheets.
Only people that watch Shit Creek will know that. You fold the cheese. How do you fold the cheese?
How do you fold it?
You smush it all together, kind of fold it. Is it working?
Oyster sauce.
I mean, it's all everything is pretty much already cooked, so you can taste it as you go, season as you wish. If you want more fish sauce or soy sauce, go ahead and add it. If you want more sugar to neutralize it, go ahead and do that too.
It's really dry.
You guys see though, that's fried rice. We're almost there.
Make sure it's
I'm gonna taste this. Just to make sure I'm not lying to you guys that it's fabulous. It's pretty fabulous.
It's because you love soy sauce. I'm gonna add soy sauce.
So now Vega or Pattaya, take your scallions and just sprinkle them right into the rice as well. So you see how you're kind of gingerly touching the top, Vega? Dig in, baby. Get that spatula, go to the bottom of the wok, and flip it. Get in there. Get in it. Get deep. Get in there, dig deep, and flip it over. Is that too much to talk? Too much talk during brunch time?
Food poisoning.
Look at that, guys. I mean, gorgeous. Look, can I feed you? Look.
Yeah.
Does it look good? Does it smell good?
Yeah, ours looks good so far.
It looks all right. Mine looks better, but that's okay. But that is it. Now, I'm going to place this right here for a second because I'm going to do a fried egg on top. But that's my fried rice. I'll let you guys keep going. I'm just going to take my skillet again. Again, the pan is not too hot when you want to do a proper French style sunny side up egg. I'm just going to place this egg right on top, nice and gentle, and let that cook up. And I'm going to top this rice with a fried egg because that's just how I do things.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you don't have to do that because
No, we don't have to do that. Yeah. That's your just option.
I'm always the one that likes to add extra dressing on the side because I don't want extra dressing. I just like dressing. It's like an excuse to have more dressing is to order the salad. So I always want the extra upgrade. So I'm upgrading my meal with a little bit of fried egg. And I'm going to sprinkle some pepper on top of this fried egg as well. Okay. Now for garnishes, we have cilantro, a lime wedge, and some cucumbers. I will show you all that fabulousness in a second. I just want you to catch up with the fried rice. But literally, look, guys, this is your khao pad, Thai style. Looks good, right?
Looks amazing. So it's ready to eat right now.
Fried egg.
Oh, where'd she go? We're not split frame right now.
Why put it in a bowl?
Does anybody have any questions for me? Bacon is a superfood. It's totally keto, right? Oh, that's Vega, Javon. That's Vega. And her husband is there too. Vega competed at Miss Gay America this year and did Britney Spears for talent. So there's the fried egg. I'm going to move my skillet so you can get a better visual of everything. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to take my platter here, and I'm going to place my rice onto my platter. Can you see? Can you guys see?
Mm-hmm.
This is actually a really fun alternative to brunch items. If you wanted to fry a few eggs and place it on a big platter like this with a few eggs, you could throw it in the middle of a table for all of your friends to enjoy while you're sipping on mimosas and catching up on all the guys you hooked up with the night before. But it's a bacon and egg fried rice. So it's quite simply, we made scrambled eggs, right? We added bacon to the scrambled eggs and a few aromatics, like onions and carrots. Then we added bacon to the scrambled eggs. And then we took our leftover rice from our delivery that we never know what to do with because it's not fried. And you're like, why do I want regular rice? I want fried rice. We took that regular rice and we threw it in as well and made this gorgeous fried rice. Now I'm going to take my fried egg. Oopsies. I just broke the yolk, but that's okay. And I'm placing that right on top as well. A little bit of lime wedge for brightness. Some cucumbers on the side. And then let's throw a little bit of cilantro on here too.
On the top.
Pattaya.
She's taking a break.
Oh, okay. Vega. You guys, welcome to Cooking with Vega.
Yeah.
Good to see you all. She's taking a break. But can I show you the final product?
Yeah, show. I'll show you ours. Nailed it.
Nailed it. Look at that.
Oh my God, nailed it. Nailed it.
That is our Thai fried rice.
Oh my God, now we try.
What happened to ours?
Oh, you were dancing. I don't know what you were doing, but that's okay because that's what you do.
I get to try.
This is like what you order online and what you get in the store. Yes, come on, split screen. Look at that. Yay. This is our bacon fried rice for brunch. I love how you guys have a humble portion. This is my humble portion for one. Look at the spoon. How is it? How is it? There's no volume. I can't hear you. Did I lose you guys? Pattaya, you're muted.
Hello?
There it is.
Yeah. No, we're saying it's perfect. The vegetables were cooked perfect, and that egg and the bacon really set it off.
Did you guys squeeze the lime?
We missed the lime.
Squeeze the lime, baby. Squeeze the juice. Juice it all. That lime is crucial because in Thai cooking, it's all about sweet, salty, sour, and sometimes spicy. And if it's a bad day, a little bit of bitter. But if you get the sour, the sweet, and the salty, you're cooking Thai food, right? So let's squeeze a little bit of lime on top of that. It'll just brighten it all up. You'll see the difference.
Wow, this is amazing, Susie. Oh my God.
I'm gonna add more soy sauce because you know me.
I always, every time I cook, I always put in oyster sauce. I just never know that you can just cook the whole thing without oyster sauce.
Fried rice is supposed to be light. You know, it's a light dish. It's not supposed to be heavy. It's a side dish. So if you want to do something like oyster sauce, make it your main dish. Because you don't have
because of the bacon oil that makes it all that too, like with
the bacon fat, yes. And also remember, it's old rice. If it was fresh rice, it would get soggy.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Right.
Susie, I would have never known to put lime in, like with any type of rice, but now that I'm tasting it, that citrus in it is amazing. I will do this from now on.
There you go. Now they can cook.
Did you guys like
Miss Gay America 2017, you stay online.
No, now we have dinner.
This is like a quarantine menu. You can do it at home. It's easy breezy. You can switch out. Why is that not cooked?
The thirst is real, guys. The thirst is real.
You can change from bacon into, I don't know.
Oh my God.
You can use anything. Breakfast sausage. You can use steak. So steak and eggs in the morning. Whatever you like for breakfast. I mean, you can have it for dinner as well, obviously. But in making it a breakfasty kind of thing, bacon, eggs, sausage, eggs, vegan sausage, eggs, Western omelet, ham.
Bean, tomato, something like that.
What time is it? Ooh, we still have 40 minutes to kill. What are we gonna do now?
Oh, yes. So I want to talk to you about branding.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna turn that one off. I'm gonna come back to this one. All right.
So that was our cooking segment, I guess, guys. If you want more, please follow me on Instagram at ArnoldBNA or go to my Facebook.
Hold on. Why Susie's? I can't hear Susie.
I can hear you.
Never mind. I lie. Okay, I can hear you now. Hello.
Okay. So if you guys want to follow my cooking, I do have a website. It's arnoldmint.com. My Instagram is arnoldmintbna. I'm also on Tasty BuzzFeed. You can Google me, and I have a YouTube channel called Arnold Mint. So all of these things are there, and I'm working on a cookbook, which I finished the first chapter.
Arnold Mint, M-Y-N-T.
M-Y-I-N-T. But if you guys want to, I just finished with my editor my first chapter, which is going to take a while. I didn't realize books take 2 years to make, but we're working on our first chapter right now, and it's great. So that will be fun to watch as well. I just had some YouTube stuff with Tasty come out, which is great. So follow me there or message me. You guys all know how to get in touch with me, so just do that. All right. But that's the cooking part of this. Now let's talk about the drag part of this, right?
About pageantry, yes.
Right? Am I like totally in everybody's faces? Should I pull back? Did you guys like that? Was that not so visually delicious? Aren't you proud of Pattaya?
I did nothing.
She like doesn't cook. Like literally, I don't know if you guys saw her.
Poorly.
She made a green curry.
Oh my God, hold on. Where is it? Oh my God. So I follow Susie Wong recipe on Instagram the other day, and I was like, so Vega and her husband love to buy wonton from Trader Joe's. I'm like, you know what? We could do it for fun. So we follow your recipes, and this is what we made.
Was it fun?
It was fun. It was a lot of work, and
it was tedious.
All the powder, like from that wonton thingy, the wrapping.
Yes.
All the way. It took me like an hour just to clean my nails.
That's why you don't wear nails when you cook in the kitchen.
I mean, this is like a lady, so I'm a lady. It's permanent, honey.
Well, I work in the kitchen, so like I can't have my nails on, but
right.
But yes, the first
it's melting.
She made green curry, and I was like, oh, I want to see this happen. And I want to rename that green curry to Pattaya Heart's 36-hour green curry.
Oh.
It took her a little bit.
It was a little while, but I figured it out. So, and then also like I feed the homeless.
Oh, see, now the heartstrings. Okay.
It was my neighbor.
How is New York? How are you doing in New York?
Well, New York is closed. Everything closed. So nothing is open. So that's why I come over here to St. Louis and hang out with Vega for a while. So next Saturday we have a show, fundraising event called Jeff City, Jeff something, Capital City Cinema.
Okay.
So Vega, Miss Missouri America is hosting the show. So I got to be a special guest since I'm stuck here with Vega. And then also Miss Devastation wants to drive all the way down here.
That's lovely. I love that.
So yeah, it'll be a great fundraiser event. We drive like 2 hours over there and we hang out for like 2 days and then come back the next day.
I love how everybody's still trying to find creative ways to stay active and relevant, and we're still doing things to pay it forward, right? Like a couple weeks ago, I did a Zoom class with Raja. You know that we're best friends, right? So we were in Palm Springs together, and we did a cooking Zoom where we made dumplings. He's from Indonesia, so we made his mother's version of peanut sauce with my mother's version of dumplings, and we did a Zoom class, and all that money went towards our campaign that we've been working with, which is Launchpad Nashville. And what Launchpad Nashville, which the Miss Gay America Association last year, right when you won, we did a benefit for them as well. We feed and shelter homeless LGBTQ youth throughout the season, November through March, and they have a warm place to sleep, shower, and collect themselves 5 days a week. Every night they can check in like a hotel. But all of those efforts that we're doing with that, the money goes towards getting them food, getting them linens. We gave them backpacks and a whole bunch of survival things last season with the top 5. When the top 5 from Miss Gay America came with Pattaya to Nashville to work at my brunch. So I love that we're still doing things like that to stay active in the community and have visibility, not only for our brand, like you were talking about, but also because it's so needed, especially now. You know, so I love that we're still making efforts to raise money and awareness and use our platform for that.
Yes. Wait, am I on mute? You guys can hear me, right?
You're loud.
Okay.
You're as loud as your hair.
Like maybe 10 minutes ago. Okay, I'm like slow. So yeah, I mean that's why I said that in my interview as well. That's like, you know, like Miss Gay America is the system that always give back to the community, and a lot of I mean most Miss Gay America the winner, you get to pick a charities, and then Miss Gay America is going to donate the money to your own choice of charity. And with me, I don't necessarily have like any organization that I'm like tied to. So, but I always have been involved in all this volunteering work throughout the city. And so like now and also like I've been doing a lot of like performing and giving free class, and also like, you know, like help with the homeless.
Yes.
So I'm always about that. So this is like, I feel like this is a great platform that I can extend my volunteering work out throughout the country.
And what I like the way we approach things, especially when we're going back to like talking about pageantry and packages within the America system, to how it fits for you. Like Blair talked about authenticity earlier today, which really stuck with me. You know, you perform, you're a dancer, you work with students, and you teach all day long. I cook all day long. I don't have to pretend to be you. You know, I found a way to have my voice and make it fit through cooking. You found a way to make it fit through what you do well, what you're an expert at, and to share your passion, because at the end of the day, we're here to inspire, right? We're here to share a little bit of nugget, a little bit of trade skills, and share what we do well and what we love. And if you do that, it'll resonate regardless. If you fake it, it's not going to happen. You know, like I would never want to see you make me fried rice on stage. Much like you would never want me to see me do a triple pirouette on stage, right? I would be sitting in the judges.
See, we were just watching 4 years back opening number and presentation, and we were watching your opening, your step down, and I'm like, guys, don't sleep on Susie Wong. The bitch can dance, okay?
Well, I was an ice skater.
I know she was dancing. So I got Onyx D Pearl was watching with me. She go, oh, her face was like this. I go, yep, don't sleep on this bitch. She can dance.
I'm an actress. I manifested. It's like
you can step touch for Jesus. I mean, step touch for Buddha.
Yes, I can step touch for the gods. Yes, the COVID gods love me step touching. But anyways, like, so yes, it's important to know what you're good at. It's important to know what you love and what you're passionate about, right? Yeah. And if you can share that either physically through dance or through a plate of food, that's what's going to resonate when you try to sell yourself to the judges that are making the final decision on whether or not you're going to win. But you have to be true and honest about what you do. You know, I think if you look at like the pageant documentary, or when you're being guided by former Miss Gay Americas, they tell you to, like, you know, be true to yourself. And that term, you can say it because it's been said a lot, but think about it. Being true to yourself means really digging deep and being honest with who you are. If, you know, like Pattaya came to me when she was getting ready for Miss Gay America with her faults. You know, like she knew she had some insecurities about what she couldn't do well. But I was like, let's just celebrate what you do well and not draw attention to what you don't do well. And that's being honest. You know, for me, I know that I'm short. So I was like, well, what silhouette am I going to have? I'm never going to have Pattaya or Andora's silhouette. So I looked up people that I loved and looked up to that are celebrities, and I tried to get the same silhouette. So I found Marilyn Monroe's dimensions, and I told Troy, my sewer, give me that dimension with a corset and padding. So we made me voluptuous. I mean, now I'm just a round potato head, but
she's well-rounded. She's very well-rounded.
You know, I'm very well-rounded, as we should say. but you get what I'm saying, right? So like, you have to be honest with yourself, knowing that maybe the standard hip pads the size of Africa down to your knees don't work for a 5'6" gay boy. I had to like chunk out here because I have legs from ice skating days. You know, I don't need all that padding down there. I mean, I need to pad, I know that, so you guys don't come for me. But when I was competing, he cinched my waist, so I had the same ratio that Marilyn Monroe had. So everything that I had was the same silhouette. From afar, it worked. That's called being true to yourself. I'm not trying to be somebody else. I was honest with my reality, and I celebrated that reality. Does that make sense?
Yes. Ooh.
Delicious.
Yes, it is delicious. After the add the lime, I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, it's good, right? So branding. Are we talking branding?
Branding. So this is what so Susie has Susie, I mean, I've said it, I never said it's enough. So I give credit to Susie Wong for dragging me to America. The first time I met Susie Wong was right after she got crowned. It was on the Easter holiday, Easter weekend that I went to Miss Continental Pleasant Elite. And I was like, we would just like accept friend requests the night before. And I was like, oh, this is amazing Asian girl won Miss Gay America national title. I have no idea she's Thai because of the last name Wong. So I didn't know her before. So she showed up she walked in, she come up to me, she started, Sawadee ka, Susie Wong naka. She started speaking Thai to me and I go, that was me. I was like, the fuck? And I couldn't even talk back in Thai. I was shocked. I was like, huh? What? Yeah. I was there just kind of being social. I've gone to Continental for about maybe 8 years, and Jasmine Rice LaBeija was competing that year, and she had just finished doing her talent where she sang Nessun Dorma, I think. Right? I was watching her. Yes, I was.
I ran back after watching Jasmine sing live opera, and I was so blown away because if you guys don't know Jasmine Rice, she's a
Korean opera singer,
queen, fabulous, but sings live, sings at Carnegie Hall, trained opera singer. And I was so enamored that I ran back to the dressing room. I didn't care. I had the crown on, so I didn't matter. I was like, I felt invincible. So I was like, and that's where I met Pattaya. And I was just doing my networking like I normally do. And we finally brought her over to the Miss Gay America side, which you've always had success in pageants. But I'm so glad that, you came over and joined us because you're really good.
I told her, talking is not my forte, and I'm scared. And then Miss Gay America is known for speaking. So it's not that like I'm speaking better, but it's just like I'm more confident to talk. I'm not like, you know, what I mean? Like, that would be, I would always scared. Like now that I'm like, I was really nervous before to start doing this. Like we start at 7 p.m. and this is my hand at 6 o'clock. Try to type anything to plan over everything. My hands were shaking the entire time. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to talk for 21 hours.
The thing is this, you talk all day long with your students. I mean, I know you only count to 8, and that's, but that's okay, but you count to 8.
And count.
Very clear. But but you do communicate all day long. And I think that's what we have to hone in on in terms of our branding, in terms of our voice, is that we are communicators. You know, you can do, you know, it's like, I just recently got offered a pilot. I recently got offered a pilot as Susie that I'm filming for a network, and we'll believe it when I see it because I've been through 8 of these. But being able to communicate is the biggest thing, you know? And I always joke, I'm like, I look really great. I look really great in auto-tune, in lip syncing and Photoshop. But as Miss Gay America, you're live in front of people, so you have to be authentic. You can't take your dancers and your set with you when you go on the road. So you have to be able to communicate. And you don't have to have like clear English or have a strong, I mean, everybody comes from different regions of the nation. We have different accents, but you have to have a message, right? And Pattaya's message is through dance. You talk all day long. I mean, you get paid to communicate through your body and through your movement and through your voice. So the fact that you were nervous kind of stunned me, because what you portray on stage is really authentically who you are as a person. You just had to have somebody be like, speak, stop thinking.
Speak, monkey, speak.
Stop trying to sound like somebody else. Sound like yourself. Be who you are. Say what you have to say, right?
Mm-hmm. And then Susie always said, whatever you're saying, make sure you don't go out of the track. This is your track. This is your answer. Don't go out. If you go out, you try to, if you're like driving, like if honestly you're going off and like, oh, come back. Always come back to the lane.
Yes.
Stay in your lane. And so, I mean, you have your own message. Every contestant, you have to know what is your lane.
Yes.
Susie is cooking. I'm a dancer, and we both love fashion. So we can just talk about fashion, but then that's us start going sidetrack. But then we got to come back to us.
Okay, so when I was on Food Network Star, Giada was my mentor. Giada De Laurentiis. I don't know if you guys know that I cook, but I cook for real. So that's what pays my bills. That's what buys all of these loofahs on my body. She said to me, she's like, you know, you can go all over the place because I can do everything. I'm a French trained chef. I have 3 concept restaurants. You know, I teach culinary school. But she was like, I have the same resume. But as soon as I did Giada Cooks Italian, I had a brand that people knew what to do with. So my agent told me to just focus on Asian cooking this year. And her telling me that made so much sense. Yes, you can do it all. Yes, you can be a jack of all trades, but you only make money on a certain few things if you really focus on what you do well. Not to say you have to ignore what you do or love to do, but just focus on that one thing that makes you identifiable, memorable, and unique, right?
Yes.
Like even when we were training you for the interview, you're like, you know, I want to, during my reign, I want to share my love of dance. I want to do charities involved with dance. I communicate through dance. I could never say that. If I said that, they'd be like, that's a lot of BS, Susie, make us some fried rice, right? But that was very branded to you. We know you as a dancer, and then you backed it up. Your dancers didn't back it up for you. You backed it up for yourself, right? And that's what's important to know as you go into pageantry, into the system. As long as you know who you are, as long as you're authentic to who you are, as long as you are true to yourself, then there's no competition.
Right.
Right?
This is me. I'm putting myself on the platter and hand it to you. All the judges, Rob and Mike, that. Fried rice.
I'm putting myself on the platter too.
Yeah. And it's yummy. Oh. Makes me want fried rice real bad.
Pattaya teaches, Christopher, Pattaya teaches at Steps on Broadway.
Oh, yes.
She teaches all over the city.
Steps on Broadway in New York City. So right now, the dance studios are all closed because of COVID. So I've been teaching online since March. So I teach at Step on Broadway, on the virtual Steps on Broadway on Saturday afternoon, and I teach on my own Zoom class Monday and Zoom meeting. Monday and Wednesday. So it's all the same level. Advanced beginner. That means you have like a year experience.
That's Krista Collins, honey. Krista Collins is a dancer.
Oh, so I mean,
Miss Smokey Cafe.
This is what I take pride of my class of like what my craft is as a dance teacher is that I create safe space. So my class is very welcoming. It's called advanced beginner level. That means like it's between beginner and intermediate. So it was right there, advanced beginner. It's just a little advance of the beginner. So that's what it is. But I have professional dancers. So all the dancers that dance for me at pageants, those are all my dance students. So I taught them. They've been with me for 5-6 years since I've been teaching. And also I have housewives or office worker who doesn't have dance training at all. They've been with me for the past 3-4 years, and like they learn from me. And to see them actually like one of like with you across the floor, pas de bourrée, turn. And to see them whip up like a double pirouette, one time I cried. I was literally like oh. I was like thinking about it. I got goosebumps already. It was just like, ma'am, what? Yeah, it was a lot. And then we have like actress, singer who doesn't dance. And also what I also happy is that I have many boys come into my class, and it was like, oh, I saw your videos online that you teach dance in heels. So I want to audition for kinky boots, or I want to audition for La Cage aux Folles, and I have to be in heels. And I'm just scared. I never want to. They don't feel comfortable to take dance class and put heels on. So they come to me, and then until they got more comfortable, and then they go out and they book all these gigs and stuff. So which is like, that is great. I feel like I create safe space and very welcoming for everyone, every age, every level, and we all like become friends.
And that's so important, because when you think about dancing, we all everybody might have a little bit of background in dance from being kids or taking gymnastics class or being a Cub Scout or something. But as you get older, some of us that are older or more seasoned, as we say, I miss taking dance classes. And so it's nice to go into a place where you can be in your age, not as limber as you used to be. Maybe, you only got through like an advanced jazz technique or something. You didn't really go full out, but you still love motion and dance. And it's important to have that kind of safe space. Krista, did you know when I was an ice skater, I skated for the Ice Theater of New York, which is a modern dance company on ice. And we did a whole Balanchine concert on ice. It was pretty cool, actually. It was really, really fun. But I got to be a principal in that Balanchine technique, which is kind of hard, actually. But yeah, anyways, dance resonates with a lot of people because it's something that you can do in your living room and not have to buy ice skates and pay a lot of ice time for. Right. You'll do it in the comfort of your home or in your shower, just like singing. And you don't have to
in a shower. That won't be safe, but yeah, I got you.
You still need studio, you still need guidance, but like it's nice to go and be reminded. Sometimes I feel like I'm not standing up straight, and I go back to the bar. I mean, not the bar, but like, the ballet bar. And I do a little port de bras, and I do a little stretching, and I kind of straighten up my neck and my spine, and it makes me feel a lot more in touch with my core and myself. So tangent, but yes.
And with dance class also help you with like your posture when you're like modeling and all that stuff as well. So I think like that.
Yeah.
You guys take my dance class.
Devastation, actually, when she was getting ready to win her year, we were talking, and she was like, gosh, I was stunned that she actually said this to me. She said, my weakest category, I feel, is evening gown. I just can't walk. And I was like, but you're a dance teacher. Dance the walk. Listen to the music and step yourself.
This is what I have a problem too. I'm so scared of walking in evening gown because we trying to count the music, and then that's when our arms start going fussy left and right. If you go back and watch the pageant, I'm like, stop doing
When I
this.
told her that, she did jazz walking, and she rolled her hips and did the correct across the floor, and she looked night and day. But it's little things like that. It's just like, try to find your niche in your brand that makes you signature. Try to relate everything to your brand. And then you just really can't go wrong, honestly.
Yes.
Any questions, guys?
It's like, let's say like Endora, she's not a performer. She's not like the forte. Her forte is not like dancing, singing, cooking, but she's a costume queen. So she made costumes. So that's what she made work for her, because she's like, her costume is always fabulous. She's always extravaganza, showgirl, feathers, and everything. And that's what she made it into her own talent.
Right.
And it's not just like, I'm doing a quick change.
Right.
No, that's not it. It's her making every single thing she wore, and all the dancers She made everything of that, and she planned every single change herself. She came up with everything herself. So that is, like sometimes you just like disregard, like, oh yeah, sure, quick change, but you don't know the stories. And that's what she might have said that in the interview as well. So that's also helped with that, like have her score higher with the judges.
Right.
So that's also how you brand yourself. You brand yourself. If you just show up and do it, no one's gonna know. You gotta brand it. Like
you gotta set yourself up. You have to be consistent. I do charity work. I don't do it 1 week before Miss Gay America. I don't make a donation to an association the week before and I post it on Facebook hoping somebody will see it. You guys know what I do on a day in, day out. I've always stood by what I've said I would do. Even though maybe the first year I competed at Miss Gay America, the judges thought I was just blowing smoke up their asses. But I follow through every single year. As they started to get to know me, as they see my work, they know that I'm true to my brand and true to and consistent with what I say. My goal was to be on TV. My goal was to cook. I was on cooking shows. I love children. I'm trying to adopt a kid. I love charity. I love feeding kids. I've never changed from that. I'm a little extra, a lot extra. I've never changed from that. And maybe it's a lot to take at first, but after a while, you're like, okay, that's the person. He wasn't BSing me, So as long as you stick with that and you really know who you are, then you don't have to win. You just have to be who you are, and then you will win.
When the moment you trust yourself, you trust that you are Miss Gay America. That's when everything was gonna come easy for you. That if you go back to on my social media, on the whole week of Miss Gay America, I post a picture. Every single one I hashtag extra, and every time I hashtag it, Susie knows exactly where that was from. It was just our be like, you know what? Always being extra.
Yes.
They is always being better to give them more than not enough.
I mean, it's a moment to sell yourself. If you're looking at competition, it's not a moment to compete against anybody. It's a moment to sell yourself.
I'm not being fake. I'm just giving them all I have. Just
give them the idea of what you're gonna be like when you're competing, when you're touring as Miss Gay America. And to be extra, they could say scale it back a little bit, and you'll know when if you're ready, and you won't be offended if they tell you to. But they're never gonna know what you are if you don't give it.
Look how your promoter is like branding. Look, extra.
Daniel Ekstrom, be extra. Ekstrom, yes.
Branding.
Yes. Yes, Foxtails. Come on now. Yes, I am so extra, but I love it. For me, I mean, again, let's break it down this way. We were branded as female impersonators, but we're also in a world of drag. And what is drag? Drag is a pink wig and an orange loofah on a Sunday morning.
And a sweatpants.
Right? Look at my shoes. Look at my shoes. And I have a sweatpants. But what is extra? It is what we do for a living. We are looked at as extra.
It's a show. It's a show.
We are elevated
fantasy.
Maybe female impersonators, but like we are elevated versions of female impersonators. So be extra.
Be extra. Be extra. Hashtag
exfoliate. Be extra and exfoliate. See? Always scrub.
Actual exfoliator.
No, look at this made, honey. Look, it's a whole thing. It's a whole gown.
It's a lot of spongy.
Each poof represents every one of my Miss Gay America sisters.
Oh my God, you're like Miss J.
Oh my gosh.
Every year, adding on.
Any more questions, guys, from the audience out there? All of our family and friends that are joined us. I love this. Hi, Marsha. I miss you. You guys, Marsha, that's on this chat. She is a real expert at MGA. She's been around.
Oh yes.
I'm not saying she's old. I'm just saying she's very seasoned and an expert in the MGA pageantry system. Has a lot of great opinions. And if you want an outside voice outside of a former or a normal judge, which she's judged before, reach out to her. She'd be so happy to give you advice. I mean, she's helped me. She's, an encyclopedia of yeses and nos and history and current opinions and affairs. She's very abreast with MGA. So hey, Marsha.
Hi, Marsha. You've been here since the beginning, so hats off. I mean, I'm still here too. Eric has been in and out. No, he was there until like 3 in the morning.
43 years since 1977. And the reason why I know that is because that's when I was born.
And I was right behind you, just a little bit behind you.
My teeth may be 10 years old. My nose might be a year, but I'm definitely 43.
Yes, let me see that nose.
I'm actually going back to the doctor next week to get a little touch up.
Oh.
So I'll be back in bandages by the end of the month, guys. I'll keep you posted.
It's what you call every Christmas.
Oh yeah, right.
Every year.
I'm taking that Brazilian butt lift and making a mask with my butt over my face, just like.
Susie said, Christmas come early this year, but it's always right here.
Right.
We did the show, so it was a top 5 court with by Susie Wong at in Nashville, Tennessee, and Susie was all bundled up. She was like, "I'm not gonna be in drag." I'm like, "Girl, you drag us all out here. You gotta be in drag." And she was painted. She was like, "I'm done." I was like,
I couldn't bear it. I had to put a face on. So I had my bandages and everything and went to go MC the show.
She was like, "I'm not gonna be in drag," but she all had the whole costume plan out and everything. I was like, "This is extra."
Okay, Trixie LaRue, hi Trixie, just said, how do you balance comments like be true to yourself and your brand with comments like step outside your box and show them a new side of you?
Being extra, that's how it is.
No. You can definitely I think in being true to yourself, you should always, I think that you can always push yourself to be the best, bigger version of yourself. You're not just somebody that has orange juice for breakfast. You might have fresh squeezed orange juice, or you might have orange juice with champagne, or you might have tangerine juice, or you might have grapefruit juice. You don't have to drink orange juice every single morning. You don't have to put on jeans every single day. You still have to put on pants sometimes these days, but maybe try on khakis. Do you know what I mean? Like you don't have to fake. I have faith that people are more true to themselves. People that know themselves can push themselves and still not lose sight of themselves. Does that make sense? Like if you wear black every day and you're being true because you love wearing black, why not try to wear black and white polka dots one day?
There you go. Or black patterns, like stripes, but it still stays true to I love black.
Chevron.
Black, wearing black but pink hair.
Push yourself, but still be true to yourself. Push yourself to be better. Mm-hmm. If you do a double pirouette, try a triple.
Or like dancing, you know, like instead of like, you know, like I'm a dancer, right? So I say too much true to myself, I dance. But how do I step out of the box? I dance with a different style. I combining 2 different styles into one. You know, I would do it like I start acting with dancing, or I incorporate it. This is one of the talent that Susie was like, you should do this.
Mm-hmm.
Remember this? She was like, you should come out on final night and go, tendu, please.
So my suggestion for Pattaya was you should do a chorus line talent where they open with like, I really need this job, the opening line of, you know, God, I hope I get it. And then she come out with a microphone and she teaches a dance class to her dancers on mic and teaches a combination.
And they go, ready.
Yeah.
And come back.
But back to something as simple as like, people paint their face the same way. If that's your comfort zone and that's authentic to yourself, go from a red lip to a nude lip. Basic, small things like that is pushing yourself outside of your box. You know, letting Pattaya do my makeup one day was pushing myself outside of my box. I kept it on.
Nickname.
I didn't wash it off. I kept it on. Dextasy. But being true to yourself is you don't have to lose yourself in pushing yourself. Does that make sense? Get a nude lip. Try a brown eyeliner. Try a different hairline. Push yourself, but still be yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's great. That's great advice. Like when you think it's too far, it's never too far. As long as it is in a tasteful way, mm-hmm. and is a respectful way.
Well, unless you have no taste and you're not respectful, then you're true to yourself. You know, but be who you are. Don't lose sight of that, quite honestly. Exactly. Do it to where you're comfortable and keep pushing. Find your comfort zone. Yeah. Exactly, Jovan.
Oh, this is cute. Yeah, find your comfort zone and then leave it.
Mm-hmm.
Clarice said, "Love you, Susie." Clarice heart.
Formerly a Dubois, but now a heart. Maybe one day she'll be a heart Wong.
Ha Wong. You want to take her? Clarice Wong. That
I'm
sounds
not looking for any children except the ones I'm adopting from Thailand.
We're tossing kids like this. Okay, good.
I'm still waiting. I was supposed to go in March to sign some papers, but COVID got me, so we'll see. My
I was
kids.
supposed to go to Thailand well, we're supposed to go together.
I know.
So, okay, story. Fun fact. Me and Susie were supposed to go to Thailand together. We booked the flight together.
You, me, and Raja.
And Raja, we were supposed to go to watch Giselle Barbie Royale step down from Miss International Queen because she's Miss America, Miss USA won Miss International Queen. This is my 20th out, so I'm a little loopy. So I had to collect my thoughts. Yeah, so we were supposed to go there. I was able to score us 3 VIP tickets. I mean, actually, I scored 5.
Well, we didn't get any. We didn't get to go. I ended up going to New York to that week that everything shut down, and I actually saw Moulin Rouge, and the next day Broadway closed. So I actually got to see the very last Broadway show ever so far in New York, and then I got stuck in a hotel for a week in New York. It was right after Miss Gay New York America. Hi, Hot Chocolate. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for signing in.
Who are you seeing? Oh, Hot Chocolate. Hi. She has been in and out. She is in pain with her foot. She will not come on. But we love her.
She's here. But she's here with us, looking over us, and it's
Yeah.
good that she's
looking over us. That's so
joining us. I'm sure everybody's looking over me.
Sure.
Hi, Lauren.
Yeah, so what was I saying? Oh, speaking of Broadway, so there's just announced that nothing will be open back up until the end of May 2021. That is really sad. But considering it's not that New York's not safe, but it's just their Broadway, they are the top tier of all the shows. So the show they can risk of having any actor, performer show up and be like, oh, there's your temperature, you're out. And like, how are we gonna fill in this role
right
on the last minute? So I mean,
I think it's very smart. I'm taking that approach with the restaurant too, because it's not just the performers on stage. There's a whole team. There's the sewer, there's wardrobe, there's hair, the tech guys, the crew guys, and then the audience. That's a lot of people in a space. And as soon as it spreads, I mean, look at what's going on, not to bring up politics, but look at what's going on and how widespread and how fast it happened in the White House from being irresponsible. Like, it's literally, you have to consider all of these things in the longevity of something, and something as stamped as Broadway. People look at Broadway. If Broadway is doing it, we can do it. That's going to just open a can of worms up that's going to be more problematic down the road. So I think it's smart. I mean, I would love to see a Broadway show. I'm saddened that the performers aren't working, but I would love, I think we need to be really, really responsible at this point.
Yeah, I agree. So I think I have to end this within the next 5 minutes, and then I'll start over for part 5.
Woo!
So Susie Wong, thank you so much for being my special guest. I'm very honored to have my Thai sister teaching me how to make Thai food.
My pleasure.
I make fried rice all the time, but this never like this. So I learned something.
It's so easy.
Lauren Taylor is already here. Lauren, I'm gonna send you the new link when I start.
See Lauren, I see Tasha, I see Chocolate. They're all here. They're all signed on.
All right, I'm gonna start the new one within the next at 1:05, which is 7 minutes from now. So Susie Wong, I give you 2 minutes for your debate, uninterrupted. Go ahead.
Well, I hope everybody stays safe and smart. Find some time for yourself, step away, take a deep breath if things get too crazy. Mental health is a big deal, and I just hope that if you need to reach out to anybody, you have someone to do that You know, social media is also a great way to actually just express yourself if you need a moment with somebody to reach out to you. Don't be shy, don't be ashamed. Really, really use this time during COVID and quarantine to dig it within yourself, but also to share and express yourself and stay active and communicate with your friends and loved ones. And if you don't have a friend or loved one, which I know you all do, feel free to reach out on Facebook or private message. And I'm sure there's tons of people, myself included, that will help you with that. Remember to vote, remember to be smart, remember to smile every single day and take a deep breath and soak it all in, because even though the world is crazy, it's still a beautiful place. Yeah, and remember to exfoliate. And remember that these are all these are all poofs that represent every one of my Miss Gay America sisters, because I'm a poof as well. But yes, thank you. I hope you guys just be good and hang in there. We'll see each other face to face soon. I know it.
See, staying on brand. Staying on brand. Exfoliate.
Exfoliation.
I love you. ขอบคุณมากค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
Bye bye.
Bye. สวัสดีค่ะ So thank you guys so much for enjoying and much of joining me for the entire 6 hours. This has been 6 hours. I have 3 more hours left to go, so that means I'm entering my 19 hours. So I'm gonna start all of this all over again within the next 5 minutes. All right, so come back and watch us. For the next part, we have Miss Lauren Taylor, we have Tasha Cole, we have Lauren Colby. Who else do I have? A couple more, so I need to look at my thing. So thank you so much. Come back and I'll see you in just 5 minutes for part 5. Signing off.